He stands with his back to the viewer, contemplating the situation. It would have been much easier to take them on individually. They took too long. He must find a way back to Earth quickly. He has achieved an objective befitting of his title, the undefeated avatar of training. The world is in resonance. Knowledge of his existence has increased. His power as a constellation has grown greater. Constellation. When the Earth was first connected with the abyss, humanity learned that myths were not just old fantasies. Those who were called constellations were the closest beings to what humanity thought of as gods. They brought the gift of blessing and increased their followers, as more souls believed in them. A constellation's authority would grow. To the constellations who invaded each other's territories and stole their followers in the abyss, Earth, the home to 10 billion souls, was a mountain of gold. Among them were those who sought to control Earth through force instead of blessings. The existence of much more sinister constellations loomed. No, this constellation is the young constellation Choi Yonsung. A blinding light erupts in the infinite darkness. The view descends further, revealing a cosmic landscape of swirling nebulae and distant stars. The words appear, the abyss. A place where countless constellations and monsters lurk, a realm of untold dangers. A land of infinite chaos, where the laws of reality are twisted and broken. A monstrous roar echoes through the void, signaling the arrival of a terrifying presence. The seven-headed dragon of disorder, a being of immense power and destruction, descends into the abyss. A blinding light erupts, engulfing a figure in a torrent of energy. He cries out, his face contorted in pain as the energy surges around him. A monstrous wolf, wreathed in crimson energy, looms into view. The devourer of planets, Volgon. These powerful monsters both control their individual territories and reign throughout the abyss. And another monster interferes with the already challenging battle. He cries out, blood dripping from his wounds. The master of the dimensional hole, Adio. A monstrous maw opens wide, ready to devour. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly light. A moment stretches into an eternity. He estimates it took about 300 years. It would have been much easier to take them on individually. They took too long. He has to find a way back to Earth quickly. A system message appears. You have achieved an objective befitting of your title, the undefeated avatar of training. The world is in resonance. Knowledge of his existence has increased. His power as a constellation has grown greater. Constellation. When the Earth was first connected with the abyss, humanity learned that myths were not just old fantasies. Those who were called constellations were the closest beings to what humanity thought of as gods. They brought the gift of blessing and increased their followers. As more souls believed in them, a constellation's authority would grow. To the constellations who invaded each other's territories and stole their followers in the abyss, Earth, the home to 10 billion souls, was a mountain of gold. And among them existed those who sought to control Earth through force instead of blessings. The existence of much more sinister constellations looms. Breathing out, the young constellation Yonsung Choi prepares for what's to come. This constellation is here to prevent their plans to invade. The constellation's name is yet to be revealed. Yonsung Choi declares it's time to flip it over. The undefeatable avatar of training. Just what is he frying? Pan. Oh, this? It's a frying pan made of adamantium. The planet-devouring bear is a beast that threatens even constellations. To cook the meat of such a being, King of the F's Goblin Kingdom, Great Majo Dagon, looks on. And what is that butter? A strange magic emits from it. A follower of the undefeatable avatar of training. It's what's his name, There was a constellation in the form of a cow, and I let it keep its life in exchange for some of its milk. Great Majo Dagon exclaims, why you mean? You fought against another constellation? He continues, I was pretty starved for good food, back then. Yonsung Choi had devoted everything to finding good ingredients to cook with. The only thing he really had to call a hobby after tens of thousands of years. The constellation steak was cooking, after all. It's a precious perfect. Constellation Yonsung Choi's most prized possession, his orichalcum cookware set, keeps the ingredients fresh. But this is their first time having meat in 300 years, so let's just use it now. A constellation fought another constellation one-on-one, and accepted milk as the battle prize, not the other's life and dominion. Master really isn't like any other constellation. Yonsung Choi chews thoughtfully. Anyway, it's a precious perfect. Yonsung Choi says, come on, let's eat. Great Majo Dagon exclaims, as such precious food. As he takes a bite, the light intensifies. You have eaten constellation steak. A surge of power courses through Yonsung Choi. The adamantium traps the magic-imbued juice within the meat. The unknown constellation's butter transcends the meat to another level. Your mana circle is running wild. Freshly opened, Great Majo Dagon exclaims, Master this. Food, it's the best. Yuihu. Yonsung Choi, feeling the effects, wonders, what the hell? He lies on the ground, defeated. I really don't get goblins at all. Looking up at the cosmos, a figure thinks, I miss Earth. The cosmos stretches out before them, a vibrant tapestry of pink and purple. Tens of thousands of years ago, in abyss time, a young man strains under the weight of a heavy barbell. He grunts with effort. Sir, it's so I can grow stronger, sir. The teacher replies, that's not what I'm asking. You're in literature class right now. The teacher continues, teach. All the other teachers have given up on Yansung already too. Let's take it back to a time when Yansung Choi was just another human. A time before he ascended as the constellation, the undefeatable avatar of training. He was obsessed with being strong since his youth. For an orphan like him to protect himself, he thought that he had to grow stronger. Every day, he wanted to be stronger than yesterday. Yansung Choi, C+ rank hunter, human. Hunter. A new job founded after the world was connected to the abyss. A job dedicated to protecting people from dungeons and monsters. Cores and items that drop when killing monsters. They're expensive. Artifacts from dungeons. Priceless. Well, it's not that far, but many joined to make a name for themselves. Yansung, who had nothing to lose, was one of them. Hey, Yansung. Yes, leader. Dungeons with B-rank monsters are a bit overdash. The man in the sunglasses states that even C ranks are a bit too much to handle. The man in the tank top says that skills, artifacts, and techniques from dungeons are all good. The man in the tank top continues, stating that no matter what you do, people are weak. The man in the sunglasses asks if they don't have to aim from stronger dungeons to grow stronger. The man in the tank top says that they broke up, apologizing. The man in the tank top asks why, stating that it's not like he's a weirdo. He continues, saying that she told him to just date a monster because he kept training instead of meeting her. The man in the sunglasses says that he doesn't have any feelings towards her, and that they're both on good terms. The man in the sunglasses calls himself a dumbass. Meanwhile, Yansung is warned that one got through, and to be careful. A monster roars. A hand flashes forward, Knuckles leading the charge. The strike connects, sending a shockwave through the monstrous form. The monster reels, its grotesque features contorted in pain. Hiya. The monster muses, they're good for tanking shots, but their damage is nothing close to magic users. How did he end up taking martial arts? A voice echoes, we got a martial arts scroll one day from a dungeon, but no one touched it since everyone's only interested in magic-related skills, so Yansung took it and started training. No matter what others say, Yansung did not regret learning martial arts. Although it isn't as cool and comfortable as magic, he enjoyed the fact that he could see himself improve as he trained. The timer reads 2:20. Woo, it's not enough. I trained hard and got to C+ rank, but there aren't many people who have gotten stronger from using martial arts. He thought to himself that the answer is to train longer and harder. More. Yansung wonders if someone else trains here too. He affirms that he does, and then questions if he knows that he's dreaming right now. Yansung wonders if it still counts as image training. A voice asks who he is. The name Mr. Yansung Choi appears. A figure stands in a bright light. I am. A constellation of the abyss. Goddess of balance who walks ahead. A voice says that he knows that you're surprised. The bandaged woman states she can't talk for long, so she'll get straight to the point. She asks Yansung if he wants to make a contract with her. Yansung agrees, understanding the situation. The woman pauses, then asks if he'll really do it. She wonders if he's not going to ask why. Yansung confirms that if he takes the contract, he can get more powerful. A close-up of Yansung's face shows his determination. The bandaged woman states that's all she needs, wondering why he thinks she chose him, when there are probably higher-ranking hunters that are more famous. She asks if he heard her title. The contract is formed with a surge of blue energy. The power of the goddess of balance who walks ahead is to predict the future. The contract's power manifests as a bright light. In a few years, a great danger will approach the Earth. Evil constellations will start sending their servants to Earth. When that day comes, you'll miss the monsters you met in the weaker dungeons. And I predicted that through hard work that surely won't be easy. The key to prevent this future is you. To be more precise, if I make you stronger. Through hard work that surely won't be easy. Right now, the goddess of balance who walks ahead was, to be honest, very scared. Which crazy hunter would sign this contract? After going through a long and intense training session, a figure stands before a woman radiating light. A disembodied voice echoes, promising servitude. You will be able to become my servant. The goddess of balance who walks ahead was not completely sure of herself either. A close-up reveals a woman with long, flowing hair and bandages covering her eyes. Using common sense, there's no way a hunter would accept to form a contract with such poor conditions. This is unfair contract. Making a contract with a constellation and being bound to it. It isn't something very common mortal. A voice echoes, explaining that one's soul becomes unbounded to the constellation upon making a contract. It continues, stating that the individual is accepting to live their life restrained by the constellation, urging them to take a look. A figure is shown. A figure asks if the individual will become their servant. The text below details that powerful strength and magic are given immediately after the contract, guaranteeing an increase in hunter rank. The figure asks if the individual will receive these benefits. The text below states that constellations have no patience. The text below states that their competition to get servants is intense. The text below states that hunters who are familiar with the world's matters knew about this fact. A man asks what kind of training it is. The text states that a hunter who is not familiar with the world's matters. The text states that a training center in the abyss has been prepared. It continues, stating that one must know that the time in the abyss flows differently from that of the earth. The text states that one will be training alone inside the abyss for hundreds of years. It continues, stating that if one were to come out during that time, The text states that one will not be able to go back. The man from before exclaims that it's like the room from Dragon Ball, then asks what that is. Yansung looks down, his expression troubled. The constellation replies, "No, it's nothing." Yansung clenches his fist, thinking, it'd be too good to be true if they became stronger without doing anything. It's a big misunderstanding. The young constellation Choi Yansung's expression hardens. He thinks, so the servants of the other constellations must have overcome this process. A narration box states, they became stronger immediately after forming a contract. Yansung looks down at his bandaged hands, thinking, I know it'll be a hard decision for you, and I understand that. It is too big of a sacrifice for humans. The constellation says, I will give you a week's time so. Yansung replies, I will do it. He is confused. The constellation looks down, her expression unreadable. The constellation thinks, are you sure? You can think through it for a bit longer. I don't think it's something you should decide so easily on. Yansung thinks, it's not like I have any attachment to my world, and I can just leave a letter and call it a day. I want to become stronger if it's possible. Yansung thinks, and if I can save the world while doing it, it'd be like killing two birds with one stone. The constellation thinks, Constellation Nim. The constellation thinks, I've heard that most humans on Earth are greedy and vile, so I was worried. But thankfully, it seems like my readings of the futures weren't wrong this time. Suddenly, Yansung is surrounded by a blue aura. He shouts, wait, so, does that mean that they were wrong? UAD. The constellation's power surges, crackling with raw energy. The energy shatters, dispersing like fragments of glass. The constellation's voice echoes, instructing Yansung to simply think about the letter he wants to leave behind. The constellation urges Yansung Choi to overcome the trials. The constellation continues, promising to take him in as a servant when he succeeds. Beams of energy converge, focusing on a single point. The constellation uses its power to ensure the letter is delivered to its destination. A figure is transported through a swirling purple portal. The energy dissipates, leaving only faint traces of light. A room comes into view, stark and unfamiliar. Inside the room, weights and training equipment sit undisturbed. A letter rests on the floor, sealed with a red emblem. A sealed letter, addressed to everyone, sits waiting. A surge of energy crackles through the air. The abyss pulses with raw power. The energy intensifies, swirling within the abyss. He coughs, the air thick with unseen energy. The density of magic power is insanely high, Yansung realizes. The landscape resembles some kind of dungeon, filled with floating rock formations. Scientists from Earth assume that dungeons are disintegrated pieces of the space of the abyss. Yansung notes that nothing is here, wondering if this entire thing is just a big training center. He decides he'll just start training now. Yansung begins his training, shouting with each strike. A figure declares that they must have foretold the future correctly this time. One of the winged figures muses, finding Yansung Choi to be a wonderful servant candidate. The hooded figure states that the goddess of balance is said to foretell the future perfectly, but that is not the case. She knew she could do it if she really tried, but they can only see some pieces of the future. To predict the future, they need to deduce the other pieces. The future read by the goddess of balance is as follows. Yansung Choi trains in the abyss. The frustration of the constellations whose plans go to waste because of him. One of the winged figures wonders what would happen if she made such a powerful human into her servant. It's such a perfect plan no matter how hard she thinks about it. She bows her allegiance to the goddess. The winged figure feels the most uneasy when she's so confident like that. One of the winged figures has a feeling that something is going to go wrong. She just needs to wait for Yansung Choi to get to the training center. Yansung has prepared everything he needs inside the training center. Advanced training machines, and some toys that will help to change the mood once in a while. And above all, a safe training environment. That is the least he can provide him with. It looks really dangerous. He expresses surprise. Yansung wonders if this is the trial the goddess prepared for him, realizing that there is no growth without risk. If it's a trial prepared by a constellation, it must have a great meaning behind it. Bathed in a torrent of crackling blue energy, Yansung wondered if this was the goddess's trial. The energy intensified, and he felt as though his whole body was about to break. Sweat beaded on his brow, but Yansung steeled his resolve. He had to endure it. The vortex of energy continued to assault him. He gritted his teeth, remembering that enduring pain and hardship was a constellation's purpose. The storm of magic raged around him. The energy swirled, testing his limits. The magical forces intensified. After the powerful magic storm, the illusion magic that had been covering the goddess of balance's territory was broken. That illusion magic had been used for security. Before Yansung Choi knew it, an unusual storm hit. This was something that not even the goddess foresight could find out. A figure with a blindfold wonders something. Two winged figures wonder why he isn't coming in. One thinks that they should be able to feel Yansung Choi's presence if he enters the training grounds. The blindfolded figure wonders why they still haven't heard anything from him. They consider that if he was dropped off from the training grounds, he would have gone in immediately, or if he moved around, he should have been found. The blindfolded figure questions if the autonomy of Earthlings is really okay. They think they already prepared everything for the person who's going to train for a while, and also prepared new equipment for a safe and effective training environment. They even got toys for them to play with during their spare time. It's the duty and responsibility of a hunter to accept many different conditions for the safest and pleasant training experience you can focus on. A winged figure reports that they've checked all around the training grounds, but cannot find the human they were speaking of. The blindfolded figure, addressing Angel Atacaniel, asks what that is supposed to mean, stating that they definitely sent Yansung Choi there. A red-haired figure thinks, "Master, I think." Preparing, the human was swept away by the magic storm. The angel, wings spread wide, looks up with concern. "Master," she asks, her voice echoing in the vast space. Atacaniel's expression hardens with determination. "Find that human for me," she commands, her voice ringing with authority. A woman with long white hair stands in a room, her expression worried. "We can't leave him lost wandering around the abyss like this. We have to save him." Atacaniel lowers her head, her expression resolute. "Understood, Master," she replies, her voice filled with determination. Soaring through the jagged landscape of the abyss, Atacaniel vows, "I will definitely find him." The abyss stretches out, a desolate landscape of floating rocks and shadows. The abyss, an infinite space. The place where even the constellations barely touched. Finding a single human that was swept away by a storm was. Atacaniel continues her search, her wings beating against the oppressive darkness of the abyss. The white-haired woman stands in a room, her expression worried. Close to impossible. A vortex of raw magical energy swirls, threatening to tear apart anything caught within. A huge flow of magic surges, threatening to destroy his whole body. Yansung Choi felt as if he was thrown into a deep sea alone, though he's never been to it. He coughs, sputtering. He cries out for help, gasping as high concentrations of magic energy circulate through his breathing. The divine celestial technique turns magic energy into inner strength, training the body. The bone strength increases, and the muscle density increases. The dantian expands, and the amount of inner strength increases. This is a trial. A voice echoes, declaring this a trial. As he thought, becoming a constellation slave isn't easy. He coughs, exhausted. Yansung Choi wonders if it is over, realizing even the first training is hard. Yansung Choi looks around. He wonders if this is the place for his next training. This is the place the magic storm brought Yansung Choi to. It is an empty place. Yansung Choi thinks it's like Onyx that appears in Pokemon. But that monster looks to be around an A rank. Yansung Choi wonders if the goddess overestimated him, even though he's only AC rank. Well, there's no need to overthink things. The constellation probably thought this all over. Phew, alright Onyx. All he has left now is time. Let's go. He throws a punch with all his might, aiming to strike the rock monster. Yansung Choi's face contorts with effort. The rock monster remains unfazed. Yansung Choi is shocked. No reaction? I put all my strength into that punch. The rock monster looms large. Yansung Choi grits his teeth. The rock monster declares, "Just you wait." Yansung Choi vows, "One day I'll make you into rubble with this fist." Yansung Choi thinks, "All that's left to do is train until I can defeat you." When Yansung first joined his hunter clan, someone got this for free from the auction. Who wants to try it out? One of the men wonders if even a normal person would buy that. The man looks on. Another man asks if he can try that out, wondering if Yansung was interested in martial arts. The man holding the book says that it's those kinds of shows. He adds that the young one has quite an old taste, but shouldn't waste too much time on this. So no one's going to take it. If he doesn't think it'll work, then it's better to change to something else. Just like how mana is like a sorcerer's health, inner energy is the main power to a martial arts user. Even the same moves become more powerful based on the amount of inner energy. Yansung was always interested in martial arts, and that's why the slow divine celestial technique was not popular. Martial arts that involve training your inner energy are known to be slow as hell. He had countless of opportunities to move on to other martial arts, but he loved the divine celestial technique. The air crackles with unseen energy, the very atmosphere thrumming with power. He gathers the ambient energy, shaping it into a tangible force. The energy explodes outwards, a radiant display of raw power. The divine celestial technique, it's explained, had no specific way to gain inner energy. But celestial footwork allows him to move with impossible speed and grace, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. A celestial punch, a strike imbued with the very essence of the heavens, shatters the air before it. Celestial footwork. Celestial kick. Every attack used inner energy, and he would absorb that exposed energy. The exposed energy flows into him, replenishing his reserves and fueling his power. By repeating this method, he would gain small amounts of inner energy. Every time he punches and uses his skills during training, he is gaining more and more inner energy. The energy coalesces around his fist. If only he could repeat this simple task endlessly. The energy continues to flow through Yansung Choi's body. A trainer will one day become a master. It's easy in theory, but not everyone can do it. The rock monster watches Yansung Choi's training. The energy explodes outward as Yansung Choi continues his training. The rock monster is surprised as a notification appears. B+ rank skill, internal strike has been learned. The divine celestial technique's rank has increased. You have reached the first class. He stood amidst the shattered remains of what was, perhaps, a training exercise. The air crackled with residual energy. Shawan wondered, if he compared himself to other hunters, what his rank would be. Was he only B rank? Standing atop a rocky precipice, Li Shawan sighed. He really didn't have talent. Hunter Li S. Han rose to a rank, of course. Li Shawan, a Chinese hunter, stood before the cameras. Shawan mused that his martial arts class was Zenith. To make it simple, it was around the sixth circle of magic. An interviewer asked if he was aiming to grow stronger. Li Shawan declared, S rank. His goal was to become the first S rank martial arts user. It would take him about 1,000 years to reach his rank at this rate, Shawan thought. Humph. A monstrous creature loomed. Li Shawan stood before the beast. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It was a fair fight. The stone serpent hadn't underestimated Yanxiang. As Yanxiang gained more inner energy throughout the years, it could no longer ignore him. The stone serpent hums, and Yanxiang exclaims in surprise. The stone serpent emits a bright light. The stone serpent declares that it won't kill Yanxiang, adding that it chose him as a target for training. Yanxiang sighs, wondering where he should head off to, unable to tell which way is which. He wonders if he can just go anywhere to train. Yanxiang sits atop the stone serpent's head, expressing his confusion. The stone serpent continues to hum. Yanxiang looks around, confused. 100 years ago, a sound Yanxiang heard when he first reached the abyss. The stone serpent exclaims about a mana storm. Yanxiang wonders if the goddess is trying to send him to the next training ground. A surge of energy fills the area as a voice declares, "Aight, let's go Onyx." He urges someone to hurry. Even the strongest can die in a mana storm. Monsters can die from a mana storm. Yanxiang stands atop the rock monster. A surge of energy pulses through the area. The stone serpent was almost done with himself. To be continued. The storm of magic rages around Yansung Choi. The constellation muses that this must be how everyone gets around in the abyss, finding it pretty cool. Yansung Choi realizes that now that he's reached the first-class level, he can see how incredible magic storms are. The magic fills his entire body, getting rid of fatigue and training his body at the same time. He thinks it's an incredible recovery mechanism. Yansung Choi guesses constellations are pretty amazing to be able to control such power to their will, desperately flailing in an attempt to correct the misunderstanding. If he hadn't gone along with it, thinking it was a training exercise the goddess had prepared for him, he would have been immediately ripped to shreds in the storm. Yansung Choi wonders if there is anything to eat here, strangely not hungry, even after 100 years of not eating, but the constellation stands still. Yansung Choi wonders what it is. The rock monster speaks, saying rocks. The rock monster tilts its head, considering the offer. Phew, it's technically meat, so can I eat it? The rock monster stares intently at Choi Yansung, who responds with a hesitant, The rock monster holds a small rock in its mouth, looking expectantly at Yansung. The rock monster expresses its gratitude. Thanks, but no thanks. It's the thought that counts. Yansung waves his hand dismissively. I'd feel too bad. Haha, you silly. A system notification appears. You have gained complete understanding of the giant stone serpent. Another system notification appears. You have learned from its movements, the stone martial arts. Yansung begins to practice the stone martial arts. He is strong enough to smash and flip the earth. And at the same time, flexible, as if he swims through the air. Peak expert Yansung Choi tried out the stone arts right there on the spot. Yansung is surprised by the new techniques. I didn't know this kind of thing existed. I won't stop using the divine celestial techniques, but this is pretty fun too. He declares that as he transcends to higher levels through training, the depths of enlightenment he attains grow significantly too. Yansung looks forward to this next training. Yansung wonders what the next training ground will be like. The rock monster calls out to Yansung. The rock monster asks if he is going to train underwater, telling him to stand back. The rock monster tells Yansung that since he's a rock type, he'll probably be weak against water. Yansung dives in. Incredibly toxic water penetrates Yansung's skin. The panel indicates that Yansung's divine celestial energy is being consumed rapidly, and complete depletion of his energy will put his life at risk. Yansung grunts in pain. Yansung's body is being poisoned. His poison immunity has increased. A rock monster lets out a low growl. The rock monster stares into the distance, seemingly confused. The rock monster continues to stare. Choi Yansung lands heavily on the ground, panting. He realizes, so this is a sea of the abyss. Something sparkled way down there, right? Is that the objective the goddess assigned to me? Yansung thinks, I don't know how I'll manage to pierce a poisoned sea, but... False. He continues, it's a clairvoyant goddess's test, so I'm sure there's got to be a way. The rock monster lets out another growl. Yansung says, I've got no choice, do I? Choi Yansung clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. He unleashes a kick, a purple aura flaring around his leg. Yansung Choi vows to build up his inner strength using the divine celestial techniques until he can withstand the poison of the sea. A voice declares that this is the solution, although it took a while. His hand, wrapped in bandages, is shown with several cuts. Yansung is not hungry, thanks to the magic of the abyss. It has been a disgustingly long time. Choi Yansung reflects that he likes that he's getting stronger, but wonders if it's fine for it to be taking so long. He has been here for 200 years. He knows time flows differently here than on Earth, but still. The rock monster asks if it's rocks again, and then says Q. He wonders if it is good, and then says he kinda wants to try it now. Yansung Choi is not hungry, thanks to the magic of the abyss, but it feels like he is missing something from his life. He thinks he remembers saying something similar 200 years ago, too. A blue monster lies on the beach. The monster must be one that lives in the poison sea. The rock monster says Q. If you think about it, it's basically a type of fish. I mean, it lives in the sea. Yansung Choi stands nearby. He thought to himself that it should be safe to eat. Yansung looked up at the creature, which was thinking Q. He wondered if it would be safe to eat as long as he cooked it right. Yansung smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes. A strange energy crackles in the air. He eyes the creature before him. Yansung thinks, I guess I should cook it if I want to eat it in a humane way. Yansung approaches a large rock formation. With a focused grunt, Yansung delivers a powerful punch to the rock. He stares at the shattered remains of the rock, assessing his handiwork. A cooking utensil creation is complete. It's not bad considering it's his first time doing it. Yansung slices into the monster with his newly created knife. A rock monster looks on, confused. Huh? He exclaims, huh? What's going on? Why is the stone chopping board melting? He holds up the makeshift knife, crafted from the monster's remains. The monster head screeches. The monster head looks surprised. The monster head screeches as Yansung holds up a yellow rock. He wonders what it is. The text box reads that this is a mantidine, the most precious treasure for rock-type monsters. Yansung is surprised that the monster head isn't melting even after touching the toxins. He thinks he could use this to make a chopping board, catching two birds with one stone. Yansung decides he'll make a cooking utensil kit while he trains in the abyss. Yansung realizes he understands what the clan leader was talking about back then, and that this must be the joy of hobbies. A vision of another man appears, saying that Yansung needs a hobby. If he makes a proper cooking utensil kit and takes up cooking as a hobby, he could cook himself food that could help in training, so it'd be like. Although, this is the only food he can make with his current cooking utensils. Yansung thinks there's not much he can do about it. Yansung Choi was not a picky eater. Even back on Earth, he had an ascetic diet. He thinks about eating grilled chicken breast with chicken breast slush and chopped up chicken breast as his dessert. In the past, someone asks Yansung what he's going to eat today, and he replies that they ate out already. To him, a meal is nothing more than a nutritional supplement to aid in his training. This kind of man could not be a picky eater. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as the substance takes effect. The poison's initial impact is violent, causing him to vomit. A system notification appears. You have consumed poison. Another notification. Your inner strength increases slightly. Yansung grimaces. It tastes a bit spicy, and it's edible. He clenches his bandaged hands, wondering if his inner strength has increased. Venoms are energies of a sort. Yansung faces a massive, grotesque fish monster. Intoxicated, you could turn this energy into inner strength. His wrapped fists tighten. Determination hardens his features. All right then, if you don't become, I will catch and eat everything here. The defeated fish monster lies on the beach, a testament to the battle that just concluded. A single word echoes in the air, kill. And so, a few hundred years passed. The beach remains, littered with the bones of the fallen. The sun beats down on the sands as Yansung Choi stands alone. During this time, Yansung Choi's mind and body had changed significantly. The venom of the abyss is spreading throughout his body. He has successfully overcome the poison using the inner strength of the divine, celestial technique. His body's immunity to poison has reached its peak. Yansung has gained the A-rank skill, unconquerable poison immunity. He is no longer affected by poison. He can pull out and use poison from his dantian. The rank of divine celestial technique increases. His eyes gleam with newfound power, a testament to the trials he has overcome. A system notification appears. Yansung Choi has reached the peak rank. But something feels off about the goddess not calling him back yet. He wonders if Earth is doing all right. Yansung reflects on the unconquerable poison immunity skill he has gained and the peak rank he has achieved. If he converted it in terms of hunter rank, he'd be around rank A. On Earth, that would be around the level of a national strategic weapon. He realizes that he is far from strong enough, considering the dangers of the world. It's time for him to go on to the next step, and he'll continue training. Yansung tells Onyx that it's time to say farewell. He needs to go, and he needs to become stronger. Onyx asks what he means. Yansung declares that this is farewell. He tells Onyx that he can go back to where he came from now. It's too dangerous for him to follow, and since he's a rock type, he probably couldn't follow him into the water. A notification appears. Unconquerable poison immunity. Because of this, the poison ocean could not harm Yansung Choi in any way. The aggressive monsters of the ocean are now busy running away from the merciless hunting of Yansung Choi. Yansung Choi was the king of this ocean. He found it, the source of magical energy that he saw on his first day here. He can finally see it up close, just as he thought. It's the portal to his next training ground. He wonders what kind of training awaits him this time. Yansung moves towards the portal. He is looking forward to it. Divine celestial technique senses a battle. Attacks from the outside will be automatically defended against. In any other dungeon, the body of those who have reached the peak rank of martial arts. automatically prepares itself for battle when it senses animosity. However, could have felt it the moment they stepped into this territory. The killing intent that could not be sensed. Meanwhile, Yansung faces monsters in a new dungeon. The focus is on them. Beings whose existence is like the gods, constellations. A constellation's attributes, within its domain, essentially dictate the laws of nature. One of the monsters chuckles, amused by Yansung's presence. The monster wonders what the race of their little friend is. Yansung states that he is human. The monster asks if it's Yansung's first time here, then he presumes. The monster says that he will explain some things to Yansung. The monster says that now, first of all, they are newcomers. The monster says that they seem to need a beheading. The monster says to realize that this is the home of the great dominator of blood and war. Yansung wonders how kind. He thinks to himself about the dominator of blood and war, musing that this training ground has quite the brutal concept. Energy is compressed into his fist to create fist ki. Yansung punches Volgon. Volgon exclaims in surprise. The monsters yell to bring it on, saying that Yansung is here to pass the test. He focuses his energy. One of the monsters wonders if this is a test to get on Master's good side, while also commenting that Yansung isn't bad. Another monster asks if they want to get on the great dominator of blood and war's good side, while also saying that Yansung looks flimsy and weak, but is too shabby. The monsters scream to kill him, saying it's been a while since their blood boiled like this. Another monster screams to kill him and rip him to pieces. The monsters attack Yansung. Volgon attacks Yansung. The monsters continue to attack Yansung, screaming to surround him. The monsters continue to attack Yansung, telling each other not to let him use those weird techniques. Yansung performs a celestial kick. Yansung clicks his tongue. One of the monsters says that his surroundings are too wide and that he can't keep fighting while surrounded, while another monster comments that Yansung is not bad. The demonic dogs snarled, their fiery eyes promising a painful end. But a human is a human, one of them barked. All you amount to is dog food. Yansung stared at the creatures. That's a dog, he wondered. Clenching his fists, Yansung grit his teeth. There's no end to this, damn it. Blue energy crackled around his fists as the young constellation prepared to fight. With a burst of speed, Yansung unleashed a devastating blow. He needed to find advantageous terrain and win. Meanwhile, Yansung spotted a building. Kicking down the door, Yansung shouted, "Pardon me, excuse me, but I'm going to be borrowing your house for a while." A friendly voice greeted him. "Welcome, sir. What great timing. We've just finished preparing some nice, warm soup." Yansung looked around, surprised. "Oh, this is a restaurant. I didn't know there was a restaurant in a place like this." The owner replied, "Of course, sir. You need to eat well to fight well." The beast folk, Volgon, asks if there is anything good to eat. He muses that it has been so long since he's had any properly cooked food. Volgon assures him, "Certainly, sir." Volgon offers, "How's a pot of toxic soup sound to you?" Yansung asks, "How's that, sir?" Volgon asks if it is to his taste. Yansung replies, "Yeah." A strange energy surrounds Yansung's hand. A notification appears, stating that he is protected from all toxins and can control poison to his own will. Another notification states that the poison absorbed through his dantian will be converted to energy. Volgon exclaims, "Why you? Just who the hell are you?" He realizes, this place is a real hidden gem. Volgon shouts, "There he is." The human ran away into the restaurant. A horde of monsters descends, screaming, "Kill." Volgon smirks. The monsters are ready to attack. The monsters scream. A trio of grotesque monsters lurk behind a makeshift wooden barricade, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. One of the monsters, a hulking brute with crimson skin and spiraling horns, bellows a challenge. "Come at me." Another, purple-skinned and equally menacing, snarls, "You bastard human." Gripping a section of the barricade, Yansung steels himself, a grim determination hardening his features. He thinks to himself, "I could fight for hours from here." It's been many hours since Yansung Choi had been protesting in the restaurant. The sound of battle echoes as Yansung clashes with the monsters. Yansung continues to fight, surrounded by the grotesque creatures. Yansung realizes he has learned a new skill, Chair Fist, a martial art that uses a chair as a weapon, now ranked B+. There's something different about the feeling Yansung gets from life-threatening battles. Yansung finally knows why the goddess prepared a test like this. At the same time, the goddess of balance who walks ahead was. Meanwhile, the great Majo Dagon wonders if there is any news about Yansung Choi and how Adikaniel is doing. Adikaniel flies through the sky. How do I look for a single human in the abyss? Yansung wonders if that is all of them. He wondered how many more times he would have to endure these kinds of fights. Yansung Choi's senses, having reached their peak, were incredibly sensitive. Because of that, he felt something unusual coming from the pot. A strange pressure emanated from the pot. Something rare, something with a powerful force, was mixed inside this pot. Yansung Choi realized how hard he had worked to obtain that pot. Adio asked, "Owner, you didn't die?" "What? Die?" The monster begged, "Please let it go. I suffered so much to find that adamantium pot." Yansung Choi stepped on Adio's head, retorting, "Didn't you get this by fighting for it in the first place?" Adio groaned in pain. Yansung Choi declared, "If they fought with their lives on the line, then it's obvious that the winner should." Adio, still pinned, vowed, No, this entire inn. Starting from today, they are both mine. A sign declares the existence of an inn. Yansung Choi once read a martial arts story. It was a story about a retired martial arts master buying an inn, making it look nice, and running it. Choi Yansung recalled the scene he longed for in the past after he got to own the restaurant. Starting from now, this place is the Demon Inn. Don't joke with me. This is my restaurant, and if you want it back, then win it back from me. Isn't that the way they do things here? Spare time. Who? That demon owner bastard. They use the kitchen pretty cleanly. Yansung, people need a hobby. A hobby. Since there's no tools, there's nothing I can do. I guess I just gotta eat it raw. Kikek. Now, location, tools, and ingredients. I got all of them. I can study cooking in my. Should I find out what the ingredients are first? What kind of? You have consumed poison. Your inner strength is. He examines an unidentifiable fruit. Next is this unidentifiable fruit. The system informs him that he has consumed poison, and his inner strength is increasing. The system informs him that he has consumed poison, and his inner strength is increasing. He wonders about another ingredient. The system informs him that he has consumed poison, and his inner strength is increasing. He has. Yansung thinks about who else would have poison in their restaurant. He decides to eat the ingredients raw and use his complete poison immunity skill to turn it into inner strength. Yansung realizes something. He wonders if it's okay for him to eat poison. He can just think of the poison as an ingredient and cook it, can't he? Perfect logic. From this point on, in the morning, Yansung Choi fought monsters to gain experience. And at night, he started studying cooking. The system informs him that he has consumed poison, and his inner strength is increasing. And like that, the time he spent in the Demon Inn was over 100 years. Yansung sweeps the floor of his restaurant. Yansung holds a wooden staff. It's already time. A monstrous figure bursts through the door, splintering wood and sending debris flying. The demon roars, "Come out, human. I have returned." Surrounded by a horde of grotesque creatures, Volgon declares, "It's happening again today. We thought it'd be fun, so we've come to join the fight." Inside a dimly lit room, Yansung Choi stands calmly, seemingly unfazed by the chaos outside. A voice echoes, "I think highly of your grit of not giving up even after you die continuously." The demons outside proclaim, "This place is now the Demon Inn. It's not a restaurant anymore." Adio, his face contorted in rage, screams, "Kaik! This is enraging. To think my kitchen knife isn't reaching." Yansung Choi steps out of the inn, his expression hardening. "Get out of my inn," he shouts. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The air crackles with energy as a notification appears. The divine celestial technique has become easier to use. A surge of power courses through him. Your inner strength circulation has become faceted. Lightning dances around Yansung Choi, illuminating his determined face. He is becoming stronger. A new skill is announced, a rank skill, body and fist. The illustration of the body and fist technique appears, emphasizing the synergy between body and mind. A skill where both the body and the mind synergize. If you compare yourself to before you learnt the skill, your movements become dozens of times faster. All martial artists desire this skill, but a hunter's skill is not something you can obtain by just wanting it. Popular skills have a lot of analysis done by the users, and artifacts appear a lot in auctions. The next item up for auction is the Frozen Arrow, a magic scroll with a spell on it. But for a small number of martial artists. One says, "Body and fist scroll, please." Another replies, "Hey, just buy a lottery ticket." They had little information on the artifacts they could get. So they didn't have a choice but to pray and hope that what they were looking for came out. Even though I don't know the exact requirements yet, after repeatedly risking my life, I was able to get the body and fist skill. If this information gets out to the public, the martial artists would cry of joy. I'll fight as well. Me first. Although, that's only possible after I go back. An endless fight. Everyone that's received the grace of the dominator of blood and war. Do not fail him. Volgon groans, wondering how this is possible. The demons can't believe they couldn't take down a single human, even after 100 years. As long as he camps in there, they can't get to him. One of the demons curses the building's sturdiness. They can't even crush him together with the restaurant. Meanwhile, the demons felt a need for change. Yansung Choi, too, felt a need for development, realizing he's plateaued. His culinary research has allowed him to cultivate energy, but his martial arts haven't made any progress. Yansung wonders if it's not possible to experience anything like when he acquired body and fist, exclaiming, "What? No way." Volgon exclaims, My goodness, what fresh void beast meat. It's making me drool." He bets his stats would really skyrocket if he were to cook this up. Yansung smirks, realizing those punks are trying to bait him out this time. From inside the Demon Inn, a cacophony of demonic voices echoes. They insist that this is a sight one should really see, something out of the ordinary. The demons had to bring him out, no matter what. One of them shouts, "You demons." The demons are surprised. One of them wonders if he really came outside. Yansung Choi has left the Demon Inn. The demons announce that he's come outside. The demons prepare to attack, shouting to kill him. The Demon Inn, while acting as Yansung Choi's safety net, is simultaneously a chain that restricts his growth. Only a small number of demons are able to fight him within the inn. This also means that there are no battles that he must risk his life in, or enlightenment to be attained. He decided to play along with the demons' terrible acting and trickery. They tell each other not to be scared, claiming they have the upper hand. The air crackles with anticipation. The demons stand ready, their menacing presence a palpable threat. Adio towers over Yansung, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. A cruel grin stretches across Adio's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Adio's voice drips with mockery. What's wrong? Is it scary being outside? Can you barely stay standing? You're cowardly hiding behind walls, acting big. Yansung's eyes harden, his voice a low growl. It all ends today. A flicker of doubt crosses Yansung's face. This doesn't look good at all. He grits his teeth, frustration building. I don't think my martial arts will improve at all, at this rate. Volgan's voice booms with rage. What did you say? What the hell do you take us for? The narration speaks of Xiaowan Li, the only martial artist to be an A-class hunter. Yansung recalls Xiaowan Li's words. Once said, about the stage he reached, that it was a stage at which one could be confident about oneself. He remembers a time when he didn't understand. Yansung Choi didn't know the meaning behind those words, back then. But now, having reached the peak, Yansung understood. In the past, he had focused solely on cultivating inner strength, pounding enemies with attacks. But the sense of urgency that followed him everywhere, stemming from a lack of self-confidence, he no longer felt it at all. He now has all the leisure in the world, self-aware of just what kind of being he is. Calmly, Yansung cultivates his inner strength. He could sense the world telling him that he was stronger than the swarm of demons rushing him. Yansung has succeeded in rolling with the attacks using the inner strength from the divine, celestial techniques. He has learned to use the opponent's strength for himself. Yansung has attained enlightenment on the full counter technique. He has acquired A-rank skill full counter. Yansung, holding a large piece of meat and a gold nugget, exclaims, I'm super grateful. He declares, I'll fight you whenever you want, as long as you bring me gifts like these. Demons surround a building, one of them shouting, just you wait, you bastard human. A large piece of meat sits atop a pile of gold. A voice declares, all right. From atop a building, a voice booms. I thought you wanted to fight. Where are you all? An explosion erupts. The demons strategize, keep attacking. He specializes in close combat. We have to finish him off from a distance using magic. The demons unleash a fiery blast. One asks, did we get him? A figure stands amidst the smoke, unharmed. A system message appears. You have succeeded in blocking the attacks using the inner strength from the divine, celestial techniques. Yansung stands firm, a purple aura surrounding him. The system announces, due to successfully blocking the demon's attacks, your body's level of durability has increased a stage. You have reached the stage of invulnerability. The demons continue their assault. One shouts, damn human, just die already. Another exclaims, you took the magic head on. How the hell are you still moving? A system message appears. You have acquired A-rank skill, invulnerable body. The more the demons continued to swarm him, the stronger Yansung Choi grew, and the larger the gap in power between them became. And after hundreds of years, the demons lie defeated. He sighs, looking weary. Yansung tells the demons that they've had enough fighting for the day and orders them to leave. The demons protest, complaining that they haven't even had a chance to fight yet. The demons grumble, questioning why they are being dismissed so early, especially when they waited all day to fight the human. One suggests that Yansung is kind for letting them fight first. One of the demons warns the others not to cut in line, threatening to refuse to fight anyone who causes a commotion. Another demon assures him that there are plenty of demons who want to fight. A demon comments on how hard it is to find strong opponents like humans, and praises their ability to stand in line well. Yansung thinks to himself that he's gotten pretty close with the demons, somehow, and that it's to be expected after bickering for hundreds of years. Yansung holds up his hunter card. The card is a magical equipment supplied to Yansung Choi upon first registering within the association. When imbued with the user's hunter energy, it displays the user's stats. Yansung decides to see how much progress he's made from training, since it's been a while since he's taken it out. Yansung stares intently at his hunter card. The hunter card displays Yansung Choi's name, hunter rank of C+, job as a martial arts user, and stage as peak. The card lists his acquired skills: A-rank divine celestial technique, A-rank complete poison immunity, A-rank body and fist, A-rank full counter, A-rank invulnerable body, A-rank 3 flowers convergence, A-rank heavenly martial body, A-rank state of perfection, and rank resonance from the world. He thinks to himself, surprised by the skills he has gained, skills he never dreamed of getting on Earth. But what's this? A figure stands silhouetted, casting a shadow that resembles a galaxy. It was an incredible stat with every skill above a rank, but of all of them, the one that caught Yansung Choi's eyes was a rank unconquerable poison immunity. Yansung recalls, if he recalls correctly, when he first learned this, it was a D-rank martial arts technique. He's never seen a skill go up in its ranks. Unconquerable poison immunity, be unharmed by any poison, gain the ability to control poison, and inner strength is increased when poison is consumed. Body and fist, the point at which you can move precisely how you want to. Full counter, the ability to return the attacks of the enemy, no matter how strong they are. Invulnerable body, the skin becomes harder than steel, and is able to fend off most attacks. As far as Yansung knew, in terms of what skills he had, convergence of 3 flowers. This was a skill that even Yansung Choi had heard of back on Earth. The magic power and inner strength. This is that hunters use when they use skills. When the quality of the source of these powers diminish or become faint, it can lead to the failure of the skill or reduce power of the skill. On the contrary, when the inner strength is vast and pure, one can reach the legendary pinnacle where 3 flowers bloom when you cultivate your ki. The skill is ranked A, convergence of 3 flowers. The skill type is revealed to be convergence of 3 flowers. Yansung wonders if he remembers correctly, thinking it's a skill given to hunters who have mastered the A rank unique martial arts. Arts techniques such as the Violet Dawn Divine Technique or the Divine Tai Chi Technique. Yansung Choi was not aware. Even though the Divine Celestial Technique is very slow and tedious, it allows the user to build up the purest inner strength. He had been practicing this technique for thousands of years. A rank, heavenly martial body skill. It means that one's body is the ideal gifted body for practicing martial arts. More specifically, it means that their affinity with their inner strength is very high, and most of the time, this is an innate trait. He thinks this must be thanks to the magic storm, since he doesn't really have any innate talent. The goddess must have set his first trial as a magic storm for a reason. A goddess's preparation is nothing to be looked down on. He still doesn't know where he is. You are now able to use martial arts techniques after seeing it once. He's never even heard of this skill. One can barely master a single martial arts technique within their entire lifetime. But with this skill, he could use a number of techniques similar to how mages use many different spells. It's a skill he's never seen before, but it's apparent that it's a powerful skill. But the last skill, what even is this one? It doesn't even have a rank or anything. Resonance from the universe. You are closer to reaching the peak of your existence, and the universe resonates for you. Yansung Choi was not aware that it was an event which could stir up the entire Earth. The soup finished while he was looking at his hunter cards, and that he had taken his first step towards it. One of the demons exclaimed, "I knew I was no match for you even before I died. How are you so strong?" Another demon responded, "I've been challenging him for the last 500 years, but he just keeps getting stronger." Yansung served the demons. One of them asked, "Food?" This was an actual restaurant. The other responded, "Oh, was it your first time challenging him?" The demon declared, "I will refill my energy with this food and beat him next time." The new recipe testing which now became a daily routine. Mastering cooking skills by consistently changing up the menu. One of the demons exclaimed, "It's so delicious. Human, you weren't only good at fighting. How about that dish?" Another demon said, "Cock. This is something only a pig would eat." Yansung thought, "Oh well, I guess I can't succeed every time." Yansung wrote down a recipe. One of the demons exclaimed, "Quayoak, you damned human, you poisoned him dash." He declared, "I will not eat such a thing." Yansung thought, I guess this recipe was a failure. The young constellation Choi Yansung watches the demons with a slight smile. Adio slams his fist on the table, declaring, "Human, I am a warrior who came here to fight. I'm not a prisoner who is here to go through torture. I will not go along with your schemes." Volgon stomps his foot, demanding, "Human, fight me fair and square." The demons stand ready to fight. One of the demons wonders, "He should have just told me if he didn't want to eat the food. What does he think he's doing to the food I made?" Yansung raises his hand, a blue aura emanating from his palm. "You're forbidden from entering this place even after you resurrect." Another demon apologizes, "I'm sorry you had to witness that. You can continue eating and tell me how the food is." Another demon exclaims, It's so delicious. It has the taste of a noble spirit." A demon thinks, I could devote this to the dominator of blood and war as an offering. Wow, such a perfect taste, human." Another demon says, "Yeah, that's strange though. It didn't taste very good to me, so I gave it to you guys to judge." Yansung smiles, saying, "I'm glad you guys like it. Finish it before." Two demons happily eat the food, exclaiming, "Yup, ihi." Yansung thinks, I guess demons really have different tastes. They think this is good. The system message appears. You have experimented with many different recipes by tasting many different abyss food ingredients. You have earned the C rank skill. His fist clenches, a surge of frustration coursing through him. Yansung unleashes a powerful kick, the force of it echoing in the air. He stands in his kitchen, the apron a stark contrast to the intensity in his eyes. It's just as he had thought. It's not increasing anymore. His inner strength isn't increasing anymore. It feels like his dantian is full and stuck. His growth is blocked. Even if he wants to get stronger, Yansung no longer has anyone he could use as a reference. Yansung's gaze hardens. There's no martial artist who is stronger than him. So he must overcome this barrier by himself. He only has one method if he wants to get stronger. A stronger opponent. Opponents stronger than the local lesser demons. He needs a truly formidable opponent who may be stronger than he is. Yansung stands outside a door, the sound of knocking echoing. Is the owner inside? A man opens the door. "Are you here to dine? Great timing. We've got some high. Grab a seat anywhere, and he'll make him a meat rice bowl soon." The young constellation Choi Yansung's expression is unreadable as he considers something. Volgon, towering over Yansung, declares that he will try it out. As Yansung led Volgon inside the inn, he scanned the demon's abilities. The unfamiliar demon states that he is looking forward to Yansung's skills. As a master of the limited peak rank, Yansung could know right away. Volgan thinks to himself that he is way stronger than Yansung Choi himself. Volgan's magic power seemed to show off the infinite potential of the demon species. The demon's power is palpable. Yansung realizes that it's the start of a new level of training. Today's menu at the Demon Inn is meat donburi without rice. A man in a pink apron offers a plate to the demon. The demon remains silent. The man thinks he can tell just from a glance. The demon eats with chopsticks. The demon took out what was an adamantium ingot. The demon thinks the man is strong, even stronger than him. The demon thanks the man for the meal, adding that he heard the owner of this place collects unique gems. The man exclaims at the strange object. The demon holds a glowing object, one whose size is 2. Yansung Choi had never been seen before. The demon asks if he wants another bowl. Yansung says one bowl was plenty and good. He thinks the demon is giving him a little too much for it. The demon asks if he said he's human, and Yansung confirms. The hulking demon declares himself. Virigos, the first family member of the glorious dominator of blood and war, makes his presence known. Virigos reveals that he is the one who was given the axe of blood by his master. He has come to convey his master's proposal to Yansung Choi. Yansung asks what proposal Virigos is referring to. Virigos states that his master, the dominator of blood and war, has been watching Yansung. The demon continues, explaining that his master has given him the honor of joining his family. Virigos thought, without a doubt, that Yansung Choi would accept the offer. No matter how far away a world from which one came, there isn't anyone crazy enough to deny the offer of a constellation, after all, especially an offer directly from the constellation to become a member of his family. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Virigos is taken aback. Sorry. The demon asks, incredulous, if he is refusing his master's offer. Yansung confirms with a simple, yep. The immense pressure is palpable. Volgan states that Yansung is the one he's been looking for. Volgan continues, saying he doesn't understand why Yansung would refuse. He believes Yansung has potential that perfectly suits his master. Volgan emphasizes Yansung's willingness to fight despite the difference in their strengths. Volgan believes this is exactly what the dominator of blood and war wants. Volgan asks Yansung for what reason he is refusing. Yansung states that he has a prior commitment. Volgan questions what he is talking about, asking if he's already joined another constellation's family. He says he doesn't sense any constellation's energy from Yansung. Yansung thinks to himself that it's not yet time. He explains that there's a constellation who promised him a spot upon passing all of the tests. Volgan asks Yansung if he's sure he didn't get scammed. Volgan tells Yansung to stop messing around and fight if he wants to. He says that what Yansung is saying doesn't make sense. Volgan thinks to himself that it's because they want him that badly. He says there's no constellation that would add an inferior being to its family. Volgan believes that one constellation would want Yansung, and other constellations in the abyss are sure to want him too. Volgan explains that they either form a contract right away to prevent other constellations from making an advance, or bring the prospect into their own domain to train them. He realizes that Yansung already got to him. If a constellation were to abandon their prospect, leaving them vulnerable to another's grasp, they would be ridiculed as a fool for at least 10,000 years. The philosophy shared by many constellations of the abyss: pick up any good prospects right away. Volgan states, no, Virigos, there's something you've failed to catch. Yansung replies, the constellation that made the promise to me has the power to see into the future. I'm sure she must have seen something in the future to have made such a unique decision. Clairvoyance surely is a unique and special ability, but she's placing all her trust into such an unstable skill? Yansung Choi proudly explained the training he went through. That's proof that my constellation is much more incredible than you think. She has everything calculated, so much that she's okay with me training outside her dominion. What he did for over 1,000 years after getting caught up in the magic storm, and how scrupulously the training had been prepared. Volgan wonders, what does this mean? The magic storms of the abyss aren't something one can control. Not even a constellation can handle them. They're that violent and dangerous a disaster. Yansung asks, just which constellation has, huh? I'm sure a constellation might be able to control it. If there was a constellation capable of doing that, it'd already have conquered the abyss. Volgan asks, are you sure that the constellation didn't bring you over? Yansung asks, and that you didn't just get caught up and transported here in the magic storm? Volgan says, human, it's not too late to dash. A voice commands Yansung Choi to shut his mouth. He didn't feel like Virigos was lying, either. He, too, had felt something was off, many times over the long course of his journey. However, he never stopped to doubt it for an instant, amidst the excitement of growing stronger. Yansung Choi walks through a doorway. Yansung thinks to himself that he is so stupid. Why didn't he think to doubt it at all? He's going to tear. Yansung's eyes narrow. Yansung has to hold the tears back, though. Every teardrop amounts to muscle and energy loss. Volgan asks the human where he is off to in such a hurry. Volgan states that there's been a change of plans. Volgan says that now that he knows this isn't a training ground, he's got to return to Earth quickly. He's already wasted over 1,000 years. Yansung looks up, sweat dripping from his face. Volgan looms over Yansung. He has revealed his true form, the receiver of the axe of blood, glorious Virigos. Having received the blessing of the dominator of blood and war, Virigos states that it's a shame he must destroy a gem like Yansung. Virigos declares not to worry, for his master is generous. Virigos assures Yansung that if he dies, his master will restrain his soul and revive him. Yansung retorts, telling him not to say that. Yansung exclaims that he doesn't want to stay here with demons forever. Virigos observes Yansung's walking technique, noting that he doesn't sense any sort of magic, and yet he moves quicker than teleportation magic. Virigos identifies it as a divine celestial technique, where he walks with internal strength imbued, calling it celestial footwork. Virigos states that Yansung has a unique quality, and that it's no wonder his master has taken a liking to him. He adds that there's no more time to waste, and that Yansung should prepare himself to greet the master. Virigos has used blood baptism. Yansung wonders if it's blood or chunks of mana. Someone observes that Virigos can dish out magic like this, calling it incredible. He admits that even his invulnerable body's skill won't last long. Virigos urges the human to finish things quickly and leave. The text ominously declares that the dominator of blood and war awaits. The baptism of blood. A downpour of dark red mana melts and destroys everything that comes into contact with it. It's a skill that shows the overwhelming magic power of Virigos. That is on a different level compared to any human magician. Body and fist skill is amplifying your senses. Heavenly martial body skill is minimizing the usage of inner strength. Three flowers convergence is increasing the effects of your martial arts techniques. The noisy warnings of the divine celestial technique. The warnings never bothered to show up like this when he was not in danger. However, when he was in danger of facing an opponent of unimaginable strength, Yansung Choi's mind became still. The embarrassment and complexity from the thought that he had wasted his time due to his own misunderstanding was already long gone. I can do this. It's similar to when I was caught in the magic storm. What's important isn't speed, but sensing the flow. I can dodge them. The rank of his martial arts has increased. He has reached the rank of Phantom Footwork and earned the S-rank skill, Phantom Footwork. It's a stride technique that allows him to move to the place in the instance he thinks about it. Yansung stands across from Adio. The demon's face fills the view. Adio tells the human that he leaves him no choice but to give him his respects. The major skill in the Abyss is magic. Magic skills are skills that use mana. Magic users can borrow infinite power from their surroundings. Yansung thinks that, on the contrary, martial artists need to bring out strength from their insides. When compared to magic, their limits are very apparent. In a place like the Abyss where it's filled with mana, martial artists are very rare. By looking at Yansung, Adio can see why martial arts were created. Adio thinks it's wonderful. It's a story from a long time ago. He once heard that in the territory of a constellation, slaves had instigated a riot to go against the law of the world. However, they could not suppress the riot very easily. A skill that does not require the borrowing of outside power. So that must be martial arts. And if I was a magician, then you would already be in the presence of the dominator of blood and war. That is, after your body had been melted down by my baptism of blood. It was because of the strange skill they had mastered. So that must be martial arts. I guess it doesn't work. However, I am someone who has been bestowed the axe of blood by my master, Virigos. From the blood-red earth, a surge of power erupted. The energy exploded upwards, shattering the ground. He stood firm on the cliff, seemingly untouched by the blast. Adio descended from above, his weapon crackling with crimson energy. The demon's eyes burned with fury. Choi Yansung braced himself, his expression determined. Adio swung his weapon, thinking, shouldn't they at least be bad at close combat? Magic skills are able to do everything, I swear to God. The demon roared in frustration. Yansung's face was grim. Yansung Choi's body was in a state of natural high. Adio thought, the one in front of him is an overwhelmingly strong opponent. As he fended off the attacks, Yansung could feel himself getting stronger. He gathered up the inner strength into one place. He focuses his energy, turning it into a fist of pure ki. The celestial punch is unleashed, a blinding surge of power. The force of the blow distorts the very air around them. Volgan's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing his monstrous features. Human, what an interesting skill you've got. But how much longer do you think you can last with your skills? Yansung thinks, I guess it was too shallow. He could at least fend off the attacks, but the problem was attacking. He needed a decisive attack that could pierce through the tens of magic shields covering Virigos' body. Fist ki is a type of energy formed by gathering up my inner strength. But he guesses this much inner strength isn't enough. Yansung wonders, do I need to pull that out? Theoretically, fist ki isn't the limit of the extent to which one can gather inner strength. By pushing its limits, one could create the fortified ki. And that is what's called the ki fortification technique. Li Shiwon, the greatest martial artist on earth, succeeded in creating this ki fortification. However, he only succeeded in creating it for an instance, and because of its immense amount of inner strength usage, it could not be used in practical situations. He stands firm, a crimson aura erupting around him as he prepares to unleash a new power. The energy intensifies, coalescing around his bandaged hand in a swirling vortex of blue light. The blue energy crackles and surges, a tangible force building with each passing moment. Yansung Choi had exceeded Li Shiwon's rank. The energy explodes outward, a blinding display of power. However, Volgan's eyes widen in disbelief as he senses the overwhelming force. The energy slams into Volgan, a wave of pure force that threatens to consume him. Volgan struggles against the onslaught, his monstrous form straining against the immense pressure. The light intensifies, engulfing Volgan in a blinding radiance that seems to tear at his very being. Yansung Choi watches, his expression a mixture of determination and awe at the power he now wields. A triumphant thought echoes in his mind. It worked. Volgan unleashes a powerful attack with his sword, the blade glowing with intense energy. The shield of blood magic is destroyed in a burst of smoke and energy. The Master's blessing magic is also destroyed, leaving Adio in shock. "Human, what is that light?" he exclaims. Yansung, panting, realizes that his attack worked. It worked well, he thinks. But if he keeps repeatedly using fortified ki like this, Volgan, standing on a cloud of energy, declares that his inner strength will disappear in a flash. Yansung looks up, realizing that it is still not over. Nothing lasts. Adio and another monster are shown. Volgan, standing on a cloud of energy, acknowledges that the human is truly legendary. Half a teak since Serverigo's fight started, to think it still hasn't ended. Yansung looks determined. He prepares the celestial punch, gathering energy around his fist. By using the fist aura, his inner strength is being consumed at a faster rate. Volgan reacts to the attack. The three flowers convergence is recovering his inner strength. The skill Heavenly Martial Body is decreasing the amount of inner strength being consumed. Even though the divine celestial technique that has fortified ki embedded into it rips apart the defense, he was in a situation where he couldn't land a blow due to his inner strength being drained. Although the three flowers convergence and Heavenly Martial Body skills helped him recover his inner strength faster, he still needed time to use the celestial punch again. But this was enough time for Verigos to recover his barrier. "We cannot bore the Dominator of Blood and War any longer. Human, we have dragged this fight on for too long. The Dominator of Blood and War has given you the strength to win. It's time to end this." Volgan chuckles, addressing someone as Dear Master. The two combatants face each other, the air crackling with energy. The demon barks, "Damn you." At that moment, Yansung Choi realizes he is in a dangerous situation. The reason that demon abandoned his huge figure and made his appearance smaller. Yansung Choi attacks. At that moment, Yansung Choi's goal was to become faster. The two continue to fight. The invulnerable body is now breaking. In order to recover, you need time. He knew that if he lost focus, he was dead. It would be a hard fight, and he couldn't leave any openings from now on. A monstrous figure looms, radiating a menacing aura. From the moment he arrived in the abyss and until now, he had been fighting. Yansung Choi had never completely emptied out his Dantian's inner strength. The abyss was a place where you never knew when an enemy would come looking for you. Emptying your inner strength in a place like that was basically suicide. The monstrous figure's eyes glow with malevolent intent. But right now, he had no choice. With the choice between leaving some power and fighting, or going all out, he knew what he had to do. What was going to happen next was unpredictable. The monstrous figure prepares to strike. The monstrous figure's fangs are bared, ready to tear him apart. Without thinking about what would happen next, Yansung Choi squeezed out all the Dantian's inner strength he had. Power crackles around the antagonist Volgan as he towers over Choi Yansung, the air thick with anticipation. Yansung Choi has awakened the skill Celestial String. The skill has been added to the divine celestial technique, and it will now evolve. Volgan's expression darkens, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he senses the shift in power. The antagonist Volgan has a hunch about what's to come. No matter what has happened, he needs to get rid of the human now. If he couldn't finish him here, he would be an enemy that Volgan wouldn't even be able to get close to. That's how powerful Yansung Choi would become. Volgan couldn't leave the things happening in the Dominator of Blood and War's territory like this. He couldn't accept that. A new constellation would be born on his great master's territory. Explosions of raw energy erupt, a chaotic dance of red and blue auras tearing through the void. This light, a blinding radiance, emanates from within, waves of power washing over everything. His face bathed in ethereal light, Yansung's eyes burn with newfound strength. What is this? The question echoes in his mind as the power surges through him. After emptying out his Danton's inner strength, he could finally see it. A monstrous, crimson figure looms, a manifestation of untapped potential. Yansung could finally see what was holding him back, the stars themselves seeming to align in understanding. How much inner strength he had in his Danton. Things like that no longer had any meaning. Power coalesces in his hand, a tangible manifestation of the energy now flowing freely. The Danton is the universe in him, a boundless source of power waiting to be tapped. If he extended that world to the outside, Yansung has reached the transcendent rank. Yansung has completely awakened the S-rank skill, Ki Fortification Technique. He can now freely use the fortified Ki. The S-rank skill, Self-Conquer, activates. The air crackles with energy. Resonance from the universe is becoming stronger as Yansung Choi's eyes glow with power. The universe is waiting for his cry. The constellations who had been watching this fight are showing interest in Yansung Choi. The cat of lava and magma waves its front paws at him, while the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness promises him a sickle. The bull who stomps the world bellows at Yansung, and the Dominator of Blood and War is enraged. Yansung is surprised by the attention. Volgon groans, admitting, "This is my loss. Human." The defeated beastfolk falls upside down. The constellations continue to watch. Yansung looks up, a question forming on his face. A voice booms, declaring that he has triumphed. In the battle against the glorious Virigos, the receiver of the Axe of Blood, Yansung gains power from the universe due to the effects of self-conquer. Yansung stares down at the defeated Volgon, muttering, "You." Volgon acknowledges that Yansung has the right to deny his master's offer, thanking him for his time and urging him to listen. Volgon declares that he doesn't know who this constellation is that made Yansung the offer, but he knows this. A constellation states that there is no need for Yansung to accept the proposal of such a constellation. A disembodied hand reaches out, urging Yansung to grow stronger. Volgon insists that Yansung will be so powerful that not even that constellation can look down on him. A voice commands Yansung to carve his name into the history of the abyss. Another voice tells Yansung to become a constellation himself. Yansung's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of consideration in their depths. The image of a powerful constellation flashes before Yansung's eyes, the possibility of ascension becoming more real. A statue of a powerful entity appears, a symbol of the power that could be Yansung's. Yansung's eyes narrow with resolve, and he agrees. Yansung declares that he will heed their words, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. The figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, a testament to his impressive, human form. Volgon, his voice a low growl, acknowledges Yansung Choi. He looks forward to their next encounter. Volgon anticipates the day they will fight again. A voice echoes, reminding Virigos to return. After all, a debt must be repaid. A close-up reveals a hand wrapped in bandages, a single eye peering out from the shadows. The constellations muse over Yansung, becoming a constellation. A true peak stage, the zenith at which one embodies the world within oneself. He began to feel things he had not been able to before, including the pressure of the glares of the constellations who were watching him. Once that level was reached, Yansung Choi, the constellations watch, their many eyes focused on the young constellation. How incredibly strong they were. Yansung clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. He thinks to himself, I can get there too, if I could just get a little bit stronger. The Cat of Lava and Magma proposes a meeting. Yansung is surprised. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness also proposes a meeting to him. Rather, they couldn't. In a situation where the constellations of the abyss were constantly looking to take over others' domains. Leaving one's domain could result in an almost immediate downfall of the constellation's kingdom. The constellations watch the world from their thrones, keeping an eye on their subjects, as well as their prospective subjects. So they've all been watching like this, huh? It's like they're watching an internet stream. The Dominator of Blood and War has placed a bounty on Yansung's head. So constellations observe the domain. All beings in the domain have started targeting Yansung. Now that he's starting to see them as people commenting on internet forums, these constellations don't seem like anything special anymore. Something one would have to be crazy to think. But Yansung Choi had become as crazy as they get. He had declared openly in front of other constellations that he would become one himself. What could he have to lose at this point? On the television screen, Yansung is visible. Someone remarks that Yansung has good looks and a deal with a constellation, everything anyone could wish for. Another asks what he's complaining about, calling him a shameless prick. Someone else notes that he signed a contract with a constellation a while ago. A constellation envies him, but it's not all good. If you've made a deal with a constellation, you'd know what he's talking about. Someone says that bastard doesn't know what he's talking about. Your life becomes restricted by the constellation's rules. It's not all that great to be micromanaged and have your every move monitored. It's always the lucky ones who complain the most. He's got good looks, a deal with a constellation, everything anyone could wish for. What the hell's he complaining for? Exactly. What a shameless prick. Yansung understood then what the hunter meant. Living according to the constellation's rules. Being watched by the constellation all the time, and risking unimaginable punishments in the event of defiance. The position of a constellation subject, which everyone envied, is simply one of a slave with good chains. Monstrous figures loom, bathed in crimson light. The reason I've always wanted to be stronger wasn't so I could get on the good side of beings like you. I simply wanted to choose my own path for myself, Yansung thinks. Virigos is right. I can't entrust my fate to a constellation now. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness taunts the Dominator of Blood and War. The Cat of Lava and Magma raises its front paws, cackling with amusement. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness offers Yansung a skill, Plague Eruption. Yansung declines. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness is shocked. Yansung states he doesn't know how to use magic. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, still reeling from the revelation, offers him the magic book, Cat's Book. Yansung replies, no need, stating he's going with martial arts. The Cat of Lava and Magma cusses Yansung out, calling him a hipster. Yansung wonders why he's being called a hipster. The Cat of Lava and Magma offers Yansung an adamantium ingot. Yansung wonders aloud, HM? The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness scoffs, laughing at the Cat of Lava and Magma, doubting Yansung would ever accept such a gift. Yansung accepts, thanking the cat of lava and magma. The cat of lava and magma tells Yansung to form a contract if he desires more minerals. Yansung replies with a simple, ugh. Yansung closes his eyes, muttering that he's going to be a constellation himself. Yansung declares it's no use trying to tempt him with gifts. The cat of lava and magma shakes its head. This is why you can't deal with hipsters, it says. A voice wonders where someone learns such hipster-like words. Another voice questions if they use words like those in the cat constellation's world, wondering what kind of place this is. A message cheers for them, stating it is the cat of lava and magma. A message says that it will see if Yansung Choi can become a constellation. Another message mocks him for not knowing his place. A voice exclaims that it is here. Yansung Choi is no longer himself, playing a drum. He did not care about the constellation's teasing or jokes. They take their own paths. A voice thanks the demon in for everything. A strange landscape of floating islands stretches into the distance. One of the figures asks if there is any chance someone saw a human around here. The beast folk look around, sniffing the air. One of them wonders what could be the reason. The face of Choi Yansung is shown. He's about this tall, and his face looks like this. An angel-like figure is seeking him. One of the beast folk calls out to the angel. He asks why he has to tell an angel that kind of stuff, wondering why the angel speaks so arrogantly. The constellation is shown. It looks like the cute little angel forgot, after hiding behind his constellation, but the beast folk ask if the angel does not know where this is. This place is not owned by constellations. The angel stands before a two-headed beast folk. The beast folk declare that this is the land of freedom. A three-headed beast folk falls. The beast folk declare that this is the most isolated place in the abyss. The land. Why did the goddess of balance send Adequaniel off on a task without a pledge? While ignoring the temptations of the constellations, he believes that he is unable to complete the task. Meanwhile, back to an abandoned location in the Master of Blood and War's territory. He practices his punches, a blue aura surrounding his fist. The air crackles with energy as he continues his training. The divine celestial technique has reached the transcended rank and has become a great constellation. The amount of inner strength is no longer important. The state of perfection skill allowed him to master other martial arts as well. He lets out a yell, pushing himself further. However, Yansung is using Celestial Punch today, as always, training just as hard as when he first learned the divine celestial technique. He continues to hone his skills, the blue energy intensifying with each strike. He has chosen a life that is befitting of his status, and his existential power increases. And decided to leave the territory of the Master of Blood and War. A skill is confirmed. Change to the unknown skill Resonance from the World. Resonance from the World, the undefeated avatar of training. He is reaching the peak of his presence, and the world is resonating. Yansung knew that when he reached the transcended rank with the divine celestial technique, he had already reached the peak through martial arts, the state of perfection. Then, how was he supposed to grow stronger and become a constellation? He feels like he already knows how, after mastering the divine celestial technique and reaching the transcended rank. Meanwhile, it's as if the world is whispering only to him. It's him. This is the territory of the Master of Blood and War. Do you think you can flee? We will return the embarrassment that you tainted his name with. The world is telling him that that's the way to become a constellation. And the worth he has to pursue is. Yansung Choi reflects on his need to constantly train and fight, knowing he can't afford to lose even a single battle. He thinks to himself that he got just what he wanted, having been able to beat the first servant, Virigo. He wonders if they're just dust. The narration states that Yansung trained in the abyss, where the constellations couldn't see him. The narration continues, stating that the constellations couldn't see him. Yansung realizes that he is growing stronger, feeling the existential power within him. The text describes the skill Subdue the Strong, Assist the Weak, ranked S. It destroys the strong and helps the weak, increasing the power of presence when fighting a strong foe. The text describes the skill Self-Conquer, ranked S. Those who beat themselves are the strongest beings, and their power of presence increases as they live a life befitting their title. The narration states that a self-conqueror tells the constellations how to live, being that makes rules, and is a rule themselves, a constellation. The text poses questions. What if the jockey of plague and darkness uses healing magic? What if the Master of Blood and War speaks of peace? The narration explains that the power of presence of those who don't train will decrease, and they will grow weaker as constellations. Yansung thinks to himself that he likes it because it's not easy, deciding to try it. Yansung appears determined. He senses another monster, a large one. The ground trembles. He hopes it's stronger than him. Yansung Choi looks up at the towering figure. The monster roars. Choi Yansung is taken aback. The stone monster speaks. Yansung Choi realizes, it was you, Onyx? A massive stone serpent towers over Yansung Choi, its presence announced by a deafening roar. Kyung, the serpent bellows. Yansung stares up at the creature, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Onyx, he exclaims. The serpent's size is astounding. You've grown so much, amazing, it booms. Yansung can only manage a confused, as he gazes up at the colossal being. A thought crosses Yansung's mind, a question hanging heavy in the air. Family? They're your wife and your children. The stone serpent, Onyx, lets out another Kyung. Yansung's expression shifts to one of awe and congratulations. Wow, congratulations, Onyx. Yansung's eyes widen in realization. Huh? I'm in danger? Run away, he wonders aloud, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The ground cracks and splits, the earth groaning under immense pressure. The fissure widens, a gaping maw in the landscape. The stone serpent and his family loom over Yansung, their presence a stark reminder of the power they wield. He exclaims. Yansung's expression is one of complete shock, but the one who just appeared. He trails off, his voice barely a whisper. The text declares, is on a whole new level. The Titanic-sized monster, Onyx, has yet to show itself on the face of the earth. If it were to appear on Earth, it would immediately be considered an above S-rank threat that would put the entire world into a state of emergency. The magic power that gives him the chills on his skin. This guy's power is definitely above that of Virigo's. This power is a constellation? No, he guesses he's not at that level yet. You have discovered Hydra, the serpent with 9 heads. The serpent's many heads. To Yansung Choi, the attention of the constellations was quite tiresome. There were constellations who cheered on Yansung Choi, who decided to walk the path of a constellation. However, most of them looked down on him, and some even showed hostility towards him. This was especially the case for Dominator of Blood and War, whose first servant was defeated in his own territory. To them, Yansung Choi was a beast who is yet to have fully grown. That is why they tried to use any means necessary in order to disturb Yansung Choi's training to become a constellation. And because of this, Yansung Choi went to the neutral zone of the abyss, free from the eyes of the constellations. However, only the strong dominate in the lawless zone. The serpent, a monstrous, serpentine head looms, its fangs bared and ready to strike. This place is dominated by monsters whose strength rivals that of constellations, but is not bound to any rules, unlike constellations. The magic power surges within Yansung. The skill Subdue the Strong, Assist the Weak is activating. If you defeat the Hydra, your powers will increase. The skill Self-Conquer is activating. If you fight against Hydra, your existential power will increase. The skill Resonance from the Universe, the undefeated avatar of training, is resonating. You are the undefeated avatar of training. Please live a life befitting that of your existence. Yansung thinks his skills are demanding him to fight that. Although, Yansung thinks his choice would have been unchanged even without their demands. Yansung shouts, let's do this. You damned serpent bastard. The Hydra's gaze pierces through Yansung. One of the Hydra's heads speaks, its voice a guttural rasp. Oh right, you're also a serpent. Yansung faces the multi-headed beast, his expression unreadable. Another head of the Hydra snarls, its voice dripping with malice. No matter how strong you are, I will make sure you regret your actions. Die, you lowlife. Telepathy? Most opponents would already be mentally paralyzed by the killing intent and telepathy. A third head of the Hydra hisses, its eyes burning with hatred. My poison can bring down even constellations. My breath can burn you down as well. Die. Yansung remains unfazed, his gaze fixed on the monstrous Hydra. The killing intent radiating from the 9 heads is immense. Most opponents would already be mentally paralyzed by the killing intent and telepathy. Yansung stands firm, his feet planted on the ground. Energy begins to gather around his feet, a faint blue glow emanating from the ground. However, Yansung Choi was already used to this kind of killing intent. He has already experienced countless battles with killing intent in the territory of Dominator of Blood and War. The Hydra's massive head, teeth bared, expresses surprise. The air crackles with energy as the Hydra's severed neck begins to regenerate. The Hydra roars, its voice echoing through the cavern as its heads reform. Yansung watches the regeneration with a guarded expression. The Hydra shrieks, furious at Yansung's defiance. You lowlife dare to do this. The Hydra's head fully regenerates. The panel indicating its undying regeneration skill is the cause. Volgon praises Yansung's ability to cut down his head, but warns, however, you must pay for your sin of damaging my body. The Hydra boasts. None of the heroes of the constellations have been able to endure my poison. Yansung realizes the Hydra is communicating its next move through telepathy. He wonders why. The Hydra stands tall, exuding a palpable sense of menace. The Hydra prepares to attack. The Hydra declares itself the dominator of this territory, untouchable even by a constellation. The Hydra's power emanates outwards. The Hydra scoffs, wondering what the lowlives can do about it. The Hydra, the serpent of 9 heads, announces that its opponents must accept their fate. The Hydra's power continues to spread. The Hydra wonders what it will do next. The Hydra roars. The Hydra is shocked that Yansung endured its poison. Yansung states that he would have been severely damaged if it wasn't for his unconquerable poison immunity, and calls the Hydra a damned lowlife. Yansung notes that something feels different from when he fought with Virigo's, and that this power isn't just from the divine celestial technique and key fortification. Yansung thinks that the technique almost feels like. The Hydra roars in fury. Surrounded by a torrent of energy, he declares that his desire to blow his opponent's head off is becoming a reality. Resonance echoes from the universe, empowering the undefeated avatar. His existential power surges, increasing beyond its previous limits. Yansung realizes the significance of the power he now wields. So that's how it is. This must be what was written on the skill description. The effect of existential power manifests, his eyes glowing with newfound energy. The Hydra unleashes a devastating blast of energy, the force rippling through the air. The blast slams into Yansung, sending him hurtling backward through the ruined landscape. Yansung grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He thinks to himself, I don't lose in battle. The Hydra's massive claws flex, ready for another strike. The Hydra's eye narrows, its gaze intense. It thinks, but I can't end the fight. The Hydra unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the battlefield. Yansung stands his ground, facing the monstrous Hydra. He thinks, no, I can actually pound him completely one-sidedly. The Hydra snarls, its voice dripping with malice. I guess his regeneration's faster. It hisses, then roars, die. You worthless prick. Gathering his energy, Yansung prepares to unleash another attack. He thinks, this breath is dangerous. Yansung steels himself, realizing the Hydra's power is overwhelming. He thinks, I can't rely on invulnerable body to protect me. He is surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, moving with unnatural speed. He thinks to himself, I can walk using celestial footwork. The thought continues, I'll ride up the breath and rush him. He urges himself to move faster. The blue energy intensifies as he accelerates, becoming even faster than before. He pushes himself further, thinking, just a little bit faster, and I can. A voice expresses surprise. Yansung Choi was speeding up, moving between the safe spots. The Hydra breathed out, but its flames and poison decreased. The Hydra, its multiple heads bellowing, had no way to intentionally control its breath. And that's when Yansung Choi realized he didn't possess any skill that could do this. Which meant, he focuses, energy gathering in his outstretched hand. The energy swirls, a vortex of potential. The swirling intensifies, the energy becoming more concentrated. A beam of pure energy shoots forth. The energy explodes outward, a burst of raw power. Keek. Keek. I get it now. Yansung realizes. It's the same thing behind the ridiculous power that can't be explained by my martial arts and techniques alone. This power doesn't simply enhance martial arts or magic ability. This power is one that alters reality itself, aligning with one's desires and vision. You have learned to use your existential power. Your existential power can alter reality. You can modify reality however you wish. Your enlightenment has allowed you to acquire the skill, existential power, a power given to those who have reached the peak of their very being. That is, the very power that allows constellations to rule the abyss. Constellations use this power to change parts of the abyss into their own kingdoms and bestow blessings and power upon their subjects. As long as there was enough existential power, a constellation could do anything it wants. The monstrous Hydra roared, How dare you, you tiny prick. The Hydra continued, vowing, I'll never forgive you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you no matter what. The Hydra's rage intensified, promising, I will crush you into the ground and tear you to shreds. The Hydra, too, was an enormous soul with a strong will. The amount of existential power Yansung Choi could control isn't sufficient to bend the Hydra's will to his command. But is there even a need for that? A bandaged hand glows with power, the target of his existential power. He is not just fortifying his ki, but rather himself. Yansung Choi's fortified ki, imbued with his existential power, surges. The existential power became a blade that could cut through the Hydra's sturdy scales. The blade slices through the scales. The blade continues its descent. The blade finds a solution to the Hydra's undying regeneration skill. Yansung tells the Hydra not to lose its cool, adding that this is part of the training, too. The blade continues to cut through the Hydra's scales. The Hydra cries out, realizing its regeneration has stopped. In no way. The Hydra is in disbelief. No way. My regeneration stopped. How could such a tiny brat do this to us? One of the Hydra heads suggests, we'll hide out in a cave until our regeneration returns to normal. Another head refuses. Hide? Me? Yes. Shut up. I won't humiliate myself like that. The Hydra's heads argue, realizing their regeneration is failing. They lament that neither poison nor flames work against their opponent. A blinding light erupts. The Hydra's head exclaims, never having felt so humiliated in its tens of thousands of years of existence. The light intensifies. Yansung takes a step forward. The Hydra is completely engulfed in the radiant light. The light continues to burn. The light begins to fade. The Hydra's severed heads lie on the ground, defeated. Yansung bids farewell to the snake. The young constellation reflects that it was a good fight. Due to the effects of self-conquer, Yansung's existential power has increased. Due to the effects of subduing the strong and assisting the weak, Yansung's existential power increases. The universe increasingly resonates with him. Is it the world or the universe? He finds himself enveloped in a significant amount of the Hydra's blood. Yansung has acquired A++, rank skill, undying regeneration. The system informs Yansung Choi that he has acquired undying regeneration. His immortal body will continuously regenerate. Yansung holds a blue card, musing, I guess you never know what'll happen in life. I always thought skills would be irrelevant to me as a martial artist. Yansung looks at the card, thinking, but I've got all sorts of skills now. Just one of these skills would make me an A-rank hunter on Earth. Completely irrelevant now, as someone who's transcended the life of a hunter and pursues the life of a constellation. The Hydra head calls out, Q. The Hydra head says, Hyung, I seem really different now? Hugh. Yansung replies, well, that's understandable, as it's been thousands of years now. You look really different to me, too. The Hydra head calls out, Hugh. Yansung states, I'm planning on taking this thing apart. You need any meat, or leather, or bones, or anything? The Hydra head screams, Scree. The rock snack shuddered, recalling Yansung Choi's actions from long ago. The Hydra's corpse dripped with toxins. Butchering aside, touching the corpse in the first place. The Hydra corpse, still steaming, was dangerous. The constellation continues to butcher the massive beast. Thick slabs of meat are cut from the Hydra's legs. Yansung sighs. Well, he's butchered it, but the constellation realizes it's so big that he can't take it with him. He thinks to himself that he's going to have to eat all the meat here before he leaves. The Hydra's family, now small, asks if he wants them to take it. Yansung obtains an artifact, a dimensional pocket necklace. He wonders if it's a dimensional pocket necklace. The constellation is excited. Yansung realizes he can put it all in here. The Hydra's bones can be used as an ingredient for all kinds of rare items and weapons. Its leather could be used as an ingredient for sturdy, robust armor, if only it could be processed. Perfect. He can put his pot and all the minerals he's collected inside. He remarks on the amount of adamantium he has, remembering when he last saw it. Yansung recalls having the adamantium he was given, but he hasn't found a way to process it yet. Yansung muses that if he could just find a way to melt it, it would be enough to make a frying pan and cutting board. Hyung offers him something, and Yansung asks if he wants him to take it too, wondering if he found it while eating rocks. From the moment Yansung decided to walk the path of a constellation, he could see messages from other constellations, and he could obtain orichalcum ore. He reflects on seeing the power levels of beings like Virigos or the Hydra. His figuring out the purpose and instructions for using the dimensional pocket necklace was not by chance either. It was not because he simply gained some sort of insight or wisdom. It was simply that as a being who had reached the peak of his existence, gaining the ability to wield existential power, he had become able to listen to the words of the world that were being spoken to him. Orichalcum is a metal that exudes a great amount of very pure magic. Orichalcum is the sharpest metal, which exudes magic. Adamantium is the hardest metal, which absorbs magic. Yansung realizes he can use the sharp orichalcum to make utensils like knives and cutlery, and the hard adamantium to make a frying pan and cutting board. Hyung seems a little cuckoo, but he's a good person. Yansung realizes that even a storage artifact doesn't have infinite capacity. There's no helping it, then. The creature, a serpentine dragon made of stone, wonders if Yansung will eat the rest of it. Yansung smiles, determined. The stone dragon, Onyx, is being eaten. For thousands of years, Yansung operated the Demon Inn, actively taking part in culinary research. Naturally, his abyss cooking skills reached a considerably high level as well. However, this wasn't an easy ingredient to work with. The meat of a being who refused to become a constellation subject and survived. It was an ingredient he'd never seen in the domain of the dominator of blood and war. Abyss give power proportional to their own to the one who eats them, but without proper handling, it becomes a harmful poison instead. But Yansung Choi does not back down. For handling a tricky ingredient is also training. The monsters of the... Come on, give it a try. You must have had significant muscle loss from having kids and taking care of them. The rock dragon, Onyx, makes a guttural noise, ching. The meat lies before him, a pile of what looks like giant, crimson worms. A worm yet. He was its savior, who defeated the Hydra, but it meant he was just that much stronger a being. It could run from the Hydra while alive, but it couldn't escape its horrifying poison meat. That's it. Good boy. Onyx devours the meat. The rock dragon continues to eat. The meat slides down Onyx's throat. The rock dragon continues to eat. Yansung says, it's good, right? I heard that big snakes traditionally are capable of being invigorated. Onyx responds, ching, ching. Kids, try this. You too, honey. Yansung says, I'm glad you seem to like it. Onyx responds, ching, ching. Yansung, now in a chef's outfit, says, I took care of it. A voice, belonging to an unseen speaker, plots to poison Yansung's friend and his family. A system message declares that the giant stone snake and its family trust and revere Yansung. He realizes that something is happening. His strength as a constellation has increased. Yansung can feel the strength that his snake friends are sending him. His existential power has increased. Yansung Choi finally understood the reason that constellations wanted to expand their followers. The reason so many constellations were interested in Earth was now clear. Earth is a world filled with tens of billions of potential followers. A constellation who got its hands on Earth would gain enough existential power to turn the tides in the entire abyss. He realizes he needs to find a way to return to Earth, quickly. Yansung sits cross-legged, observing something. A stone serpent asks, Hugh? The stone serpent wonders why its body is bloating so much. Yansung recalls feeding the serpent things that weren't good for its body. Yansung wonders if the Hydra meat is like that for a stone serpent, suggesting it might make its liver unhealthy. The stone serpent cries out in alarm. The stone serpent says it understands and won't take it away, deciding to eat it all. He couldn't stop his journey of becoming a constellation. This kind of consistency was the reason why the goddess picked him. The stone serpent wonders if what Yansung is saying is that there's something in that territory. Yansung is shown in a dramatic pose. The drawing on the wall depicts a crude, bat-winged figure with sharp teeth. Yansung stares at the drawing, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Hyung, a demon. The stone serpent echoes the sentiment, its voice a raspy growl. Hugh, Ki, it's dangerous? Especially the face? The stone serpent repeats its affirmation. Hugh. Yansung admits, yeah, I have no clue what it's saying. He finds himself in a new, open territory. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A dangerous demon. Yansung wonders, would there be a dangerous demon for me at this point? I've already fought devils to the point I was sick of it at the Dominator of Blood and War's territory. The thought continues, does that mean there's a demon that's stronger than Virigos and Hydra in that territory? He floats in the air, a strange sensation washing over him. Yansung wonders, are they coming to meet me? A lone figure stands in a vast, otherworldly chamber, surrounded by winged creatures. A winged figure declares, we welcome you, Constellation. The winged figure's expression is unreadable. Another winged figure says, my master says that she wants to meet you. The nightmare incubus is using soul enchant. Yansung remarks, this is pretty rude for a greeting. One of the winged figures apologizes, explaining, we apologize. This is something we can't control. The winged figures continue. And we also believe that our insignificant abilities wouldn't work against you, the great constellation. One of the winged figures adds, we believe that you'll become one soon. Yansung thinks to himself, this is the kindest thing I've heard in the abyss. Yansung asks, what if I refuse to meet your master? The winged figures respond, then the master said to just send you on your way. But we swear on our master's honor. Yansung wonders, this isn't something that will have a negative effect on you. What is it that they want? Yansung agrees to meet them. The winged figure asks if Yansung has heard about Earth before, describing it as a planet outside of the abyss. He asks if they are talking about Earth. The winged figure thinks he heard a rumor about it a long time ago. He adds that after leaving the gates, the nearby constellations had an argument. The winged figure apologizes, saying he just heard it from a rumor. Yansung asks for what reason he is there. The winged figure says his master might know about Earth and asks if Yansung has an interest in it. Yansung confirms. The winged figure says he heard there is a large amount of souls there and that if Yansung could control it, it'll be a great help to him. He replies that's not what he was planning on doing. The winged figure says he is planning on stopping the other constellations from controlling Earth. The winged figure tells Yansung that not only is he strong, but he's very honorable as well. They're called nightmares, but they seem like such kind and nice demons. Even though they can't control their enchanting skill, they don't seem like dangerous demons. Give me your desire. The succubus is using soul enchant. The divine celestial technique is. The succubus is using soul enchant. The divine celestial technique is. That pure, innocent, and sweet desire. A desire of endless training and strength. I'm gonna go insane. Just one bite. One of the figures commands the other to shut up, stating that he's going to be sealed for 300 years. One of the figures asks what that is. The other responds that nightmares are really weak when it comes to desire. Yansung asks if they live off others' desires. One of the figures responds yes, but that he probably doesn't have an edible desire. The other figure says no, that Yansung's desire is a straight and pure desire for training. It looks so fragrant and sweet. One of the figures says that they're fine, that they can control themselves perfectly. The other responds, is that so? This is the constellation of dreams and greed's residence. If you go in, you can meet the master. One of the figures asks if the other isn't coming with him. The other responds, how could an insignificant being like him be in between their conversation? He reiterated that he wasn't a constellation yet. Volgan, with hands clasped, agreed to follow where Yansung Choi led. Volgan was pleased, thinking it was the first time someone had thought of him that way. Yansung Choi stood behind him. Yansung Choi considered the possibility of things going south. The young constellation Choi Yansung thought he should use Volgan as a shield. If they came face to face with the enemy, then they would definitely be able to use their power better than him, because it was their territory. No matter what happens, it's not strange. Even though he got an invitation, Yansung Choi couldn't let go of this feeling of uneasiness. Yansung Choi and Volgan walked through a brightly lit doorway. But the name The Undefeated, huh? No wonder, he felt as though he had just woken up. Volgan is still sleeping. What happened? A voice coos, stating that Yansung's desire is so sweet. It's a dream where he's eating your desire as much as he wants after getting your approval. The constellation of dreams and greed. Yansung is correct. So you're the constellation that's caused quite the stir in the abyss recently. I've wanted to meet you. A voice echoes, declaring that the other must be the constellation causing a recent uproar in the abyss. Another voice responds, stating that they have been wanting to meet him. A second voice apologizes, saying that they are not a constellation yet. A voice admits that they are still far off from it. A voice simply says no. Another voice states that once you've decided to follow the path of a constellation, you are already a constellation. A voice states that the things you can do are the same as a constellation. Another voice asks if they can also. A voice asks to use their existential powers. The master of the nightmares. A voice wonders if it looks like a child. Yansung Choi started tracing back to when he first came inside the constellation's residence. A voice expresses surprise. He wondered what the reason could be. Yansung thought he had enough already. It had already been 10,000 years since he'd been wandering around the abyss. He had mastered the divine celestial technique and reached the peak rank. Now that he'd already reached the peak of martial arts, Choi Yansung questioned if he really had to become a constellation. He'd just embraced this peace. Amongst his enlightenment, this peace, Yansung wondered why this territory tried to get inside his head through these kinds of temptations and alluring thoughts. That's just how dreams and desire are. It was difficult to resist these temptations. He just hadn't awakened himself. The small figure stated that he must be wondering what it is. Something he wanted from her. She could always explain it to him. The small figure looks up at Yansung Choi, offering an alliance. The figure says it will only happen if he agrees to form an alliance with US. Yansung never thought the figure would ask to form an alliance. He thought constellations were selfish beings. The childlike figure laughs, a soft, tinkling sound that belies the gravity of the situation. The figure states that is correct. Constellations are selfish beings, but they have no choice but to be selfish. Selfishness does not always lead to isolationism and destruction. Rather, selfishness may lead to forming alliances with each other. Yansung says he understands what the figure is saying. The figure asks if Yansung Choi thinks he'd benefit from forming an alliance with it. The stronger constellations will immediately start attacking them. And in order for weaker constellations to survive, they need trustworthy alliances. And for some constellations, the path to survival is paved with difficult choices. The figure states that the mindset of survival of the fittest is not the most favorable future for them. The blight and destruction caused by the power-hungry constellations that only know of destruction. Within that kind of misery, there can no longer be temptations for the nightmares to feed on. The figure asks if expanding territories wouldn't solve the issue, or if Yansung could bring slaves for it to suck off temptations from. It asks if he's saying they could have a temptation and desire farm of some sort. The figure says it's something only Yansung Choi could have thought of because he was once immortal. Yansung asks what the other means. The childlike figure states that constellations cannot enjoy the luxury of freedom. The childlike figure continues, explaining that defeat and laziness are not permitted for Yansung as a constellation, and that they cannot get involved with matters outside the territory of dreams and desires as they like. They add that they don't wish to risk losing their existential power and becoming a weaker being. The childlike figure states that they need to provide high-quality and highly complex desires to the nightmares, not the simple desires that come from fear or. The childlike figure explains that they are just the god of nightmares and cannot change reality itself. The childlike figure states that constellations cannot enjoy the luxury of freedom. Yansung is told that he cannot live without others, and that it almost feels like he's a parasite. Yansung says that he was just going to say it was pretty strange. Yansung is asked if he wants to form an alliance with weaker and less greedy constellations. The childlike figure confirms that is correct. Yansung is asked if he didn't just reveal too much of his weakness to the other. He wonders what if he's belligerent or greedy. The childlike figure thought that Yansung would at least be better than the other constellations. Yansung is told that the constellation of dreams and greed had not told him that his judgment of him was based on Yansung Choi's dreams and desires. If they were to reveal that, they risked the chance of him becoming hostile. Yansung is asked if he isn't being a bit too careless, and is told that he shouldn't be doing that inside the abyss. The constellation could see a massive desire coming from Yansung Choi, but no desire to conquer or desire for power could be felt from it. All they could see was 1,000 punches of the celestial punch a day. If I start slacking off thinking I've mastered the martial arts, it will lead to a muscle loss. No, inner strength loss. I will cook using every single cooking ingredient in the abyss. I still haven't finished today's training routine. I'll finish it right after this. An endless amount of desire for training. The childlike figure hums. That sounds pretty trustworthy, but I need to ask you a few more things. Please, do ask me anything. I will answer everything to the best of my abilities. What do I need to do when I form an alliance? Would I have responsibilities? I have things to do on my end, so I might not be able to give you much assistance. You're wondering about your responsibilities before the benefits from the alliance? As long as other constellations don't attack the alliance, you won't have anything to do. There is no point in attaching needless responsibilities to this. After all, constellations do not do anything that won't benefit themselves. If you have things to do, go ahead and do them as you like. The battle between constellations lasts for an eternity. So no matter where you are, you will be able to provide assistance anytime. The childlike figure looks on. He stands with the childlike figure, discussing the alliance. Yansung thinks to himself that he is just a rookie constellation and that there must be many dangerous constellations who will use their experience to threaten his position. Yansung Choi had his own plan. He thought that by forming an alliance, he would be better off than being alone, and maybe it might help him find a way for him to go back to Earth. A system message appears. You have entered the association of smaller constellations. A constellation must heed their own words. If you do not keep your promise, it may negatively affect your existential power. Yansung asks why the name of the alliance is Constellations of Smaller Alliance, and presents it to a group of people. The childlike figure asks if it isn't a good name. and Yansung replies that it is. A constellation must heed their own words. If you do not keep your promise, it may negatively affect your existential power. Perhaps you don't like the name? No, Yansung really thought it was a good name from the bottom of his heart. The cat of lava and magma waves its front paw as a sign of welcome. It says, I would have treated you much better if you decided to become my servant. How stupid of you to enter the alliance of smaller constellations. Yansung wonders if it's a cat. The cat of lava and magma waves its front paw as a sign of welcome. It says, I would have treated you much better if you decided to become my servant. How stupid of you to enter the alliance of smaller constellations. The cat welcomes the dumb constellation into the alliance once again. The smaller figure giggles. The cat says, you're right in front of me, but you're still communicating using telepathy? No, constellations usually don't leave their territory. This is a meeting of the allied constellations, a virtual meeting of sorts. The cat says, I see. So in terms of Earth, this would be like a Zoom meeting. So the other allied constellations. Yansung says, don't tell me. The smaller figure looks surprised. The cat gets angry, asking you what's wrong with it. It threatens to not give you the gift they prepared for you. Yansung asks, no, I'm not necessarily disappointed. Anyhow, a gift. The cat of lava and magma says that it heard that Yansung has been collecting adamantium and orichalcum. It says that if he wishes, it can make items out of it for him. A voice declares that a certain individual is a famous blacksmith constellation in the abyss. The cat says that if Yansung enters the alliance, the blacksmith constellation would make a weapon as a gift to him. The cat complains that if Yansung tells that to the stupid constellation, he will become pretentious. Yansung says that he didn't even think about getting a gift for joining the alliance. It seems he is impressed. The cat of lava and magma tilts its head in confusion. It asks if the constellation of dreams and greed didn't give Yansung a gift. Yansung responds, oh so. A voice states that this proposal actually went smoother than it thought it would, and that Yansung actually accepted it before it even had the chance to talk about gifts. The cat laughs at the stupid constellation. The cat tries to laugh it off by saying it was a joke. It pleads not to forget that it could leave the alliance at any time. As the voice said earlier, constellations are usually greedy and selfish. Yansung has prepared some things beforehand that he thinks the others might take interest in. Once again, Yansung is welcomed into the alliance of smaller constellations. He has obtained the A-rank martial arts scroll, absorption, and orichalcum ingots. The voice exclaims that this technique is almost like the energy drain magic. The technique originally stemmed from the nightmares, but it will be more useful when he uses it. Actually, none of the nightmares actually mastered this technique. How? If one is not as an accomplished martial artist as Yansung, then they're better off learning magic. The cat constellation asks, oh ho, you've collected this much since you were immortal? Just how long did it take you to collect this much? Yansung wonders, I think around 10,000 years? It's been a while since I stopped counting the years. The cat constellation observes, looks like you like your gift. Yansung replies, I do. Thank you. Yansung thinks, I think I can create the equipment I wanted now. The cat of lava and magma asks Yansung with excitement about what equipment he would like it to make for him. It says with that much, it can create great swords or shields, and is confident that it could create into any design he wishes. It suggests for Yansung to have a shield made out of adamantine and a sword made out of orichalcum. Yansung thinks, no, those aren't the kinds of equipment I want. The text suggests an axe or armors, but it worries that the adamantine would not be enough to make a set of armor. Yansung looks up, thinking of cooking utensils. The cat of lava and magma states that it wants to make a chopping board and frying pan out of adamantine, and silverware and dishes out of orichalcum. The cat of lava and magma asks for a serious answer, stating that it is being completely serious right now. Yansung states that his dream hasn't changed since he obtained his first piece of adamantine in the abyss. He wishes for the strongest cooking utensils that are able to cook using any ingredient in the abyss. Yansung stands before the cat of lava and magma, awaiting a response. The cat of lava and magma has no answer and seems to be dead. The cat of lava and magma carefully brings itself to speak. The cat of lava and magma whispers, hipster, go die in hell. The cat complains and starts working. Yansung feels like he's done something wrong, but a promise is a promise, so he'll make it for him. Well, as promised, it's time for me to answer your question. You asked what awakening is. Yansung thinks to himself that he's just a rookie who has just entered the path of a constellation. After defeating Virigos and reaching the transcendent rank, Yansung stands over the defeated monster. Virigos' final words echoed, say that I haven't awakened yet. The cat of lava and magma explains that a human who is just a strong martial artist needs something more in order to become a constellation. The cat tells Yansung that he is already a constellation. Yansung is confused. The cat explains that there is no such thing as a rookie constellation or a trainee. A constellation is simply a constellation. Yansung wonders what awakening is. The cat says that Yansung hasn't been enlightened about his existence yet. Yansung understands where the cat is coming from, since he is a unique existence, even among the constellations. Yansung wonders if he is unique because he is a martial artist, and if there is something wrong with not knowing how to use magic even in the abyss. The cat says that Yansung has been bottling up those thoughts for a while now, but that is not what he means. The cat explains that it is very rare for a mortal to become a constellation. The cat asks Yansung if he wasn't once a nightmare as well. implying that is what Yansung has been thinking about him. The text says that someone became a constellation one day out of nowhere, the dream and desire emitting from the nightmares. He floats in a space filled with purple energy, surrounded by shadowy figures. He thinks to himself, and I am a being that came from the existential power of such desire and dreams. The constellation of dreams and desires continues to float, thinking, I am the physical form of the constellation of dreams and desires. The narration box states, and this is the case for most other constellations. Images of other constellations appear, including the Dominator of Blood and War and the Cat of Lava and Magma. The narration continues, both appeared one day out of nowhere as a constellation. Yansung looks down at his hands, which are wrapped in bandages. A voice says, am just amazed yet frustrated by you, who cannot accept yourself as a constellation. Yansung asks, so by awakening you mean? He pauses, adding, there's not much to it. The Cat of Lava and Magma smiles, saying, accept yourself as a constellation. Yansung looks surprised. It's that simple? A narration box below adds, not quite. Haven't you already passed the toughest trials in the path of constellation? A distant view shows two figures standing on a hill. A narration box says, perhaps you're disappointed that there aren't any tougher trials left in the path to constellation? Yansung looks down, a serious expression on his face. The panel shows the words, I am a constellation, in glowing blue letters. Yansung's eyes glow with blue energy. The panel shows the words, the resonance from the universe is activating, along with an image of a building. The world accepts Yansung Choi's outcry. A sight to behold, the birth of a new star. In the deepest and darkest peripheral of the abyss. A sight to behold, the birth of a new star. In the deepest and darkest peripheral of the abyss. The winged figure descends, wings spread wide, ready to strike. From the depths, a monstrous creature rises, its jaws agape. The undefeated avatar of training clashes against the beast, a flurry of blows echoing through the abyss. The avatar of training recoils, disbelief etched on their face. My attacks aren't hurting him. The undefeated avatar of training watches over your struggle. The undefeated avatar of training offers a blessing to you. Huh, hey, a blessing to me? The avatar of training is overwhelmed. Thank you so much, great constellation. I will make sure to repay this debt. It almost feels like he already knew how to do it, a strange sensation washing over him. He could bring a pretty significant blessing just by using a little bit of his existential power and send out a message to them too. The man knows that they're excited, but what is he doing to someone else's servant? He is sorry, he didn't think about that. It's all right since they're allies, but it could have been problematic if it were another constellation. He should be cautious of his actions. They're right. Choi Yansung really should think things through before putting them into action. He could have figured it out just by thinking about it for just a few moments. And it was the same for his other problems. He didn't know that he was already a constellation, so he kept doing stupid things in order to become one. And even though everything was actually lost in the middle of the abyss, he mistook it as the goddess's trials. And he even thought of the Mana Storm as some kind of convenient transportation or a trial of some sort. Now that he thinks back to his actions, Choi Yansung jumped at any opportunity thinking everything was training. And please do remember, a constellation site is not limited to right next to them. If you happen to get a servant, focus on their existence. There's no way. He considered the idea. He would have a servant. The creatures seemed to be doing well. He could use his existential power to expand his sight range. The existential power he used could recover, but a constellation's existential power could never exceed their own capacity. So there was no use in saving it. By using these kinds of authorities, constellations used servants to explore the abyss, like scout units. And they used their allied constellations to understand this infinite abyss, so allies could share their sights as well. Since they've become allies, he shared his sights. Yansung paused, a moment of silence hanging in the air. Somewhere he couldn't see even with the shared sight. He must be talking about where he trapped the nightmares. He could hide away places he didn't want to be seen even when he shared his sight. Yansung smiled, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Because it's embarrassing. The reason he sent out Arnie to greet him was because out of all his servants, he could control his desires fairly well. Nightmares have a hard time overcoming temptations. A vision flashed before him. Oh, I understand. Do you have any more questions? No, I think I'm good for now. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. He finds it refreshing to see a constellation who actually knows how to express their gratitude. The unseen character warns Yansung Choi that he is a constellation who has just begun his journey and should be cautious of clashing with other constellations, even though he is a skilled fighter. The voice explains that the outcome of fights between constellations is decided by whoever has the most servants and therefore has the higher existential power. Yansung Choi acknowledges this and says he will keep that in mind. The voice booms, stating that the position where Yansung Choi is currently, after countless years of training, is just the starting point. The abyss of the constellations is shown. Yansung Choi asks if the other character happens to know anything about Earth. The unseen character replies that there exists another sky outside the sky. They say they've heard the name before, wondering if it wasn't a planet outside of the abyss. The voice says that Earth is a planet with a great number of souls, or so they've heard. The narration states that prominent constellations were waiting for the gates to open. Yansung Choi realizes that this means the gate between the earth and the abyss has already opened. The voice says that it must have been chaos, but it wasn't that bad, thankfully. The voice states that thanks to the explanation, they understand now. The constellations that came to Earth were looking for the right timing, rather than blindly clashing with one another. Another constellation may overwhelm the constellations that were already fighting and take over the Earth for themselves. The constellations loom over each other, ready to strike. So rather than fighting amongst themselves, they are looking to increase their followers. The girl adds that Yansung must have been lucky. If it were an evil or aggressive constellation, they probably would have tried to make you submit using force, without even thinking about possible risks. That even though there may be risks involved, the girl states undoubtedly, she's glad that wasn't the case. Also, if the constellation that has the Earth souls as their servants is their ally, it would also be beneficial for them. The girl wonders what the reason could be. A hand wrapped in bandages glows with a blue aura. Yansung is surrounded by a blue aura. The reason your power is growing. His hair had rapidly grown because he accepted himself as a constellation. The change in his authority was reflected in his physical appearance. A girl asks if he has made up his mind, questioning if he would return to Earth no matter what. She reminds Yansung Choi that he will not forget his mortal self. He responds with a firm no. Yansung states that if his hair is long, it becomes a hindrance in his training. If you're planning on returning to Earth, Mr. Yansung Choi offers a piece of advice. Of course, as you've said, the gate to Earth has opened, and if the nearby constellations are observing Earth, it may not be a good idea to reveal your identity as a constellation. Even if they're good-natured constellations, they will keep you in check. Especially if they're competing for Earth, they will be stronger than us by tenfold. And even if they are good-natured, if they think you may steal a soul they've already obtained, they will not back down. And make sure to never use your existential power. Blend in with the Earthlings and quietly increase the number of your followers and worshippers until they willingly become souls that desire your blessing. You want me to hide the fact that will only realize much later what you've stolen. He hums, wondering if something is wrong. Yansung says that's not what he meant, asking if it isn't enough for her to fight off monsters and become a hero. The unnamed female character thinks, hunter. The constellation continues, musing that a famous hunter has fans just like a celebrity. Choi Yansung realizes there's a constellation on Earth who knows him, wondering which constellation it is. The unnamed female character thinks that if possible, they'd be better off recruiting this constellation. She also thinks it's not a bad idea to increase the forces of their small constellation alliance. Yansung smiles. It's a long story. Choi Yun-sung started to explain the meeting with the goddess of balance who walks ahead and how they had come into the abyss. In the simplest way, for the glory of the universal goddess and the glory of Choi Yun-sung himself. The sugar-coated version of his story did not have any effect. He wonders if even if it seemed strange, wouldn't they have had plans all along? The constellation asks if foresight is not a common ability even in the abyss. The constellation thinks that they may be able to see into the future, but their interpretation is quite amiss, so this constellation is quite looked down upon. The constellation thinks that if they had foresight and weren't able to use their abilities properly, isn't that just lack of brains? But the future is never clear. The cat of lava and magma says that it cannot comprehend such beings. It might not even be worth their time to recruit such a constellation. The cat of lava and magma says it's not the time to be picky and choosy with their alliances. The constellation thinks that if they were trying to ward off the evil constellations, they may be above average in terms of their good nature and may not want to ally her forces with other constellations. The cat of lava and magma says they seem too stupid. The cat of lava and magma says they can help with the interpretation as long as she shares her foresight. The constellation asks if it isn't a good enough reason to form an alliance. The constellation asks to please recommend an alliance to them when the undefeated avatar of training returns to Earth. He says he's sure she'll be helpful. The constellation thinks that if she knew he became a constellation, he can't tell what her reaction will be. He thinks that they need to find a method to contact the goddess. He asks if the cat of lava and magma knows any constellations who may know her whereabouts. The cat of lava and magma says they've only heard of her name. The cat of lava and magma says they've never heard of such an insignificant constellation before. The constellation thinks that he's already made worthy alliances since he's awakened as a constellation. He thinks that his path to Earth has yet to make progress. He guesses he will look for it on his own. The goddess of balance will serve as a great clue. If you come across those who know of her, it must mean you're getting closer to Earth. They started to worry if they were going to ever arrive on time. Sir Constellation, I heard you were looking for me. I will guide you in the territories of Dominator. Yansung Choi is greeted by Arnie. Arnie says, welcome back, Arnie. We still have an important mission. The cat of lava and magma is currently forging some equipment for Yansung. The cat of lava and magma says, I have to stay here until they're finished. The cat of lava and magma exclaims, aha, the precious minerals you've been collecting. How amazing. If such a renowned blacksmith is making your equipment, I'm sure the equipment will be legendary and the perfect fit for you. The cat is welling up with tears of sorrow. Arnie says, of course, they'll be the equipment of my dreams. How amazing, Sir Constellation. Arnie asks, Sir Constellation, where would you like me to guide you now? This territory is full of interesting sights. Yansung replies, I have a few ideas already. The cat of lava and magma speaks, relaying information. She heard from the Dominator that there's something called the Well of Enlightenment here. She confirms that it is a training ground to control desires. Yansung thinks to himself that if he has to wait, he might as well train here. The cat of lava and magma states that Yansung is truly the undefeated avatar of training. The cat of lava and magma explains that she heard many old nightmares have used this place before, but it's been forbidden since the birth of the Dominator. He thinks to himself that it's too dangerous, and that many nightmares have gone insane during the training here. Many nightmares have gone insane during the training here. The simple training only requires you to drink from a well. But, if that were the case, it would not have been closed off in the name of a constellation. The weight of water gets heavier and heavier, as strong as the desires are of the person lifting the water. Even if you try to meditate and put down your desires, the water does not ease. Yansung grits his teeth, struggling with the weight. A voice echoes, asking if he gets rid of his powers, he can return to Earth. It asks if he doesn't want to return to his beloved training grounds. The precious barbells and dumbbells, handled with care, hang suspended. A steaming bowl of spicy ramen with chili powder sits beside a movie poster featuring Superman and Batman. What about the sequel of the fantasy novel you were reading? Aren't you curious about the ending? It's been a while, the bandaged hand seemed to say. It was quite something when we broke up, but our feelings were true. We didn't actually hate each other, right? We can start over. If you let go of this rope. A determined gaze pierces the darkness. Even if he is the undefeated avatar of training, it won't be easy. That well will continue to test you and trigger you eternally, and the weight of the water will keep increasing. The cat of lava and magma wonders if the avatar of training will be okay. A constellation is different from a nightmare. He won't go insane at least. But I wonder what kind of visions the avatar has to tolerate. It's probably something incredible. The cat is gesturing to take a look over there. A foot comes down with force. The constellation is asked a question, but he is too focused on his training to answer. He exhales heavily. The training continues, the weight of his desires pressing down on him. His legs tremble as he struggles to maintain his grip. The woman stares intently, wondering if it could be him. The training continues. 1, 2, 3, 4. He is at a training ground to empty his desires. He's using the weight of his desires to exercise like that. 12. That unhealthy obsession for training truly makes him worthy of becoming a constellation. The woman watches him, the cat of lava and magma beside her. Just 5 more sets. The cat is mumbling that this is some sort of ridiculous nonsense. The task involves pulling up water that becomes proportionally heavier based on the challenger's desires. A young woman with short, pink hair stares ahead, a small, glowing orange cat floating beside her. The one who pulls on this well experiences a hallucination that triggers their desires, and as it happens, the water gets heavier accordingly. Many nightmares are said to have driven others crazy after this training. Yansung Choi sits at the edge of a well, gripping a rope. He wonders if there is a problem. He sighs, noting that it has been a while since he found a nice weight training machine. The desires are quite half-baked, Yansung thinks, his expression strained. An amazing movie where both Superman and Batman appear together? There's no way it'd be possible. Yansung Choi has arrived in the abyss in 2009. Ramen? He needs to focus on maintaining a good. A woman with brown hair thinks about getting back with her girlfriend. Even I have morals, Yansung thinks, and my morals tell me it wouldn't be possible. Even if I were to get back with her, the same thing would happen all over again, Yansung reflects, standing at the well. All of the desires are flimsy and half-baked. At this point, this well is just a squat machine where the weight consistently increases. Dream and desires, but there's no being that has no desire, and constellations aren't exceptions to this. Quite honestly, if anything, constellations are weaker against desires. How could such a transcendent being hold back from their desires? But that constellation, he's got some quite strong fundamentals, and I'm not saying this just in the sense of his battle strength. I will say this as the constellation of, because he used to be immortal? The majority of. If I focus on my obsessions, heavyweight low reps, and use the remainder of my time sparring with Arnie for more battle techniques. Yansung floats in the sky, wings spread wide, a fiery aura surrounding him. I was worried you'd become impatient after being forced to stay in this place, but you're doing better than I had thought. There's nothing here to do but train, so there's no reason for me to be impatient. It's not like hurrying will change anything. You're a battle-type constellation with incredible strength, but you may have the opportunity to increase the number of your followers and create your own kingdom. Increase the number of my. Arnie looks down, acknowledging that he is one of Yansung's servants. He knows that Yansung is the avatar of training. Yansung admits that he is having a hard time just taking care of his own body. He is thankful to Yansung as his master, as Arnie has progressed significantly after training with him. The cat of lava and magma determines that they will never make something like this ever again. The cat tells Yansung to hurry up and retrieve the finished products. Yansung exclaims in surprise. Arnie notes that Yansung's careless training days are over now. The orichalcum cooking utensils were made by the famous blacksmith constellation with all his might. Yansung holds a knife, thinking that it could easily handle any kind of ingredient. He believes it's an amazing masterpiece and could even use this as a weapon. Yansung says, "Let's see." He seems to be thinking about something. Arnie looks at him with a questioning expression. Yansung holds the knife, which is glowing with a blue aura. Someone asks what Yansung is doing. Arnie apologizes, saying that he just wanted to check it out a little. He notes that it's a knife created by a constellation. It could stir up your entire surroundings if you're not careful with it. After checking out the orichalcum cooking utensils, they're all ready for action. He states that it's time to check out the other cookware made from adamantine. Yansung gathers up a bit of his inner strength. Yansung falls. A sound echoes. The cat of lava and magma exclaims, "Wow." Clouds drift by. The cat of lava and magma finds it amazing. The cat proudly boasts that these tools are stronger than any magic defense items, noting that there isn't a single scratch on any of that even after taking that attack. The cat of lava and magma says it's a shame the size is quite small, blaming that it's the fault of the requester, who didn't give them enough ingredients. Yansung replies that no, but this size is more than enough. The small break Yansung took in the world of the nightmares came to a close. He, who was a human before he stepped in this place, is continuing on his path as a constellation. He is now Constellation M. A message says to please visit the Dominatory's kingdom again, and that they will be waiting for Yansung. One of the nightmares exclaims that the rice soup cooked by Constellation M is delicious and that they want to eat one more bowl. The nightmares chant for rice soup. A narration box asks why the undefeated avatar of training remembered among the nightmares as the undefeated avatar of rice soup. Yansung thinks to himself that he tried using the new cookware he got. The rice soup is made from hydra meat, which surprises one of the nightmares. Yansung tells Arnie to bring the nightmares because he made more than enough for all of them. Arnie is told to run away if he doesn't think he can handle it. Arnie is called out. One of the nightmares exclaims that the rice soup is incredible and making their insides feel really nice. They feel like their abilities are rising too, but just the taste is amazing. The nightmares ask Yansung to please give them rice soups as well. The nightmares' desires for the rice soup became a battle among them, and things were barely in control after Yansung stepped in. Yansung thinks that thanks to the nightmares, he could train his cooking skills and his existential power increased. But he feels kind of sorry towards the constellation of dream and desires since their servants showed such shameful conduct in front of him. Yansung thinks that ruling over a kingdom as a constellation really is quite demanding. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness is showing disgust towards him, who has stepped inside their territory. So this is the territory ruled by the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness? It really does show off the constellation's individuality quite a bit. He thinks to himself that he will try using his existential power just a little bit, so this creepy bastard won't be able to bother him anymore. He is hiding his presence from this world and is now free from the sight of constellations. Yansung thinks that it feels so peaceful and quiet. He was receiving the messages from the constellations because he couldn't do something like this entire time. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness orders all of their servants. Not a single one of you can handle fighting against him. Do not confront him with brute force. Just remember that only clever wisdom is the answer here. Undefeated avatar of training. You have invaded my master's territory. It's a disrespect that cannot be forgiven. However, my master has shown mercy towards you. Become my master's servant. My master said that they will welcome you and let all your disrespectful past actions slide. Huh, is that so? What a generous constellation we have here. The skeleton figure extends an offer. Come under the wing of my master. If you join us, he will forgive all of your disrespectful past actions and welcome. The skeleton figure continues, declaring Yansung a worthy subordinate. Yansung smirks. What a generous constellation we have here. The skeleton figure stands tall, a spear in hand, as it tries to pull a fast one. The skeleton figure warns, Avatar of Training, if you refuse my master's offer. The skeleton figure states that his master will come forth on his own, and that Yansung should desert any thoughts that he will not come forth. Yansung covers his mouth, detecting a rotten stench. The skeleton figure urges him to hurry and cite the Pledge of Allegiance to come out. The skeleton figure commands, the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, come out and don't hide behind your servants. Yansung, his eye gleaming, wonders why the skeleton figure is still there. The skeleton figure demands, what are you doing? Call forth your master. The hidden skill, Celestial Meteor Blast, is added to the Divine Celestial Technique. The Avatar of Training's initial determination. Since arriving in the abyss, Yansung Choi was never the obvious victor. He was always struggling alone as a weak human, in a hostile territory, trying to overcome all struggles as a weakling. But how does he seem after awakening as a constellation? Although he denies his own presence as a constellation, he hid in fear from older constellations, trying to find a middle ground where the constellations would not be able to see him, like a coward, trying to overcome all struggles as a weakling. If I'm to live as a constellation, I have to forge my own path. Even if I have to battle the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness to the death, it doesn't matter. Nothing changes due to the fact that my opponent is a constellation. He hid in fear from older constellations. He really showed up. Cat says it's too late to run away and is dismayed. Two skeletal figures with glowing red eyes stand in the darkness. Yansung floats above a pool of green liquid. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness looms, surrounded by skulls and dark energy. A servant asks if the master has come down. The servant exclaims that the Cardinal has answered their prayers. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness is thinking. The Cardinal thinks that the opponent is a lunatic beyond belief as Yansung stands ready. The cardinal's servant thinks that if they were to be defeated, the opponent will be wiped from existence, and wonders if the cardinal got involved in such a battle. The cardinal thinks that he doesn't gain anything, so it's an automatic loss. The cardinal thinks that it's a major loss if he loses because he will lose so much, but if he doesn't partake in this battle. The cardinal thinks that he will lose face as a constellation and be disrespected, so a mega loss. He calls Yansung an avatar of training. The cardinal of plague and darkness thinks that if he got involved in such a battle, how dare Yansung challenge him, and declares that he is coming. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the blast hurtling towards Yansung. Though he dealt the first blow, Yansung does not drop his guard, conjuring a shimmering green shield to meet the onslaught. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness acknowledges the first battle between constellations, realizing the gap between their existential powers is too significant. The Cardinal declares he has to make this battle short and sweet, knowing the consequences if it is prolonged. Yansung grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He knows he will be defeated for sure if he doesn't act fast. He steels his resolve, knowing he must charge up his celestial punch. Energy crackles around Yansung, the air thick with anticipation. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness clenches his fist, adding more existential power to his attack. The two powers collide, creating a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness prepares to strike, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations of reality. Yansung is sent hurtling backward, the force of the blow staggering him. His allies watch in stunned silence. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness writhes, a sensation wholly unfamiliar to him. The pain is unlike anything he has ever experienced as a constellation. The pain of having his very existence torn apart is a new and unwelcome experience. Constellations, including the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, have never had to battle physically, fighting tooth and nail before. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness realizes the danger. What is this? What kind of ludicrous attack is it? Is it magic? A surge of blue energy pulses outward, the source unknown. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness cries out in pain, the blue energy assaulting his senses. Yansung grits his teeth, a surge of power coursing through him. His attacks are working. Yansung's eyes burn with determination. He can't lose this opportunity. Yansung Choi gathers energy in his hands, preparing for a hidden move. Before him looms a monstrous figure, its clawed hands raised in anticipation. The monstrous figure cries out, reeling from an unseen blow. Yansung grits his teeth, wondering if his opponent is pretending to be weak on purpose. Again, Yansung focuses, preparing another hidden move. A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Skeletal figures watch the battle unfold, one remarking on the beauty of the world's end. A towering figure with horns expresses outrage that an insignificant constellation dares to stand against them. A voice declares their leaders, the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness's, power. Another explosion rocks the landscape. Yansung stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unharmed. The smell of rotten pus still lingered in the air. It would be difficult to win easily. He stood firm, the blue aura around him unwavering. The skeleton warrior, defeated, begged, surrender. He continued to plead, I surrender. Tears welled in his red eyes. Please stop. I lost. He offered everything. I'll pass them all to you. The skeleton warrior stammered, surrender? Why yeah. Yansung Choi stood over him, the blue aura emanating from his body. The skeleton warrior continued to beg. Quack. I am not lying. He swore I swear on my true name. The cat of lava and magma chimed in, stating that he was speaking the truth, that things sworn on their true name cannot be lied about. What's that supposed to mean? Yansung considers the nature of constellations, wondering if there's any reason for them to surrender. A voice echoes, stating that constellations will give up if they are hit hard enough. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, towering over Yansung, repeats his surrender. Yansung nods, acknowledging the surrender. A system message appears, stating that the skills subdue the strong, assist the weak, has activated, increasing Yansung's existence power significantly. Another message indicates that the skill Self-Conquer has also activated, further increasing his existence power. Yansung, surrounded by a golden aura, declares that he can fight using his martial arts. He resolves to work on the constellations as well. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness's eye is shown in close-up as he exclaims in surprise. He states that he can see and feel it. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness describes his kingdom, a river where pus flows and buildings made of decomposed tumors. He identifies it as the Kingdom of Plague and Darkness. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness's new servants are shown. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness thinks of his kingdom. Yansung gags, covering his mouth. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness offers his kingdom and servants. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness states that Yansung can manage his kingdom or the servants. Yansung asks if he is being serious. A voice echoes, stating that it needs Yansung Choi. Seeing the back of Yansung Choi leave his kingdom, the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness fell into confusion. The War of Constellations is a dangerous adventure where you put everything on the line. The winner takes everything from the loser, so the loser does not steal back their kingdom and servants and rise up as a competitor in the future. That being's existence is the obvious choice, but my life was preserved, and I kept all my servants and kingdom. It's a relief, but what is this sense of disheartenment? Just what is that bastard thinking? The identity. Erasing the rest of the person, becoming my master? The cost said that it's the first time a mere constellation get beaten by sheer power. It's alerting you that it was a mistake leaving the servants and the kingdom as it is. It doesn't matter. It's not a kingdom I can manage anyways. The battle tactics I studied with Arnie in a mock battle worked. That was the greatest thing I gained. Arnie wondered what Yansung was doing with his servants. The cat of lava and magma thought it was embarrassing. You stay close to your opponents so it's difficult for them to use magic, and defeating them by not giving any room for them to use their existential power. Even if I meet stronger constellations going forward, I can fight. The undefeated avatar of training stood silhouetted against a fiery backdrop. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of his recent victory over the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness. A figure surrounded by armed guards declared, his voice echoing with confidence, that he had already finished preparing everything. A monstrous figure, wreathed in fiery energy, vowed not to lose so pathetically like the one who reeked of a rotten stench, preparing to fight with his whole being. The skill subdue the strong, assist the weak activated, significantly increasing Yansung Choi's existence power. The skill self-conquer activated, further amplifying his power. This was what he had hoped for. Another monstrous figure declared he would fight with his full strength, revealing that those who neighbored the Cardinal of Darkness had prepared everything upon hearing the news. In other words, unlike before, Yansung Choi had to go up against the kingdom and the servants that the constellation owned. The time that it took to clean up all the servants and face the constellation took 200 years alone. Yansung Choi's victory was assured as he unleashed a powerful attack. So you're the avatar of training that has been defeating all the constellations recently. It won't be easy to beat me. A mid-level constellation, the voice that calls from the deep sea, proposed avoiding childish conflict and compromising on what they wanted. Yansung asked if the constellation was saying that it wanted to negotiate, wondering what it wanted. He declares that they must fight each other with everything they have. After nearly 150 years of fighting, Yansung Choi has achieved victory. The mid-level constellation, the raging old man, finds the victory hideous, referring to Yansung as the undefeated avatar of training. He wonders if the other constellations will simply sit by and watch him run wild. A voice warns that a solid alliance of the constellations will destroy him, asking if he feels the power of the cat of lava and magma that is together with him. The cat greets him welcomingly. Yansung appears confused. The victory was achieved with the help of the cat. Yansung Choi's victory was achieved in just 6 hours. A combat-type adult constellation states that they are not jealous of the superior constellations, mentioning that the one who untied the knot left his territory and ran away. The cat of lava and magma asks who brought that constellation and feels proud. At least he doesn't look too impatient. The B-rank skill, the Abyss mid-grade dish, has changed to an A-rank skill, the Abyss high-grade dish. His existence power has increased. When he meets a constellation, he fights, and when he meets a monster, he cooks. Fight and eat again. It felt like something he'd seen in a novel a long time ago. What was it? Right, the days of the idyllic slaughter. When will he return to Earth at this rate? Well, who knows if this is a gate leading to Earth. Let's see if this one's a winner. Even though there's no way it'd actually be the Earth. Huh? No way, really? Is this really? The cat of lava and magma wonders if this place is truly Earth. It seems like they should try going somewhere where people live. It's a town, but it doesn't seem like Korea. The cat is astonished by the fact that the Earth has many kingdoms. Yansung remains silent, taking in the surroundings. A goblin remarks that there's no way that during the time he spent wandering the abyss, this could have happened. The cat says that it is positive that this isn't Earth, and that this is a planet of the goblins. So it is F's, a thriving goblin's paradise. He has seen a few goblins in dungeons before, but he thought they were just monsters. It looks like they can actually make proper towns of their own. Yansung walks through the goblin town, observing the inhabitants. Yansung is surprised by what he sees. Although the goblin kingdom may look similar to Earth at first glance, it is much closer to the abyss. This means that the appearance of a gate here is much more common than on Earth. The goblins of Apex have been battling monsters emerging from the gates for far longer than humans have. Thus, they possess a far superior defense strategy compared to humans. But that strategy is only effective when facing ordinary monsters. A goblin looks up, his expression one of utter bewilderment. A monster descends, dwarfing the goblin village. The beast emits a guttural growl, a sound that promises destruction. The monster howls, the sound echoing across the desolate landscape. The wolf that devours planets, Akapenlil. A monster whose power rivals that of a constellation has appeared. World. A voice cries out, "Your Highness, you can't go any closer. It's too dangerous." The figure riding the dragon retorts, "Don't stop me. I was the greatest sorcerer in F's before I became king. The final day of F's has arrived." The Goblin King, Odagon, declares, his voice echoing with unwavering resolve, that he will not abandon his duty like a coward. Odagon, the Goblin King and greatest sorcerer in F's, faces the wolf monster. He thinks to himself that even if this is the final day for F's, he will not back down. The Goblin King vows to leave Akapenlil with a scar he will never forget. Energy crackles in the air as the battle intensifies. Odagon, his face contorted in determination, wonders what is happening. Akapinlal roars, sensing a sudden shift in the battle. He wonders what the light is. Akapinlal is surprised that an attack was able to affect him, as expected. Choi Yansung, his eyes glowing with power, acknowledges that he only has one shot. Yansung realizes it's not a constellation because it can't think like other beings. His only chance at killing it is. Right now, Akapinlal is struck by a powerful attack. Choi Yansung declares that he will use all his power. In one strike, you have slain the wolf that devours planets, Akapinlal. Luckily, it all worked out according to the plan. Because beings like that, where cowards would never dare fight, and training. We're extremely bad at enduring pain. I surrender. I've never felt pain like this before. The cat is saying that beings like those are so strong that they lack experience fighting foes as strong as themselves. It compliments you for coming up with a great tactic. Thanks. But if it was able to tank my ultimate move, or it was prepared for it, I bet I would have had to fight for a few hundred more years. That. The goblins. No way they'll attack me, right? After seeing a fight like. Huh. Is it really going to fight me? The feet of a massive figure are seen. While the gods of the abyss have ignored them, the Goblin King states that Yansung Choi has been nice enough to save his people. The Goblin King declares that Yansung is his god, as well as his master. The Goblin King Odagon praises Yansung. A system message declares that the Goblin Kingdom is now under Yansung's command. A constellation's power grows as more souls believe in it. The universe is in resonance. A system message states that Yansung's power as a constellation and his existential power have both grown stronger, and that his authority as a constellation has transcended. Yansung has achieved the skill, the undefeated avatar's declaration of territory. His existence has grown to a mid-tier constellation. Yansung wonders if his existential power has gotten more powerful. The cat of lava and magma is saying that Yansung did a great job. He thinks that it tells him that he should do the same on Earth, but he bets Earthlings aren't that simple. Yansung thinks that if he slays an enormous monster on Earth, he'll become famous as an amazing hunter. A news report shows that Yansung Choi has slain an S-tier monster. Yansung reflects that this is what happened before he left. He muses that others won't put their faith in him and worship him like these goblins, adding that they'd probably try to pull him down instead. A voice states that there were a lot of similar cases. The cat says that it knows that much since a constellation like him came from there, questioning if that is an insult. A goblin shouts that he shall go too, exclaiming that he'll serve his side. The goblin asks if he said his name was Odagon, expressing that he's grateful that he remembered. Yansung states that he's wandering the abyss, adding that it'll be difficult for a mortal like him to come with him, but it doesn't matter. Odagon says that he'll follow him and serve him even in the darkest regions of the abyss. Odagon declares that he is the Goblin King, Odagon, and that he's not some kind of dwarf who will become disloyal just because something is too difficult. He adds that if he doesn't thank the person who has saved him and his people, he will live a life full of greater regret. Yansung hums. Odagon states that his entire body is surrounded by powerful magic, adding that he's noticeable even when compared to the hunters on Earth, asking to please allow it, Master. Odagon says that perhaps his power as a sorcerer might come in handy. Yansung replies that it's fine, just don't regret it. Odagon thanks him, exclaiming that he'll serve him to his fullest extent, asking what he is looking for in the abyss, Master. Yansung asks if he's heard of a planet called Earth. Odagon apologizes, stating that it's his first time hearing about a place called Earth. He has to get there in time, though it seems like it's very far away. He doesn't know either. Odagon asks if Choi Yansung is going to throw away the remaining meat, noting that Orge, Volgon, and Adio are incredibly valuable monsters. He adds that it is the meat of monsters even greater than that of Akapinlal. Odagon says there's nothing he can do about it since the spatial storage necklace has its limits. He can use spatial magic as well. Odagon offers his apologies. Odagon states that they have to take cover. Choi Yansung replies that he knew. Odagon says he's waiting because he wants to go somewhere far away this time, then wonders aloud. Odagon states that they can go pretty far if they use the magic storm well, then trails off. Understood, Choi Yansung will brace himself as well. A surge of raw magical energy tears through the landscape, leaving nothing but fractured earth and swirling debris in its wake. The magical storm continues its relentless assault, the air crackling with untamed power. The narration speaks of the storm's devastating impact, claiming it shattered a landmass the size of a continent. A crowned figure observes the magical storm, noting its exceptional strength. Two figures stand silhouetted against the backdrop of the raging storm. One asks if the other has been using these so far. The crowned figure continues to observe, noting that even constellations usually avoid things like those. It appears so. A figure responds to an unseen master, acknowledging their understanding. Odagon declares that he will go wherever his master goes. The magical storm rages on. The crowned figure expresses surprise, realizing the magic storm is. One of the figures wonders if the storm is disappearing, but the other states that's not it, this is. The magic has combined and is changing form. A voice cries out, relieved to be saved, believing it was the end. The speaker wonders about Odagon. The magic storm is quite large, disappearing quickly while creating byproducts. Someone questions the nature of these byproducts. Structures in the abyss are byproducts of this magic storm. The storm left a dungeon as a byproduct. Dungeons. A phenomenon where a part of the abyss has specific rules and is connected to another in U.S. Nevada. Monsters of the abyss appear in the dungeon. It acts as a bomb where monsters explode out of. It was created in the Mojave Desert. The dungeon's name is the demon's mirror of delusioning. This is also information they had, and there are 11 hours until a monster will appear. Something came out, described as a cheap industrial product, but it is disliked. Someone expresses their disdain for disrespectful brats. It's humanity's natural right to name stuff, but one day it's all dungeons, monsters, and constellations. It's thought to be some kind of game. It's popular. The danger level drops significantly even with 1B tier hunter, and yet the rewards are pretty good. Right now a hunter team, named Gaines, has gotten permission to hunt it. It's like some kind of game played when he was a child. That team. It's a team that was getting a lot of attention because the son of the Parker Foundation newly made it. Since monsters of the abyss and magic were introduced into Earth, humanity's lives have changed. Strong crystals of magic possessed by monsters, called the cores. Thanks to the abyss, humanity was able to advance without producing any pollution. Products other than cores were also useful. The presence of the abyss opened new doors for material science and biotechnology as well. The Parker Foundation made use of this opportunity and grew significantly. The Parker Industries headquarters, a towering skyscraper, stands as a testament to their influence, encompassing pharmaceutical, artifact, and other abyss-related companies. Richard Parker, leader of the Gaines team, arrives, ready for the task ahead. The scene shifts to the location where the Gaines team is preparing, revealing that Richard Parker is also the youngest son of the second CEO of the Parker Foundation. A man in uniform informs his superior that they've arrived. It's noted that Richard Parker is a rich, third-generation hunter, and the Gaines team has arrived. Richard Parker stands ready, preparing to subjugate the demon's mirror of delusioning. A staff member confirms that the Gaines team is registered as 8 people and asks if they are sure they're ready, as up to 10 can enter. The team has already confirmed their readiness. Someone notes that they added someone and asks for a check on the new member. Another comments on their incredible equipment and the money behind it. The new hunter is identified as Clayton, prompting a question about whether it's okay for Clayton to be a hunter. Clayton's rank is revealed to be E+, and he's described as basically a normal person who's just awakened. A member of the Gaines team states that there are 7 C-class hunters, and they are a B-rank hunter, questioning what the problem is. It's confirmed that in theory, as long as they have 1 C-rank hunter, they can clear a C-rank dungeon. The team discusses the capabilities of an E-rank hunter. It's noted that an E-rank hunter can only use 1 or 2 circle magic spells and won't be able to deal meaningful damage to monsters of a C-rank dungeon. Rewards from a C-rank dungeon are plentiful. With luck, one can even obtain items worth millions, though it's uncommon for an E-rank hunter. A message appears, stating that the team has been permitted to enter the demon's mirror of delusioning and should get ready to enter. The son of the Parker Foundation assures the captain that he has his trust, and the captain tells him not to worry and just stick to the plan. Roger confirms. One of the team members observes that Clayton looks like the son of the Parker Foundation's slave. Another team member responds, wondering if he hired him with his personal money. The dungeon entrance is shown, with a limit of 9 people. A message states that he hired him to carry his stuff. Another message states that having a lot of money sure is great. The dungeon countdown has paused at 2 weeks, 10 hours, and 32 minutes. One of the team members states that he'll just send the report. Meanwhile, monsters begin pouring out of the dungeon. Someone exclaims in shock, wondering if the monsters are pouring out of it. One of the team members expresses disbelief, stating that he doesn't think it's that. A close-up of the monsters pouring out of the dungeon. A close-up of the monster's eyes. The son of the Parker Foundation suggests it might be better if monsters were coming out right now. A voice expresses a grim outlook, stating that it will end with them dying. The dungeon has grown significantly, as Clayton observes in shock. It appears they made a mistake when determining its rank, as this is no C-rank dungeon. Someone wonders if it might actually be closer to an A-rank dungeon, and voices concern for the Gaines team, who just entered. A figure states that it's too late and there's nothing they can do about it, adding that it's nothing close to something a county worker can deal with. A figure wonders if it is a ruin type, expressing relief that it's not some kind of swamp. A newbie is instructed to send a report to the Confederation of Dungeon Management and confirms the order. The son of the Parker Foundation orders a call to the Parker Foundation as well. Someone notes that you never know, adding, well, even still, it'll be difficult to rescue them now. A figure calls out to the captain, and another asks what's the matter, followed by a hesitant The Gaines team finds themselves surrounded by a horde of red-skinned monsters, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monsters hold a sign, its message a chilling declaration. Monsters are everywhere. Hunter Group, Gaines begins their first day clearing the dungeon, the demon's mirror of delusions. One of the hunters observes that it's dark and wet, wondering if it's an underground cave. The hunter finds it a bit suspicious, but wide. Another hunter observes that it looks like an old ruin, wondering if it's an abandoned ruin type. One of the hunters asks if they should look for an exit first. Another hunter says that they will look for one by themselves. One of the hunters states that they themselves are enough, and the rest of them will look for the boss monster. A hunter orders the others to check their surroundings and use strengthening magic in order. There are two ways to escape a dungeon. You either find the exit that's connected to the outside, or you defeat the boss monster, who's the core of the dungeon. In a C-class dungeon, rather than finding the exit, low-tier reflexes strengthen and low-tier speed up. A hunter looks at red eyes in the dark. It's better to just find the boss monster. The team has located their target. One of the team members wonders if it is an ambush. The team is told not to be surprised and to get into position. They are told that the enemies are nothing but C-rank monsters. A lone figure stands surrounded by ghouls. The team prepares for battle, their expressions grim. The ghouls stand ready to attack. One of the team members says that they got scared of F-rank monsters who aren't even worth any money. He says that he will take care of them. A flame arrow is launched towards the ghouls. More flame arrows are launched. The team realizes that they keep coming and that they need to prepare more spells. The ghouls are hit by a spell. One of the team members asks if there are a bit too many. Another team member replies that they are still just ghouls and that a few AoE spells can take care of them. A team member casts a spell and tells everyone to hurry up. The ghouls descend upon the team, their claws outstretched. One of the team members grimaces, complaining of mana sickness. The captain states that they won't stop coming, and another team member says that they won't be able to hold out much longer, adding that 3 or 4 more flame arrows is their limit. Another team member warns that if they keep using magic, they'll all drop from magic sickness. One of the team members shouts, telling the others not to worry and that he'll take care of this wave, ordering them to advance. The text explains that when clearing a C-class dungeon, it's clearable as long as there's one hunter that's above C rank in a team. The text reveals that the Gaines team has the B rank hunter, Richard Parker. The text states that it's a difficulty that they can easily clear. However, the Gaines team faces a horde of ghouls. The text states that something has been realized. The text states that something was terribly wrong. A strange, teal-colored void stretches into the distance. The landscape is a ruin of shattered stone and broken structures. A ruined structure glows with an inner light, energy crackling around it. A blinding flash of light signals a teleportation event. The teleportation complete, a goblin and a man stand amidst the ruins. The goblin groans, clearly suffering from teleportation sickness. Teleportation sickness is always oof. The goblin apologizes, immediately casting an anti-sickness spell on his master. The man looks on, seemingly unaffected. Time passes, and the goblin observes. He looks like he's fine. The goblin exclaims, "Master is incredible." The man is revealed to be Odagon. The goblin sniffs the air. "I smell something rotten. Is it a ghoul? I'll go and check." He casts a flight spell, preparing to investigate. The goblin muses, "Magic sure is convenient. If master." He states that he is in need of magic and that Odagon will help him learn it. The mage replies that he doesn't really know if he can. The unseen master tells Odagon to look more closely at the mine he just passed. Odagon confirms. The mage states that he is positive that it was used to contain valuable magic. The master asks if it is this area, adding that he can see the surroundings of their servants as if it's their own eyes. He notes that it is in the shadow of that building ahead. Odagon states that it is perfect. The master says that it's a unique material and the pattern in front looks like writing. Odagon says that it may be from the species that made these ruins. The master asks if Odagon sees that too. The master says that his prediction was correct. The master states that it's easily a few thousand of them. Odagon asks what he should say. The master says that if he wants, he can take care of all of them with one simple 7th circle AoE magic. The plan unfolds, promising to reduce everything to rotten piles of flesh and dust. A voice pleads to prove their worth as a proud servant. Odagon is told there's no need to flatter him and to calm down. Someone rushes forward, determined to save those trapped within. If their senses are correct, whoever is trapped inside will. A horde of monstrous figures looms, their red eyes gleaming with malice. A beam of light pierces through the darkness. A figure stands bathed in the ethereal glow. A guide emerges from the light, ready to lead the way. The promise echoes, "Us to Earth." A voice questions if someone mentioned Earth. The monsters confirm the mention of Earth with a guttural "yeah." Blue energy explodes outwards, striking the monsters. Yansung Choi stands over the fallen monsters, a faint blue aura still lingering around him. He recalls finding them at the square. A box labeled "Dungeon Ration" is shown. It seems that the monsters consider it food. It's hard to understand their taste. Yansung Choi, surrounded by the monsters, thinks that if he meets those who are trapped in their current form, it'll get a bit difficult. Not every goblin in the abyss. Goblins live like a civilized species. A goblin exclaims in disbelief, wondering who thinks he's a monster. Yansung Choi says that's just how humans are, so please be understanding. He asks if they can. Yansung Choi declares that he can use the 6th circle magic, polymorph. He stares intently at something in the distance. "Odagon, you really do look like a human." Odagon asks if he looks good, addressing someone as master. Odagon recalls being quite famous amongst the goblins for his looks. Yansung Choi states that he sees. Yansung Choi thinks that although Odagon looks like a human, his clothes look like a fantasy magician's. He then thinks that his hair will remind him. Odagon says to catch their eyes as well, and to hide your identity when you get to Earth. A cat is also present. A voice says to make it how it was in the past, since it isn't hard. A ghoul asks where it is hiding. Another ghoul says that it's probably not the master, and that if it had intelligence, it would have done something other than just surrounding them. A voice says that just sending ghouls means that it had some kind of reason to do so. A voice asks if you can think of a reason. Yansung Choi thinks that perhaps these aren't controlled by powerful magicians and instead are a part of a monster. The people of the abyss call it the king of the ghouls. Tarun, a monster that has the appearance of 1,000 ghouls. Those who see the ghouls and try to find their controller get stomped on by the Tarun. It's still a ghoul, so it's a pathetic foe to people like us who are on a different level. Those who aren't so skilled, however, will die because of the overwhelming number. The king of the ghouls. Hey, be careful with the crumbs. The only food we have left are boots and gloves. Hunter group gains. Day 28 of raiding the Devil's Mirror of Delusioning. On the first day, they lost a part of their food and water supply, but, cook, they got me. They were able to find a place where we can avoid the ghouls. Oh, my food supplies. Just let it go. Hurry up and join up with the rest of the group. A voice calls out, suggesting they block off the entrance inside. The group heads into the cave, hoping to secure their position. At the entrance, ghouls claw and reach, their red eyes gleaming in the dim light. A ghoul snarls, its grotesque features contorted in hunger. Another ghoul presses forward, its decaying flesh barely clinging to its bones. Inside the cave, the Gaines team huddles together, their faces grim as they assess their situation. Someone shouts, "Flame arrow," as a hunter prepares to unleash a fiery attack. The hunter's brow furrows with concentration as he aims his weapon. Sweat beads on his face, a testament to the pressure of the moment. The narrator reflects on the Gaines team's predicament, trapped inside this place for nearly a month without making any progress. A gruff voice demands, "Hey, you E-ranker," followed by a request to see what's inside the bag, suspecting it might contain food. The E-ranker stammers, clearly frightened. The E-ranker protests, explaining that he has a contract preventing him from showing the contents. Another voice interjects, lamenting that they will all die together at this rate. Clayton declares that he will permit it as the bag's owner, instructing the team members to show what's inside. Yansung Choi agrees to open the bag. Clayton admits that he doubts there's anything in the bag that could help them in their current situation. Another hunter states that if the boss says so, they won't hold back. Another hunter expresses surprise at what they've found. Clayton states that they've prepared so many things since it's a C-rank dungeon. He then asks what the item even says, questioning if it's food. Another hunter calls him a dumbass. Yansung Choi explains that the item is French and is a cosmetic product used after showering. Another hunter states that if they read this to the ghouls outside, they will open up the way while crying. A hunter reflects on the decision to hire a porter, asking what the porter wants him to say. Another hunter asks what the porter is talking about. Yansung Choi asks if anyone needs a Shakespeare book, receiving no response. Clayton states that this is all he has to say as the senior hunter, adding that there's no such thing as a rescue team. A hunter states that as the boss, if the team got into this situation, Clayton has to take responsibility for it. He then asks if Clayton forgot that there is a 10-people limit to this dungeon, adding that because of the young master's useless porter, there is only one space remaining in the dungeon. Another hunter asks if Clayton really thinks a single hunter can take care of all these ghouls, telling him to forget everything and just make the young master lead the way, and they charge outside, adding that they should see what he's got as a B-rank hunter and to take responsibility as the leader. The blonde-haired man, his face contorted with rage, shouts, "You bastards! You guys only followed me here for money." The man in sunglasses grits his teeth, retorting, "And you really think I'd do as you say?" One of the men behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims, "You better. You really think you can face 6 C-rank hunters all on your own?" A surge of blue energy crackles around the blonde man's hand, arcane symbols swirling within the light. With a burst of power, he unleashes Iholos's rapid frozen bullet. The skill activates, a 5th circle magic that launches multiple ice bullets to attack enemies within a certain radius. "This is crazy." Arms outstretched, the blonde man declares. It's a skill that Richard purchased with the help of the clan. The man's eyes narrow behind his visor, a cold determination hardening his features. "If you wish to fight me, the 3 of you that charge in first are bound to die." The blonde man continues to unleash his magic. One of the other figures says, to think he can use a 5th circle magic. Another responds, "Calm down, young master." Silhouetted against the light, the remaining figures prepare to engage. The blonde man thinks, "All of you come at me at once." The man with the visor asks, "What about?" Another man responds, "Ganian, why didn't you tell me anything until now? About what everyone was thinking about me?" The man with the visor continues, "Wouldn't you have chased me away?" He concedes that the other person has a point, acknowledging his own narrow-mindedness as a young master. He continues, stating that the other person is still all right, and that they seem to be changing themselves from now on. The older man with the staff states that Yansung will gain nothing by flattering him at this point, questioning what use it is for him to have realized it just now. A figure among a group of kneeling people insists that they shouldn't give up too easily, reminding them that they've held up for almost a month now. Yansung asks what would be a shame if the rescue team came after they had given up. He then says that Kook is very funny. Yansung states that he is fated to die with them, and that if someone really comes to rescue him, he is willing to give his entire wealth. A man with a bandage over his eyes exclaims in disbelief. A blinding light erupts, silhouetting 2 figures. A young man with green hair and blue eyes asks if anyone is here from. A doorway stands open, beckoning anyone to enter. Two figures stand ready, the blonde-haired man questioning if anyone is there. No answer comes as a foot steps forward. The blonde-haired man asks if they are from Earth. The blonde-haired man states that he is. Richard Parker mindlessly answered due to the unbelievable situation. The rescue team is here. The group exclaims that they are saved. The group is told that they are fools and to get ready for battle. Mr. Ghanaian is asked what he is doing and if he has finally gone insane. Brains, you stupid bastards. Only one more person could enter the dungeon. Two figures stand in front of a doorway, their identities unknown. He scratches his head, musing. Was there a limit for one person? He apologizes for the misunderstanding. One of the figures asks, then how? He states, we fell from the abyss. An accident that isn't uncommon after the gate first appeared. There have been a lot of people who have gone missing after they got sucked into a gate or a dungeon. Most of them never make it back, but some of them get super lucky and actually return. One of the figures asks, how can we trust you? You could be an illusion magic or a monster instead of an abyss disappeared dashed. He replies, it doesn't matter if you don't trust me. Is there anything you can do if you don't trust me? Hunters that are lower than B rank. The figure holding the spear states that even if they don't believe them, there's nothing they can do about it. One of the figures asks if they came from Earth, to which the response is affirmative. The man with the sunglasses asks if it is true and receives a confirmation. One of the figures wonders what's wrong with him, and another asks if he does drugs. Judging by how happy he looks, he must have really disappeared into something. The man tells them to wait. He asks what about the ghouls outside. Meanwhile, a figure stands amidst a pile of corpses, exclaiming in confusion. One of the figures states that it's impossible, while the other says that his friend over there is an incredible magician. Instead of quickly gaining attention, a group discusses recent events. One asks if another is also an abyss disappearance. Another replies that he has an even sadder story, noting that he lost his arts user. A character laughs, thinking how those pathetic brats dare to act. Then, one of the men asks if Yansung Choi is also a magic user. Another responds that there's no way he defeated that pack of ghouls alone, saying it's incredible even for two people to do so. A man smiles, declaring that he is a martial artist. Surrounded by shadowy figures, Yansung wonders what's going on. The group observes the man, noting that he uses martial arts. One says it's his first time seeing one, and wonders how long ago he fell into the abyss. The man asks why they are all looking at him like that, saying it's nothing and that it's just been. Someone says it's been so long since they've seen a martial arts user. Another says it wasn't this bad when he left Earth. The man asks what year it is now, and is told it's 2039. He wonders how long he wandered around, and is told it was for 30 years. The group discusses what the world record was so far, and someone says it was 28 years, and they're in a mental asylum right now. Another asks if there wasn't a book about them, that bestseller. Someone thinks that's about the guy who wandered for 26 years. Someone observes that it looks like. A voice commands Odegan to start a fire. The rock glows as the command is given, and a hand rests upon it. Odegan agrees. A man states that he told someone not to call him master. Another asks if he means brother. A rock sits alone, emitting a sound of annoyance. Yansung stands near the rock, looking down. Yansung kicks the rock, shattering it. Two men look on in shock, one stating, that's... Yansung holds pieces of the rock, wondering if it is the first time someone has seen this. He notes that there really are no martial arts users. A voice asks, meat? Have you ever seen Man vs. Wild? A man explains that it is a beneficial program that teaches humans can eat almost anything, and it will help a lot if they watch it. Another asks if it is a program for special forces. A man states that thanks to its teachings, he was able to stay self-sufficient in the abyss. The meat is shown. A man asks who they're going to give it to first. Another states that there is enough meat for everyone, so stay put. It's done resting. Everyone takes a plate and starts eating. Start eating. It was a weird meat that an abyss returner took out. At first, the hunters were hesitant about eating it, but the dripping juices and oil, and its deep scent, filled the air. The meat slides down someone's throat. It was like a king's meal for those starved hunters. The hunters react with surprise. They're too quiet? Did they find out we gave them our worst meat? Master, I told you we should have just thrown that meat out. Meat such as that which doesn't even have magic power in it just takes up space. It's a low-class meat that Master will never. It's delicious. I'll live harder from now on. Thank you so much. This meat, it's not normal meat. My magic power is. Volgon feels his body rapidly regenerating. Normally, using a few flame arrows would cause mana sickness, but now he feels like he could shoot more than 10 of them. They offered such rare meat. In order to. Choi Yansung wonders just how selfless they are. He recalls that they looked hungry, so he thought they would eat anything. Another character says that it's best to just throw out low-quality meat. Yansung thinks he should start sorting. Within this dungeon, the ghouls are one monster, as well as the boss. You have to kill all of them in order to clear it, but you can leave by killing the leftover. The man with white hair states that he's heard and seen stuff in the abyss. The group continues through the abyss. One of the men tells someone to shut it, stating that he thinks there's a misunderstanding. The man with the eye patch says he was just doing what Fred told him to do, and tells someone to fuck off if they don't want to die. The atmosphere is as thick as a brick. The white-haired man is asked what he thinks happened. Someone suggests that they had a fight while they were stuck here. Another man agrees, saying it looks like they really tried to kill each other. One of the men states that fighting during an emergency is something that's unimaginable to the goblins of Fs, and that humans are pathetic. Odagon is told that he is a human too. The silver-haired man walked away. Someone asked, "Your name was Odagon?" The C-rank hunters who became enemies with Richard. Another voice exclaimed, "Kia, your name is so cool." One of the men said, "Clayton, you brat, why are you acting like you're close with Mr. Odagon?" Another man said, "Mr. Odagon, we'll take care of the leftover ghouls." The narration stated that they tried to look for a new boss. One of the men said, "No, I'm." The narration stated that they were looking for a strong being to lead them in high-tier dungeons. Odagon looked down. The narration stated greater loot. One of the men said, "Told me to stay put, so I'm not doing anything, but I can clearly see through your intentions, so I'm honestly disgusted." Another man wondered, what are they doing? Another man said, "I'm aware of that too." Odagon is asked why he is being treated with such respect. The man with spiky hair responds that he is being respectful because Odagon has survived out here for 30 years. He then clarifies that he is technically 28 years old. One of the men notes that people tend to try to get closer to strong hunters. He wonders why they are only acting that way towards Odagon. The man with spiky hair states that Odagon is good at magic, but wonders why the others aren't coming to him. The blonde man and the man with short black hair react to something. A man is told that he is a martial arts user. It is explained that there are rank martial arts users like Xiaowan Li, who is the hope of martial arts users. Master Li is asked why he is treating them so poorly. Master Li looks forward. The blonde man and the man with short black hair are surprised by the reaction to Xiaowan Li. In 2009, Yansung Choi departed for the abyss. Although considered less efficient than magic hunters, those who chose martial arts by their own will, like Yansung, weren't uncommon. China was especially like a home to martial arts users. Right now, it may be difficult, but if more people start training and researching, there will come a time for martial arts to reign superior. Isn't there also a living legend who became an A rank through martial arts? Martial arts has a clear future, is what they thought. Cases of fake hunter ranks emerged. Fake hunter rank, debunked. The poster shows Hunter Xiaowan Li has been proven to have rigged his rank. What is it? Is it something fun? In 2011, in certain countries such as China and Russia, an international shock as a hero turns out to be fake. Cases of fake hunter ranks emerged, bribing the judges and messing with the testing gear. They became national hunters by making C-rank hunters into B ranks, and B-rank hunters into A ranks. Then, Xiaowan Li is a rank hunter who represented China, but his real rank was around B rank. That man was a fake. A pair of eyes, filled with an unknown emotion, stare out. Yansung's face is etched with shock. He thinks, I even bought his picture and poster. A voice declares that martial arts took a large blow after the truth came out. Two men stand over another who kneels before them. The man with the blonde hair states the reason why almost no one learns martial arts is. The voice continues, explaining that it died after that fall, and no one wants to learn it, and there's no one to teach it. The kneeling man wonders how he could make that up. Yansung breathes heavily, his face shadowed. Yansung is surrounded by a blue aura, as he tells himself to stay calm through inner strength. A voice states that sadness is the cause of muscle loss. The kneeling man asks if anything is happening on Earth, and the blonde-haired man asks what he means. Yansung's eyes widen as a voice declares that a new constellation came out of nowhere. The blonde-haired man asks if they are talking about what happened in 2011, stating it was really chaotic back then. The kneeling man exclaims, "What?" And the gray-haired man asks how he knew, stating it was after he disappeared. A voice wonders if, while they were wandering the abyss, the goddess prophecy already got there. A figure wonders if they were a step too late. It was the fall of the year that was filled with fake hunter ranks. Something was different that day. Lightning crackled in the sky. People walked along the crosswalk, unaware of the impending doom. It was different from the dungeon entrances from before. A woman muttered, "That's..." A strange light descended. A person screamed, "Save me." It was different from the dungeon entrances from before, and the monsters that appeared seemed mindless. It was an army. An army that had a goal and moved accordingly to a plan and from orders. A clear goal, to take over the Earth and give their constellation, the souls from the conquered lands. So, what happened to Earth? Was it taken over by evil constellations? Was I too late? Calm down. How would we be here if that happened? We stopped them. You stopped them? There were a lot of sacrifices, but we stopped them. The governments mobilized all their hunters, stopping the demons from advancing. Yansung looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He drops to his knees, the weight of something unseen pressing down on him. Then, he wonders if there isn't that much for him to do. Why was he wandering around the abyss? The question echoes in his mind. In 2011, 2 years after Yansung Choi left Earth, the evil constellations, they started invading Earth. However, the soldiers stood ready. In a counterattack where all of Earth's hunters participated, and they were able to defend themselves. The man looked up in shock. He wondered, what was I wandering the abyss for? A goddess apologized, saying she got mixed up and mistranslated. Or was the vision wrong to begin with? The constellation of dreams and greed is saying that something is off, Something is off? It wasn't just a small fight. They got invaded. Would the mortals be able to stop them, even if they combined their power? It's not just about being strong or weak. Constellations and mortals are completely different entities. No matter how many hunters there are, they'll be nothing but bugs to constellations. Someone sees. It is a bit strange. Someone asks how they defended themselves. Another responds, stating that it's closer to an armistice. They weren't confident that they could conquer more land. It was too costly for them to regain their land. They are worried if the truce will stay, but it's been working for now. It's thanks to the other constellations of Earth who promised to protect them. Figures stand in white robes. Someone says they see. If it's the other constellations, then it makes sense. Even if the constellations invade, they give power to an avatar and send them instead. A constellation who fights like him is an odd one, since the other constellations will fight themselves too. Thus, the reason a truce can hold is. The balance was a bit off due to new constellations attacking, but it ultimately returned to like how it was when the Abyss was first introduced. A situation where they try to avoid an all-out war. They want to have all the souls for themselves, but they don't want to fight themselves or lose an important servant, so they made a truce. Yansung Choi thinks to himself that he has nothing to do. He wandered the Abyss in order to stop the evil constellations from attacking, but wonders if he was too late. The cat says that's not true. A woman with blonde hair agrees, stating that the situation on Earth isn't over yet, although she's a few decades late. The woman thinks that a truce won't last forever, and there are way too many constellations in the Abyss who will come to Earth. The cat warns her to be careful of upcoming constellations. It tells Yansung Choi that they won't be interested in the truce. That means, if the situation turns out bad, Earth might become the center of the battle between countless constellations. Depending on the person. Mr. Odagon exclaims that it was an amazing magic missile. It's first circle magic. I've never seen someone who's so good at using first circle magic. Casting speed, power, sense. It's my first time seeing someone like you. How? The woman with white hair finds humans annoying, thinking they are out of their minds. The man with the beard believes they'll hit the jackpot if he goes to Earth, assessing that he's probably AB rank. Someone suggests he might even be in A rank, noting that he said he lost his memory, which is great. The group decides to do everything to get him away from Yansung Choi, hoping to take his spot. The man with the green cloak declares that they won't need to obey that kid Richard anymore. He wonders if Odagon will be alright, noting that he looks like he can't take much more. The man with the blonde hair says the same goes here, asking if he wants to fight. The man with the blonde hair is surprised. The man asks if they want to fight them, expressing surprise and reluctance. He tries to explain that he was trying to tell him that he doesn't mind them fighting, but he got too scared, even if it's illegal for hunters to fight in a dungeon. It looks like keeping a low profile isn't enough while staying on Earth. Regarding the prediction that constellations might fight on Earth, if you, the undefeated avatar of training, can't hide yourself, you might become the trigger. A voice promises to be careful. One of the men wonders how someone from the Abyss gets treated. A man recounts seeing a gigantic figure smiling in the distance. A woman is asked if she has made a contract with an evil constellation, leaving her confused. A voice states that the listener doesn't know about that either, referring to the evil constellations invading Earth. The image shows that making contracts with evil constellations has become illegal in most countries. The cat quickly tells them that they aren't evil constellations. One of the men says that the investigation isn't too complicated and asks which country the other is from. The other man replies that he is Korean. It is stated that after the evil constellations invaded Earth, they'll probably let you rehabilitate. A voice says it might be good for your friend who lost his memories. Odagon states that she has enough information about the situation on Earth and is also curious about something. A man replies, "Okay, master." The text mentions these hunters' skills and asks if there is any way to check. It is stated that there's a spell called level check. The cat asks why he is making Odagon do it. He is told that since the avatar is a constellation, he can check it himself. It says he doesn't need to use existential power, and that a constellation can easily do it. Odagon focuses his power. His eye glows with power. He is looking into Richard Parker. Odagon is surrounded by a blue aura. Meanwhile, Yansung looks on, questioning. He can practice this skill too. The dungeon, the demon's mirror of delusions, has been cleared. Yansung exclaims that they beat it. A message appears, stating that the dungeon will close soon. The dungeon is cleared, and Yansung Choi stands among his companions, who cheer at the prospect of returning home. Yansung Choi, standing beside another person, expresses relief. They are finally going back to Earth. The system announces that the demon's mirror of delusions has been cleared. The dungeon crawlers erupt in cheers, celebrating their victory. A warning flashes, the dungeon will close. The system reiterates its warning, the dungeon will close soon. The constellation's eye is being activated. The adamantium frying pan, an artifact of at least A tier, is described with its infinite durability and defense, along with its skills in magic injection, enhancement, and change. Self-conquer has been activated, increasing the user's existential power the more they train their constellation's eye. A voice exclaims that the master is incredible. The scene shifts to the Mojave Desert in Nevada. The sealed entrance of the demon's mirror of delusions is shown. A report comes in. There's a problem at the dungeon entrance. The dungeon entrance erupts in a violent explosion of crimson energy. A voice calls out, demanding that the reporters be kept away from the unstable dungeon. The crimson energy intensifies, writhing like tendrils of blood. The explosion continues to pulse with destructive force. The dungeon entrance is consumed by the blast. A man stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way! Did they manage to clear it?" A blinding light emanates from the dungeon entrance. The light intensifies, washing out the scene. Figures stand silhouetted against the radiant glow. A voice whispers, "It's so bright." He stands on a rise, gazing down at the crowd gathered below. The screen displays that the hunter team gains cleared the dungeon, the demon's mirror of delusions, in the Mojave Desert. The final result of its rank is: the dungeon is ranked as a C rank. One of the men exclaims that it's impossible, as there were thousands of. One of the men states that even if they received help from a competent magician, F-tier monsters alone are a bit much. He adds that they are already safely back. A dungeon's rank is determined by the boss monster's strength. The man with sunglasses says, "Ugh. It ranked C tier instead of F, which is why. Anyways, congratulations on returning." The man with the hat and sunglasses gestures with his hand. One of the men says that the other's father was very worried. They considered that Earth did not know about the Ghoul King Tarun. They also did not know that they safely got through a possible A-tier dungeon. A newspaper headline reads that the Prince of the Parker Group survived from hell. Someone wonders why there were so many paparazzi, and notes that their friend looks like quite the celebrity. Someone questions if that Richard guy was part of royalty. The man lying on the couch showed no hints of it. There's no way he'd satisfy an actual king. Even though he's not that good at English, he can understand it for some reason. The cat tells him that the constellations I can see through a lowly existence. It tells him that it'd be weird for a constellation to not be able to understand a mortal's language. The results for his tests are out. The woman in the lab coat exclaims, "You're really healthy." He thinks to himself, "I really can understand English if I try to. And I've never seen such a perfect body. The only thing to do in the abyss was working out." The woman in the lab coat continues, "And you seem mentally stable as well. You got really lucky. 30 years, you're going to have a hard time rehabilitating. If you'd like to move to another country, we'll help you." He thinks, "I'll think about it." The woman asks, "Is that so?" He thinks, "If that's the case." She acts like she doesn't want him to stay. On the other hand, memories. The American government is by his side. America is the wealthiest and strongest country. The American citizens. Choi Yansung is surrounded by people. So this is the treatment high-ranking magic users receive. The woman states that martial arts users can't relate to something. One of the men says he's heard the same thing multiple times, and the answer he can give will always be met after losing his memories. Another man states that he will follow Mr. Yansung Choi. One of the men asks what happened in the abyss for him to be so loyal to Yansung Choi. One of the men thinks it's because he's the first person he's Hunter Yansung Choi met after losing his memories. One of the men asks if Yansung Choi has ever truly considered moving to another country, stating that if there's something he needs, the government will help him. An attitude much different from before. One of the men asks if he can think about it after he gets a green card. One of the men asks what they are doing over there, stating that they're talking amongst themselves using a lowly telepathy artifact. Yansung Choi states that he can easily get in using his magic, and asks if he should show them what they're saying. Sure. One of the men thinks that he'll stay here after he gets his green card and spend some time here, but another man thinks he's saying no right now, but he'll learn that America is truly the best. He's still a bit worried. That magic user called O'Dagan, other nations will try to scout him. The speaker suggests placing spies near him, so others can't approach. The plan is to constantly persuade him. The man with the spiky brown hair states that they will spy on O'Dagan, not on them. O'Dagan asks if he can get rid of any spies. O'Dagan's name is spoken. Someone apologizes to their master, acknowledging that they complicate things. There are more processes. A returner must go through a process in order to receive a hunter's green card. The test is ready. Yansung Choi is instructed to take a survey for 30 minutes, and to be careful that the patches don't fall off while taking the test. He looks at the survey. Then they'll begin. A monstrous figure looms, a question hanging in the air. Have you ever made a contract with the constellation, the warrior of madness and blood? Another question appears, this one more practical. Please write a paragraph that mocks the warrior of madness and blood. The test continues, the text stating that this is the best way to determine if someone made a contract with an evil constellation. The warrior of madness and blood is just like his name. The text states, a pathetic maniac, which they made using their own intelligence after making contact with constellations. He is told that they will now measure how much mana he has, and to please inject mana into that crystal ball. Yansung asks how much. Yansung injects mana into the crystal ball, thinking he will inject as much as he can. The crystal ball glows brightly as it renews hunter rank after 30 years in Earth time. Mr. Ghanaian wonders what is happening. Mr. Ghanaian watches the crystal ball glow. Yansung continues to inject mana into the crystal ball, the energy crackling around him. He thinks he still has a bit of mana left and wonders if he should do it again. Yansung decides that he will consider that. He thinks that in order to move more freely around here, it's probably better to get a higher rank than 30 years ago. Yansung wonders if he's probably around A rank, right? The crystal ball shattered, its purpose fulfilled, or perhaps denied. For measuring mana, he had much more mana than the average hunter. Injecting mana into the crystal ball, he thought, this time, he'd rank up. He lay defeated, the words escaping his lips. I didn't rank up. He wondered if his power was a mistake, especially since he'd been fighting strong foes in the abyss. He admitted to himself that he wasn't used to holding back either. A woman asked, so you showed off on purpose? He thought to himself that there was a reason for him to use all of his power here. He couldn't let them find out about it out of nowhere. Earth was different from the abyss, so there were rules. He thought he could go and look for strong opponents in the abyss, but he couldn't do so freely on Earth. He knew a chance to rank up to an A-rank hunter was only given to a B-rank hunter, not to a C-rank hunter. He thought if he wanted to become a hero rank like he planned to, he had to increase his hunter rank whenever he had the chance to. A man told him they were done testing. Oh, okay. You can go and wait in your room while we prepare the results. Choi Yansung asks if that should put him at least at B rank. Odagon tells him to let's go. A character says that humans have such primitive ways of measurement. A character is holding a phone. A character asks if this is the Ambitious clan and says it's him. A speech bubble says it's about the thing they asked for. A character card shows the name Odagon. A rank is shown as B. A speech bubble says B rank and that he held back a lot too, he sees. Odagon and Choi Yansung are standing next to each other. Odagon asks if he should press here. A character card shows the name Choi Yan. His age is 57 and his ethnic is Korean. His rank is C+. He asks what this is and why he is still a C+ rank. He also asks what's up with his age. Choi Yansung and Odagon are standing next to each other. A speech bubble says that the average mana for hunters increased throughout the past 30 years. Choi Yansung says he's still 28 years old. Odagon asks if he is done. Choi Yansung and Odagon are looking at a tablet. Choi Yansung's rank is shown as C-. He stated that he thought he already told the other person. Yansung Choi acknowledged that the other person saved his life, so he will be sure to pay them back. The man with sunglasses said that the other person doesn't have anywhere to stay after returning back in 30 years, huh? He invited the other person to come to his place, saying they can stay there as much as they'd like. Yansung Choi looked at the woman. A caravan of cars drove through the desert. Someone asked if the master isn't kind of suspicious. The other person asked what about him. The scene focused on the car and his sudden kindness. The woman asked if the man was just saying that because he's a human, right? The man stuttered, saying not at all. How could he? Odagon asked if the other person remembered when he slayed Akapenlo. The woman asked how could she ever forget? It's the day the gods gifted the other person when everyone in F's was in despair. The man said that he can't forget about it either. The goblins praised the man heavily and told him they all had to pay him back. The goblins said that they've prepared an acid slime bath. It will soothe you by melting your clamped up muscles. Oh, valuable constellation. Please happily accept the offspring of the nobility. I'm not happy at all, so take care of your children. In no way. Did you feel uncomfortable? The white-haired character asked. The other character responded, well, The blonde man with sunglasses said, it was just a difference in culture. Anyways, he probably wants to repay me since I saved him too. I see. They're an annoying, greedy, and... The blonde man continued, they still know how to be grateful. I'm also one of them. My apologies. A voice asked, your name was Richard? The man in sunglasses responded, yeah, Richard Parker. You probably. The man with sunglasses said, don't know, but the Parker family is very well known. He then asked, why do you ask? The other man responded, nothing much. The man with sunglasses said, I was just wondering when you were going to give me all of your life savings. The other man responded, what? I heard you say that you'll give. A voice said, whoever saves you all of your money while you were in the dungeon. The other man said, I'm joking. Richard Parker said, I don't want a lot. A lone figure stands in a desolate landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows. He thinks to himself, just say it. It's really not much. I'd like you to provide me someplace to stay while I settle in. I've been in the abyss for so long that I can't get used to Earth yet. A close-up reveals a stern expression. A man with spiky blonde hair and sunglasses sits on a couch, arms crossed. He recalls, I remember telling you from the beginning. It's okay to stay at my place. A woman with short white hair stands next to a man with spiky brown hair. They both look surprised. The woman with white hair asks, isn't he being way too arrogant after just lending you a single house? A red sports car is shown amidst a crash. A voice says, you can be a bit arrogant if you have a large house on Earth. Odagon, it's different from your kingdom. The car crash intensifies. The man with spiky brown hair is being held back. The woman with white hair asks, is this how you repay someone who saved your life? The man replies, and no. What happened? The man with blonde hair says, some maniac crashed into the car. He asks, what? The man with spiky brown hair thinks, is it an assassination? Perhaps an evil constellation found out about me? No, they would have come themselves. A voice wonders if they should take care of it. Another voice responds, suggesting they first see who it is. A woman with white hair and a green cloak stands next to a man with short black hair as they observe the scene. A voice remarks that they never thought they'd see a car like that in the middle of a desert. Another voice suggests it's befitting for Americans. A voice states that someone can tell, too. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses stands in front of a red car, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A voice observes that the man is different, but still mortal. Another voice adds that he can't be compared to other humans. A voice declares that he's powerful. Yansung wonders if he's Asian, thinking he's seen him somewhere before. The blonde man is greeted with a shout. Someone asks if he is Dragon Huang. The blonde man confirms he is and introduces himself as Richard Parker. He is asked if he is the youngest son of the Parker family. The man confirms that is correct. Someone off-panel chuckles, stating that it doesn't matter to him, and that, of course, the man should be able to do what he likes. The man's expression hardens. Yansung hears that Alex seems to be worried that he's become a hunter. Yansung thinks that maybe it's really him. Yansung says no way, asking if the man is clan leader Jiang Liang. Richard Parker hears that he's a brat, and that he heard rumors saying Yansung was here and that he came to visit. Richard Parker says it's been a while, Yansung. The clan leader is mentioned. A figure asks if everything is in order. A woman with white hair and a crown is shown. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses seems surprised. A man with a beard smirks. The bearded man tells someone it has been a while. Two men stand near cars. The blonde man seems to be thinking. A man in a blue jacket is shown. Someone asks if they know Dragon Huang. It's revealed that Dragon Huang is the S-rank hunter. He stands surrounded by others in suits. Someone mentions that he got married again last month. It's his 19th marriage, and he's an S-rank hunter. The speaker questions the 19th marriage, finding it chaotic. Yansung looks at a framed certificate for the unbeatable clan. A man says they should take it easy, as a B-tier dungeon is too much for their skills. He notes that the person is the clan leader that he knows. The year is 2011. Seoul was not an exception to the invasion. The scene shows the evil constellations that happened all around the world. Monsters fill the sky. During the so-called Seoul disaster, a monster appears. Every hunter clan in Seoul fought against it. Jiang Liang Huang, the leader of the unbeatable clan, stands amidst the aftermath, a beacon of hope. He was one of the hunters who were involved, his expression grim. Thanks to the efforts, everything we could, of hunters like him, Korea was able to withstand the invasion. This should be enough, the clan leader thought. We did what we could. We protected. You all are heroes. The wounded were tended to, a somber reminder of the cost of victory. The government called the hunters who fought while risking their lives, heroes. And just like every other time, those heroes didn't get anything else except for that title. I can't leave? Why? They said that healing magic isn't covered by insurance? Isn't covered? God fucking damn it. The man with sunglasses wonders about the hunter healthcare rewards, lamenting that he doesn't meet the requirements because getting hit by fragments doesn't count as getting injured by a monster. It's extremely hard to find a hunter who can cure an injury. The man laughs, stating he lost all good opinions about Korea after that. So he came to America after hearing that they treat hunters well. The man mentions he started a business and even went on TV. Somehow he ended up here. The scene shifts to a limousine. Someone asks Yansung how much money he makes for the son of a rich family to kneel in front of him, questioning if he knows where he lives. Inside the limousine, the man with sunglasses asks if Yansung knows Hunter's Hill, stating it's the most expensive neighborhood in LA. The other man replies, "Oh, I see." A close-up reveals the man with sunglasses' face. Someone calls Yansung a brat, saying he's the same as back then. The man states that someone speaks way too little. The scene shifts to a letter. Someone wonders who disappears after leaving a small letter. A question hangs in the air, and what? Go train in the abyss. It was known that he was crazy about training, but the group recoils in shock. He didn't know he was actually a psychopath. He should have taken him to the hospital years ago. Some clan members even said that they had to report you as dead. Really? Since almost no one returns alive after entering the abyss. The old clan members even held a funeral for you. Do you know how shocked I was when I saw your name in the list of people who returned from the abyss? Parker's kid, yes. I still didn't ask you yet, but thank you. Why is he in your car? So I'm repaying hospitality? Oh wow. I thought you were going to take him to your house and open him up or something. To think it was such a thoughtful reason. I'll forgive you. Los Angeles, America. Hey, you heard that too, right? Change the destination to my house. He agrees to take them there. Machines fly around an advertisement for the world's strongest hunter. The sign reads, "The City of Saints, Los Angeles." After the gate opened, this city became the home to many rich and honorable hunters. The people in the clans of those hunters and merchants who focused on business with those hunters all came too, making it the city with the most hunters on Earth. After coming to America, he told them to tell him first whenever someone returns from the abyss. It was fun seeing the FBI and the CIA send reports to him. They all do that for him, and if they don't, he'll just leave for another country and they'll be the ones at a loss. More than that, the man looking out the door says that the other's house is really good. He wonders what kind of house it is. One of the men says that Dragon Huang's mansion is a bit the size of an Olympic stadium. The other man questions this. That's probably the building his workers live in. A car drives down the road. Someone wonders what that is, noticing the hunters. They are waiting in line, but for what? It's not some kind of bank. Of course, to see you. But why? By going through all that. They're coming to ask me to give them a chance. Someone asks what kind of chance. Well, there's a lot. I'll explain that slowly. What happened in the past 30 years. It wouldn't seem like a lie if someone said that he was the one who returned from the abyss. Did you steal these? Hey, what do you mean steal? I got them from the Chinese government. They sent them while begging for me to go there. Choi Yansung looks back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Valgon wonders why they would need him, then states that he understands. since the other person was in the abyss. 3 figures rush down a hallway, their expressions urgent. A figure asks if everyone is present, and the group responds with a resounding yes. Volgan orders someone to bring him the best tutors. The man is to be taught politics, economics, arts, and every world and local history. Someone is instructed to teach him everything. Inside the car, a man asks, "Richard, is it fine to just leave?" The man wonders what about it, as they have a chance to meet with Dragon Huang. The man with sunglasses thinks to himself that people wait months in order to meet him. He wonders if those guys are not. The man with sunglasses thinks about what kind of idols are popular these days. He felt like his life was getting shorter the more minutes he spent in there. Bring the best private teachers there are. Politics, economics, visual arts, domestic events, common knowledge. What kind of idols are popular these days? Random knowledge like that. Close up of the man with sunglasses. We need to teach all of it. Excuse me, isn't that range too broad? The man with sunglasses asks, "Why are you doing this? What was your name again?" Secretary 7, Jackson, replies that he is Secretary 7, Jackson. The man with sunglasses is surprised and thinks to himself that he pays them and keeps them hired. The man in sunglasses addresses his staff, reminding them that he needs them to do annoying tasks. He emphasizes that he's not paying them to talk back. He asks them if they think he's joking. The man with sunglasses demands to know which secretary is speaking so loudly. A man identifies himself. "I'm Secretary 6. The man in sunglasses recalls telling someone to call all the Playboy models to the party, but they left one out. He seems annoyed by this oversight. He questions a subordinate, asking if he's just making excuses or if he actually wants to do his job. The subordinate replies that he'll do his job. The man in sunglasses barks at another subordinate to move. The subordinate looks shocked and offended. The man in sunglasses asks a different subordinate if he fired someone for asking a question, then demands to know if he knows how much he pays that guy. He calls another subordinate over. The man with sunglasses asks how long the subordinate has worked for him and how much he was paid in that time. He explodes, ranting about paying the subordinate so much. He questions why his pay matters if he fires him like that, insisting that he gave them a warning. The man in the suit declares that he will give the highest level of pay, but if they make one mistake, they're fired. They know what they signed up for. Whatever, he's disappointed. The man with spiky hair says, "Ugh, fine. You're hired again." The other man thanks him. One man asks the other if he needs to be like this, "Bro." The man with the sunglasses thinks that the clan leader should be a role model. A projector is shown, and someone says they majored in dungeon studies. The woman states that she went to Stanford University and has been the manager of 2 B-rank hunters and an A-rank hunter. The man says he sees, and that he made the 500 kilograms club back in high school. The woman also says she sees. The woman says she will give a quick rundown of everything that happened in the last 30 years. 30 minutes later. So the man looks shocked. The woman asks if constellations took over China, North Korea, Europe, and Latin America. To be exact, it's the northeastern part of China, Britain and its surroundings in Europe, and Mexico and Latin America that were taken over. After that, many hunters immigrated to foreign countries. America, in particular, benefited the most. Did the clan leader, Jiang Liang leave Korea then? A close-up reveals the character's intense gaze. What happened to that mess? I mean, nice clan leader? He got rejected by girls every day, and he was too scared to enter a B-class dungeon. But he's now had his 19th marriage at the age of 70, and goes by the name of Dragon Huang, the ridiculously rich S-class hunter. The cat of lava and magma says, "This is very good for us." A man looks up with a question mark above his head. "Bring that hunter under us." Under us? The cat says, "Isn't he trustworthy?" Dragon Huang says, "Bro, I've got something to tell you. I went to the abyss to protect the world, and I became a constellation after toiling there for 10,000 years. Become my servant." The man with the sunglasses speaks, his words lost in the void. 2 figures stand in a desolate landscape. One asks if Yansung is in the abyss, and if the other got high on some new drug. The cat says it won't be that bad, and if he explains it well, maybe he'll. The cat asks if there's something wrong. The man replies, "Yeah. The clan leader searched for me for 30 years without giving up. He thinks he's definitely trustworthy. This is the training facility. It's like your average training facility, so he doesn't want him to get mixed up in a conflict between constellations." Yeah, average training facility. It's as big as a concert hall. Do you call pop stars when you party here? Even better. A hand snaps its fingers. A pair of legs walks forward, entering a shimmering, otherworldly portal. The cat is surprised at seeing reverse world magic. The man in the Made in Hell t-shirt asks what's so surprising about it, and if it's hard. The cat says that the magic is popular among constellations. Reverse world stabilization is complete. It was unexpected to see mortals using it. You don't get hurt in the reverse world. Think of it like a super advanced VR game. I see. It would be useful for constellations when they train their servants. The cat says constellations will often use it to have fun or play around. This reverse world magic. Did you learn it from a constellation? Constellation? It's a widely known magic. Thinking about it, a constellation might have taught it to someone at first. No, probably with some sinister plan. You never know how filthy those constellations can be. Haha. Filthy Constellation 1. Constellation 2. But a war simulator like this. Simulator like this. So the hunters of Earth are really getting ready. War? What are you talking about? This is for sports. He is asked what sports he uses magic for. if it's for playing soccer or something. A voice declares that those sports are outdated. The current center of entertainment is displayed. The image shows a group of people in futuristic sports gear, with the text, "Are hunter sports." The rules of the game are explained. 6 hunters work as a team against another team in monster hunting, time attack, and deathmatch scenarios. The reverse world might collapse. The rules are diverse. The red team successfully hunted the mid-boss, obtaining 5 points. Entering the reverse world, a character asks if it looks fun. Someone observes, "I see." It's noted that since the skill is cast by humans, it obviously can't hold the full power of a constellation. A notification indicates that power, agility, and health are being limited. A character remarks that this is unexpected, feeling like they have weights all over their body. The skill is activating, limiting power. If strength is limited and one fights in the reverse world, power will increase. Someone states, "I see." One character says that this is training as well, while another asks what they are mumbling about. The cat says this is a good opportunity. Yansung wonders what it is for. The cat says other constellations cannot peek inside dungeons or reverse worlds, so he should be free to do whatever he wants. That's what that meant. Yansung asks if the cat wants him to tell Bro his identity. Yansung recalls the cat saying earlier that bringing in someone who's alive and well is a bit, and asks if he should make him his servant. And in the first place, Yansung thinks he is not one to rule over others, but more of a warrior who goes out to fight. Yansung thinks that to fight with other constellations, there will be a time when he'll need his own servants. It's stranger for a constellation to fight themselves. Yansung says he'll keep that in mind. A man asks what they are just standing there for, and if they are shocked by SSL, which is completely different from 30 years ago. Yansung is told that the reverse world magic makes hunter training much more realistic, and is asked how many times he's been told already. The two figures state that it's not training. It is a sport, the most popular sport in the world. One of the men questions if hunters just fight each other, not for training. The other man responds that it's a competitive sport, and people watch it. The man asks if it's like soccer or baseball. The other man questions baseball. The man looks surprised. The only thing that might compare is the poster shows the Ultimate Hunter Championship, which is also a hunter sport. After witnessing the UHC, all the other fighting sports will look lame. Yansung, doesn't it excite you? He responds that it doesn't, because he knows he's already the man. He wondered if he was the strongest. Honestly, Yansung Choi admitted he was a bit. He kept paying attention to the safety of the Earth. Even while he trained, he always worried if he was too late. And he looked for ways to get back to Earth the whole time, but now. The hunters of Earth became sports stars. When do they catch monsters? The cat says something is bothering them. The SSL and UHC are familiar concepts to the constellations. It may be foreign to the embodiment of training, but this is similar to the way constellations use their servants to fight. This may be related to how the reverse world magic became widespread in this world. Yansung Choi hummed. Then was it intentional that they spread it? To find possible servants? So among hunters these days, there are a lot that have dungeon experience. Then why be hunters? Obviously for money. Fame follows afterwards. Pick a concept you like. If you just become decent, you can get more money than you could spend in your life. That's what the guys waiting outside his house are waiting. Mr. Ghanaian stares at Yansung. Mr. Ghanaian wonders what happened to Yansung and why he trained in the abyss, also asking if he got swindled. Mr. Ghanaian realizes Yansung got tricked. Mr. Ghanaian says he has something to ask before Yansung tells him what happened. Yansung asks if Mr. Ghanaian can bump up the reverse world power a bit more, as it's limiting his power heavily. Mr. Ghanaian is surprised. Mr. Ghanaian exclaims that the room is set to A-rank hunter standards and asks what Yansung's hunter rank is. Mr. Ghanaian is shocked that Yansung is C+ rank, and Yansung says he just broke the gauge with martial arts. Mr. Ghanaian wonders if someone bribed those guys, and says he'll check that later. Mr. Ghanaian says that Yansung has become pretty strong if this is uncomfortable for him. Yansung says it's a long story when asked why he went to the abyss. Yansung is surrounded by a golden aura. To put it simply, to save the Earth. Mr. Ghanaian pauses, the silence hanging heavy in the air. He apologizes. Could you give me the long version? So, Mr. Ghanaian explains, you became a constellation while wandering the abyss, and you came back now to protect the Earth. Mr. Ghanaian says, that's not my point, man. Yansung asks, do you expect me to believe this? He thought he would. Mr. Ghanaian asks, do you know how many crazy people have returned from the abyss? Then, Yansung asks if he will believe him if he shows his strength. Mr. Ghanaian stares intently. A voice expresses surprise. Someone asks why they were told to remove the limiter. The man with spiky blonde hair is identified as Yansung. Yansung wonders how many special opportunities there are. A figure surrounded by purple energy mentions an A+ rank skill before dying, called Level Up with Death. Someone remarks that the other got a life similar to a main character after liking fantasy novels so much, and that no matter how strong they've gotten, they've probably never seen an S rank. The figure surrounded by purple energy says that the other is pretty weird too, and asks if they don't remember how much they liked martial arts novels. Yansung declares that they should throw some hands. The man exclaims that the other is a nerd who used to like martial arts novels. The man asks if the other has ever heard of tattoo-type artifacts. A close-up reveals a tattoo glowing with purple energy. He wonders about tattoo-type artifacts. Purple energy crackles around Yansung Choi as he gathers power in his hands. With a shout, Yansung unleashes a barrage of magic missiles of Yeo. Yansung's expression is grim. The man shouts for the other to dodge. Yansung declares that there is no need. He extends his hand, unleashing a beam of pure energy. The beam streaks across the landscape, leaving trails of crackling energy in its wake. He unleashes a torrent of magical energy. His eyes burn with focused intensity. The strategy was to make the opponent focus on defending by attacking faster than them. The magic takes form. Sixth circle magic, path of lava. Yansung Choi's opponent exclaims, "Bro, when do you even learn this kind of magic? You're looking down on me, right? Pompous bitch." The path of lava hurtles forward. The man thinks, a row. Then, he prepares to defend. The man shouts, "Protective key shield." The path of lava slams into the protective shield. The man stands firm, surrounded by a blue aura. Wasn't that skill just a fake rumor started by the Chinese? What are you talking about? There was a fake video of a skill similar to yours that went viral. Huh, even things like this are fake. He is low on energy already after using just one protective key shield. I guess it's inevitable since my strength is limited, and I need to control my strength to make sure I don't break the reverse. World, what a pain. It's been a long time since I fought like a human. Then, I'll maximize my efficiency. Enhance blast. Short distance teleport dash. A powerful aura destroys magic, canceling short distance teleportation. The user takes damage due to the rebound. The skill cancelled before it even activated. The man with the mustache wonders how his skill activation failed. Having no other choice, the man declares he will strengthen his own body with magic, inviting his opponent to come and get him. The man cries out as he channels magic into his hand. The man with black hair stands over the man with the mustache, who is on the ground, groaning in pain. The man with black hair asks, "Are you trying to do close-range combat against a martial arts user?" The man with the mustache admits, "I got confused." He explains, "Because I usually don't fight martial artists. Anyways, so?" The man with the mustache wonders, "How do martial arts tiers work again? Pinnacle? Are you a pinnacle-level martial artist?" The man with black hair asks, "So you're really a constellation?" The man with black hair asks, "Do you know how ridiculous this is?" He sat across from the other figure, both in a meditative pose. Yansung Choi could say the same. The man with sunglasses asked, "All right, so let's say you are a constellation. What do you want from me?" Yansung Choi replied, "I was originally going to ask for help." Yansung Choi started his explanation. While the constellations agreed to a ceasefire, the contract is only temporary. New constellations might come from the abyss anytime, already have multiple servants on Earth, and they're well known already. And the constellations currently in ceasefire are at a disadvantage. They might be plotting to take over the Earth behind their backs. Other constellations. On the other hand, Yansung Choi needs to start from scratch, so he's at. The man with sunglasses said, "Wait, what do you mean?" Yansung Choi said, "Your life." The man with sunglasses replied, "So I don't want to drag you into this hardship." The constellation wears a pair of sunglasses, his expression unreadable. He reflects on the past, thinking that the youngster of the clan protected the Earth in the abyss for 10,000 years, and he just tried to act cool because he was older. A fist slams down with great force. The constellation exclaims, questioning who Yansung Choi is worried about, stating that he should be worried about him, not the other way around. He asks who else would help him if not him. Yansung thinks to himself that he doesn't need to. The constellation insists he is helping Yansung, asking if he isn't in the situation to need his help if he offers it. Yansung asks if he is sure. The constellation relents, saying well, if he says so. The cat of lava and magma is delighted by their conversation skills, stating that Yansung really baited him perfectly. Yansung feels that was an honest feeling. The constellation thinks that he didn't want a person he knows to get caught in a fight between constellations, but it doesn't seem like he'll back off. Yansung says that Jiang Liang was always this kind of person. A system message appears, stating to then accept his offer. The constellation, the undefeated avatar of training, wishes Yansung to accept the invitation to be their servant. The message asks if he will accept. He is asked if he will accept. Dragon Huang wonders what the reason could be. Dragon Huang thinks to himself that he guesses he is a constellation here and that he doesn't want to be under someone younger. It is what it is. Yansung Choi has become a servant of the undefeated avatar of training. His soul has been tied to the constellation, and if he disobeys the rules of the constellation, he may receive penalties. As a servant of a constellation, he will become even stronger. The sign above the building reads, Dragon Latte. The man with the spiky blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, sits with his arms crossed. In all my years, I never thought I'd be entering a contract with a constellation. The man with the sunglasses continues, when you serve under a constellation. A disembodied voice states, it means to sell your soul to them. Another voice adds, wait, if I enter this. The man in the white shirt says, if you want, we don't have to monitor them. Another man groans, so what's the plan and how can I help? The man with the spiky brown hair thinks, the plan is hiding the fact that I'm a constellation, to start. The man with the sunglasses thinks, so the constellation has to hide his power. Pardon? Since it will be quite cumbersome if I'm discovered. A disembodied voice states, Anyways, I'm going to keep increasing the number of servants while hiding the fact that I'm a constellation. The man with the spiky brown hair says, I need thee. A disembodied voice states, servants for when I run into the other constellations. Another voice adds, all right, just trust me. A voice muses about catching great demons in raids. Yansung states that a hunter always participates through a party play, adding that it's unreasonable to try and defeat them one-on-one. A voice observes that he's not confident. A voice admits that they didn't really mean it, questioning whether it should be an SSL or UHC. Yansung declares that whether it's a team play or solo, he's confident, adding that he's not intimidated in the slightest, and that whether it's a battle with a constellation or whatever else it may be, they should just throw them his way. A voice explains that the magic often used in sports is called alternate universe, and that magic is frequently used by the constellations as well. A voice finds it strange that humans partake in hunter sports using this magic. The cat of lava and magma agrees with their opinion. The reason this magic became so widespread is due to the constellations battling in the same manner, resulting in constellation battles. Servants of the constellations are sent out to battle each other. It is highly possible that the constellations have intended the hunter sports like SSL and UHC to become so popular, since it becomes easier to select their servants based on their performance levels. A voice questions whether that isn't too wild of a speculation, asking if they're really saying the constellations watch this type of crap. He states that it will be quite entertaining for them to watch this. The cat says not to underestimate the boredom of the constellations. In any case, if the servants were to fight like Earth's hunter sports, it would be a huge advantage to you, Jiangliang bro, since you're used to fighting in this fashion, since you're practically a hunter champion. And as important as it is to increase the number of servants, you need to become the object of their envy. I get what you're saying. You need to gain fame as a hunter, right? This is the type of hunter that the nation's government will plead and beg for assistance. As much as people claim their nation's hunter is the strongest, they know very well, deep down, which hunter is the strongest. That leads to their faith and devotion. I see. Yansung definitely has the skills. I will introduce a clan to you. A clan? The super ultra powerful on Def. Yansung. They've disbanded. Just how far back are you going? Do you know how many groups I'm in charge of? There isn't just one clan. Just so you know, the company group Weha Clan's profits are out of this world. As well as additional support and bonuses, etc. As long as you're able to prove your loyalty, they will reward you handsomely. So people are dying to get into it. But why are you telling me to join a clan? I can just do it. Hey, you were planning on hiding the fact that you are a constellation, so why are you so full of it? You need to hide your powers adequately. Huh. All cores and items and dungeons are purchased by the company. Yansung replies, You're right, of course. Although I did manage to limit my powers down to max level. Well, as long as I can control it well, I can battle A to S class. Cook. Anyway, I'll send you to a clan where they take in the top candidates, so please look for some gemstones there, since you can take them in as servants if they prove to be useful enough. But wouldn't they dislike it if a C+ class martial arts user like me joined their clan? Yansung is told, They won't. Yansung sits at a table, looking thoughtful. What do you want me to do? Just go up the ranks. As long as you reach A class, you would become a strategic weapon governed by the nation, and only those who've been decorated with high performances will be honored as the S class. Come to think of it, it's pretty amazing that Jiangliang bro is at S class, since it's a title given to less than 10 people in the entire world. A man with sunglasses gives a thumbs up, saying to go ahead and start everything they can. Yansung looks surprised as he hears about the preliminary rounds for UHC. The man with sunglasses explains how many hunters want to compete in the UHC, and how badly everyone wants to get there. Yansung looks around, thinking about how he used to. Yansung is asked if he even knows what a smartphone is. He sees someone using one to watch the news. Yansung wonders how to use this thing. Yansung is surprised. He looks at the Korean news on the smartphone. The news articles mention the fall of the Korean clans and the bleak future of the national team of Korea. Yansung is shocked to see an article about Coach Lee Chong-sik's leadership, realizing that the vice leader of the clan is the true coach. Two men stand before a seated figure. One of them says they are there to reevaluate someone. The seated man simply replies, Yes, sir. The man with spiky blonde hair and sunglasses speaks on the phone. He says they need a trustworthy manager. Two men stand before a desk. One of them says, You guys don't make the cut. A man asks where his daughter is. The other man asks which daughter he is referring to. A hand clenches into a fist, seemingly in frustration. He thinks about the one with the worst temper. A voice from off-panel asks if he means the A-class manager. A woman stands amidst a red glow. A voice says to bring Ain Lawrence here, but expresses uncertainty if Ain will take a liking to Yansung, since he's quite tricky to handle as well. A man groans in pain, surrounded by a red aura. The man wonders how this could be, unable to believe he failed to control the three-circle magic. He is reminded that just because he has a lot of mana doesn't mean he can handle high-circle magic, and that he should have gone over the one-circle menu more carefully. He insists he's a C+ class hunter who has already received scouting offers from other big clans. The man yells, asking how he can make him practice one-circle magic repetitively. He then asks what the magic arrow he just caught with his bare hand was, and what he is. A close-up of Ain Lawrence's face is shown. A man speaks on the phone, asking for Miss Ain. Ain is told that Vajan doesn't deserve to be trained, and that she should take care of him herself. She apologizes. A man in a suit stands in a doorway as someone calls him senior. One man kicks another, questioning if he knows who he was facing off against. Another man asks what he is doing, questioning if she is just some manager. A man with glasses says that he didn't say anything because she doesn't like her identity to be revealed, but that the other person just kicked themselves in the ass. Ain Lawrence is introduced as a special A-class manager and AB+ class hunter, as well as Jiang Liang Huang's 11th daughter. A shoe steps forward, the sound echoing in the air. The UHC stadium looms in the distance, its futuristic design a stark contrast to the surrounding cityscape. A long road stretches into the horizon. The man with the Made in Hell shirt wonders aloud if this is the competition venue. A sleek yellow car pulls up, its doors opening to reveal a figure stepping out. A group of people walk along a path, their expressions unreadable. Someone observes that hunters are still the same as ever, wondering who will win. The man in the suit explains that it's the preliminaries for the C-Class League, but there will be a lot of D and E-Class hunters joining as well, adding that there will always. Someone advises to take it easy and treat this as a learning experience. Choi Yansung thanks them, saying he'll keep that in mind. A woman stares intently at her phone screen. A phone screen displays a game in progress, coins being collected. Someone tells O'Dagan to stop playing his games. O'Dagan says he'll be back, then corrects himself, referring to the person as brother instead of master. O'Dagan is seen off by someone, who says he'll be waiting for him. The scene shows the competition hall's lounge, where several people are gathered. O'Dagan sits on a couch, looking thoughtful. Two men are seen talking, one holding a clipboard. The scene shifts to people from broadcasting companies. O'Dagan complains about being asked to come to the preliminary tournaments. Two men discuss waiting for decent hunters to emerge. KP states that he is from a clan, identifying himself as Ambitious Clan's recruiter. KP, with a cigarette in his mouth, wonders if the measuring device guy didn't cheat. KP receives a call, the caller stating that something amazing happened and that the recruit broke the measuring device. The caller wonders if the recruit was given a faulty measuring device, which is why he was able to break it. The caller insists that the recruit is the real thing. The caller states that the recruit passed all the tests and there are no abnormalities with him. The caller asks if they should send someone to recruit him, wondering if it's possible for someone to break the measuring device and if they are being scammed for money. The caller thinks that if the recruit is from 30 years ago, then him being a martial arts user would make sense, but it doesn't look good and wonders if they should just skip him. Another man states that since they've already taken the money, the recruit must be of some use, which is why they contacted them, adding that even if he didn't really break the device, he should still have a large amount of magic power. The man tells KP to confirm it with his own eyes, stating that if the recruit has decent magic power, then he can ask him to go learn magic, and asks how he should say it. The man tells KP to decide how he wants to say it, asking what he thinks he's receiving his recruiter's salary for. KP expresses his frustration. A voice echoes, contemplating the protagonist's martial arts prowess, suggesting a test or challenge awaits. The words Abyss Returner Rascal are emblazoned above Yansung Choi, who stands ready, a determined look on his face. A glowing platform beckons, the words, "Please enter," an invitation to the unknown. A complex array of symbols surrounds a central point within a dome, hinting at the technological or magical nature of the virtual world. A system message declares, "You've entered a virtual world," as Yansung is scanned by a digital interface. The system warns that Yansung needs to control his power, or the virtual world may be destroyed. The system reiterates the need to control his power, prompting Yansung to wonder if even more control is required. He recalls someone at Brother Jiang Liang's house being A-class. Energy crackles around Yansung, highlighting the immense power he possesses. The system confirms successful entry into the virtual world, but also announces that Yansung's power and agility have been limited. Two figures stand in the distance. The system activates a function to subdue the strong, assist the weak, allowing Yansung to use his fist key to a certain extent, while also limiting his stamina. Yansung clenches his fists, realizing that fighting in the virtual world with restricted power will increase his existential power. The system announces that a huge restriction has been placed, further increasing Yansung's existential power, making him think he'll be able to use Fist Hurricane as well. He thinks to himself that the harder it is for him, the more it increases, and that it looks like it works as mentioned. A man asks O'Dagan what he is mumbling about, and if he is crazy. O'Dagan replies that he just thought this would be a good experience for him. Another man states that it looks like the other has a death wish, and that they will be disqualified if they start fighting. A man explains that before the signal is given, they are sure that the fighters are already familiar with the rules, but they can use any skill without limits. Yansung states that in the case that one of them surrenders, or when both of them are rendered incapable of fighting, the match will end. Yansung stands in the arena, wearing a shirt that says Made in Hell. A view of the arena shows spectators watching the match. A screen shows the UHC preliminary match live broadcast. A message states that he is probably acting tough, and that they need to act a little tough to make things interesting, because the recent hunters don't have any showmanship, and they ask to put on a good show. A phone screen shows a chat window with messages about Choi Yansung of the Korean community, saying he's an Abyss returner, and that streaming viewers are seeing a martial arts user for the first time in a while. Choi Yansung to them is like a living fossil. Attendees sit around a conference table, discussing the upcoming match. One of the attendees comments on Choi Yan-sung, noting that he is a C+ class fighter and might put on a decent performance. Another attendee wonders if there are still martial arts users around, remarking that it has been a long time since they've seen one. Yan-sung stands ready, a determined look on his face. The martial arts user thinks to himself that he is facing a martial arts user. He realizes that this is the first time he is fighting against a martial arts user. The martial arts user prepares for the match, which will begin soon. He thinks that Yan-sung probably doesn't know that he has the passive skill-guided missile. Yan-sung looks on, ready to fight. The martial arts user prepares to put distance between them as soon as the match starts, using second circle magic. He prepares to use a strengthened magic missile. The match begins. He declares that he is faster. Choi Yan-sung punches the martial arts user. The martial arts user is hit in the face. The martial arts user is hit. Choi Yan-sung stands in a stance. The martial arts user is defeated. Two people watch the fight. Mr. Ganian watches the fight. It's Hunter Choi Yan-sung's victory. The martial arts user looks disappointed, thinking that this is pretty disappointing. Two men in suits stand near a large logo. Elsewhere, two men in suits carry a body on a stretcher. Two men with a camera look shocked. A hand holds a phone, the speaker declaring, I need to report this. The text bubble reads, the evaluation official didn't see. A man on the phone exclaims, it wrongly. He's a gem, a super well-refined one at that. He'll be a force to deal with. The man on the phone continues, how interesting. It looks like it'll be hard for him to overcome his. Another man on the phone replies, yes, sir. Understood. Limits, but try scouting him. I need to show him some results if. A battle scene unfolds, with the text reading, the shadow of hallucination. A shockwave of energy is released. A voice questions if this is Hunter Choi Yan-sung. The man in the suit asks if Choi Yan-sung knows he is a clan recruiter, expressing surprise at how he knew. The man in the suit explains that Choi Yan-sung looks like a hunter. The man in the suit says that Choi Yan-sung has good eyes, and that hunters these days are special. Choi Yan-sung asks if that is so. The man in the suit smiles, comparing Choi Yan-sung to the hunters that used to engage in fights. The man in the suit thinks that how the hunters are currently isn't all that bad. He adds that it doesn't matter where you train, what's important is how. The man in the suit warns Choi Yan-sung that people might regard him as a Kandi if they heard what he just said, and that he needs to be careful with his words. He clears his throat and calls him Hunter. Choi Yan-sung asks the man in the suit if he knows why he's here, guessing that a recruiter is probably there to scout him. The man in the suit confirms that there could be other reasons, but he is there to scout Choi Yan-sung. The man in the suit asks if Choi Yan-sung has heard of the clan Ambitus. Choi Yan-sung is surprised, and the man in the suit says that it looks like he's heard of them, but it's not really the first time he's. The corner of his mouth twitches upward in a wry smile. In his mind, Yan-sung thinks to himself that he is an abyss returner that has just returned, wondering how he could have heard of them. KP gestures expansively, telling Yan-sung that it might be a little tough for him to adjust currently. He adds that Yan-sung must have a lot of concerns about what he should do from now on, or what kind of teams he should be joining. KP assures him that he doesn't have to be worried about all this stuff because their clan will help him. KP continues, stating that other than that, they can also support him financially and have high-class hunters teach him magic as easy as he thinks. KP leans in, saying that personally, even if Yan-sung says that, if he enters, he's a martial arts user, though. Yan-sung chuckles, thinking he would prefer looking for a clan that has martial arts users. KP says that he's not looking down on Mr. Choi Yan-sung's potential, but he's still a C-class hunter. KP asks if Yan-sung would like to sign a contract with them. Yan-sung's eyes widen slightly. Yan-sung thinks to himself that he'll regret this, but that's up to him to bear. He asks if he can ask a question. He eyed the speaker with suspicion. The down payment and distribution ratios were too extravagant. Wasn't the Ambitus clan being too generous, especially considering he'd only seen one of his preliminary matches? A voice boomed back, declaring, that was the reason why their clan was strong. They were daring. Yan-sung thought, more like they had something up their sleeves. The voice retorted, why would he say that? Like what? For example, he'd gotten his information from somewhere else in advance. Yan-sung recalled things like that happening in the past. A memory surfaced. People would bribe the examiner and steal new hunters by getting them into their clan. The voice denied it, not at all. A woman's voice called out, Hunter Choi Yan-sung, please prepare for the next match. Yan-sung wondered how he should deal with this, since Jiang Hyung would get a new examiner in regards to his class. He thought to himself, in Class B. He thinks to himself that he'll need to show them what he can do bit by bit. The arena shimmers with a blue light. Before entering, Choi Yan-sung decides to limit himself to 90% of his internal energy and speed. He also needs to reduce his basic technique's powers by a little. A newbie plus martial arts has been successfully created. Please name your new martial arts. Choi Yan-sung thinks of a name. Since it's super fast, he decides to call it Disappearing Light Arts. He's lived a life that fits his existence, and his existential power has increased. His existential power is increasing steadily, but it's too slow. Choi Yan-sung wonders if there's anything he can do about it. The cat of lava and magma is panicking and asking him how fast he wants it to be. It'll be good for you to build up your family and prepare a constellation temple, where you could just increase your believers. Choi Yan-sung thinks that the cat of lava and magma is right. An unseen entity asks if both of them are ready. The answer is yes. You've managed to discern your target stats. Gregory Martinez, level 81. Strength, 155. Agility, 80. Stamina, 68. Magic power, 100. Intelligence, 63. Gregory Martinez observed. He's at least a C-class, and he uses close combat mainly. This will be interesting. But why is he using a bow when he... An unknown voice mused. Uses close combat? Oh well, it's got nothing to do with me. The countdown began. Well then, I'll start the match. 3, 2. Choi Yansung stood ready, facing Gregory Martinez across the arena. Gregory Martinez drew his bow, the word start, echoing in the arena. Blurring into motion, Yansung closed the distance. Gregory Martinez was struck, the force of the blow staggering him. Gregory Martinez thought, what the heck? He's so fast. Gregory Martinez, surrounded by a red aura, resolved, I can't let this go on. I need to change to close combat. Gregory Martinez is blasted backward by an unseen force, red energy crackling around him. The force continues to push him, the lines of energy blurring as he struggles to regain his footing. From the sidelines, an observer wonders if that is the movement technique of a martial arts user. Another observer notes that going near the flame and fighting in close combat is dangerous. The first observer responds with a surprised "oh." Yansung Choi's fist clenches, blue energy crackling around it as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a blast of blue energy. Gregory Martinez attempts to block the attack, raising a green energy shield. The blue energy engulfs Gregory Martinez, an explosion of light and force. He is sent flying backward, defeated. A screen displays a profile card. An unknown voice wonders if he is a monster and where this hunter came from. Another voice says that they heard he's an abyss returner. It's no wonder he's chosen to appear as a martial arts user, which hasn't been seen in a long time. A man clutches his head, wondering how he should explain this to the clan. Come to think of it, he's ended all his matches in one strike. This is a C-class preliminary match after all. Things ending in one strike isn't unusual, but isn't it unusual for all his matches? Did you see that? Who is that person? I heard he's an abyss returner, Choi Yansung, I think. Though, why don't hunters learn it? Well, he looks like he's pretty decent, but I'm sure he won't be able to win with one strike for every match. There's a hunter named Eugene Li, a rookie that the Streetland clan is supporting. He specializes in fighting against hunters. That's why he doesn't go for raids. He's the type that targets people. That's why he's still using martial arts. Martial arts is good into him. That's it for you. Martial arts users are quite rare, though. What a pity. A man raises his arm in a desperate attempt to defend himself from an unseen attacker. Colby, an independent D-plus class hunter, unleashes a burst of energy, striking his opponent. A member of Clan Franklin, C-class hunter Ralph, lies defeated. Ralph lies prone as a nurse attends to his injuries. The onlookers react with shock and disbelief. Someone exclaims in disbelief that even Eugene Li has lost. The final match begins, featuring Roarless of the Rainbow Clan. Someone notes that his movements are too obvious. Roarless skillfully dodges a barrage of attacks. Roarless is struck by multiple attacks, questioning why he can't block them. The C-class preliminaries conclude as one of the fighters finds the match utterly boring. The victor is Choi Yansung. The crowd wonders if an A martial arts user truly won. He has around 10,000 years worth of fighting experience in the abyss. He's at a level where he can see the opponent's next move just by noticing how they breathe. Those so-called hunters that are considered experts in one-to-one matches were nothing to Yansung at all. The crowd celebrates Yansung's victory. The Cat of Lava and Magma warns that Yansung will be in trouble in the future if he lets this get to his head. Someone wonders where Yansung learned to say things like that, as he is congratulated for winning the preliminaries. Photographers scramble to capture the moment. Someone declares that they must get him on their side. These guys look so determined as the constellation, the warrior of madness and blood, is paying attention to Yansung. The constellation, monk that chases after glory, is interested in him. The constellation, fighter of sweat and fists, hands him a towel. The constellation, cat of lava and magma. A speech bubble indicates someone is shaking their front paws. The text reads, constellations? There's something weird about these messages, though. A narration box states, the constellations usually don't make offers easily. A narration box states, however, taking out all his enemies in the C+ preliminaries caused a huge commotion. Another narration box states, the constellations are all seeing Choi Yansung as an incredible gem right now, as a crystal formation glows. A figure stands in a room, a question mark hovering above their head. A narration box states, it looks like he hid his strength because the cat told him to do so. The warrior constellation and other constellations are visible. A speech bubble says, damn it, he's already trying to contact us. The warrior constellation is visible. A speech bubble says, I didn't think it'd be this fast. A narration box states, the warrior is warning the cat, who's not a part of the Earth Treaty, to get lost. The cat says, a household contract has nothing to do with a treaty, so if you've got a problem with that, make a household contract yourself. The warrior says, I can fight with constellations that aren't a part of the treaty anytime. The cat says, F****KU. If you've got a problem, then come find me in my territory. The warrior says, do you think I won't try? A text overlay reads, a battle between the constellations. A narration box states, Although they are just quarreling via the world's message, it's super intense. The cat constellation was very. A narration box states, confident in himself because he knew that his actual location is unknown and therefore can't be found. The warrior says, I won't forget this. I'll bathe in the blood of your household. Oi, warrior of madness and blood. Yansung stands with his hands on his hips, a question mark hovering near him. A constellation declares that he has no intention of contracting with someone like him and tells him to get lost. Another constellation asks if he is spouting nonsense and says that all those who are doomed because they tried to act smart with him will be cursed. He asks if he is proud of becoming a constellation to stick it up to mortals. A constellation asks if he can still call himself the warrior of madness and blood and says that if he can't even do anything when other constellations are standing up to him. A constellation says that he will say this again and that he has no intention of contracting with someone like him and tells him to get lost. He says that he will regret this. A constellation calls him a foolish mortal. The monk is in awe of what he has said, and the fighter says he smells nice with his sweat. The cat is laughing at the rest of the constellations, who were shocked. The warrior tells him to stop teasing him, seriously. A constellation says that he doesn't know about the other mortals, but he has to fight him someday. The cat is handing over 10 soul stones as he was impressed by his speech. The cat asks Yansung Choi what he is doing. The cat whispers secretly that this is all a part of his strategy and tells him to just play along and receive it. The currency that the constellations use would be soul stones. Yansung didn't really feel a need to remain humble. The cat is trying to look like he's bribing Choi Yansung, and he's trying to provoke the rest. Yansung Choi says that you need to have money if you don't want to be looked down upon, and that he only thought of his existential power so far, so he hasn't thought of money yet. The cat of lava and magma says conceitedly, did you only realize that just now? A tall building stands against the night sky. A man apologizes. I'm sorry, Huang Jiangliang Nim. I'm really sorry. A man demands, bring that evaluation official to me now. Another man responds, we have already captured him and are looking into this matter right now. A desk sits in an office. A man with sunglasses holds his head and asks, which clan was it? The man with sunglasses is seen with other people in the background. A narration box states, while the clan is considered to be a really big clan, it can't even be compared to the. Two men are seen in an office. A narration box states, the is a big clan that has been given the authority to manage clans within the country by the government. The clan is just a new clan that's starting to climb up the ladders. The man with sunglasses thinks, what are they scheming? They know that it would be dangerous for them to get into a fight with me, though. Why are they picking a fight? A speech bubble says, could it be that the other big clans that are our competitors? A close-up of the man with sunglasses. A speech bubble says, are supporting the clan? A woman says, Chairman, the results of the preliminaries. The announcement rings out. Hunter Choi Yansung has won the preliminaries. Two figures in suits stand before a desk, their conversation unheard. Dragon Huang states that he will contact the evaluation official to correct Choi's class right away, taking full responsibility if anything happens. The man with glasses responds that that's how he should do it, and that he's finally saying stuff that's pleasing to his ears. Elsewhere, three figures are seen in a gym. A man in a suit states that the evaluation has ended and that Choi Yansung is a B class. One man exclaims, questioning if the evaluator is blind, stating that even a B+ class would be a severe understatement for him. Dragon Huang says that a B class is already very impressive. The first man adds that a martial arts user's abilities drop in real battles. A voice wonders if it wouldn't be good to start with a B first. One man grabs another, who tells him to stop embarrassing him. The first man says to let him go seriously. A voice asks if they really have to spell it out for them. A man states that constellations are paying more attention to him, and that they need to be more cautious in how they act. A voice says that there's no harm in climbing up the ranks slowly. Two figures in suits are seen. One asks what minimum requirements they are talking about, and if the other has already forgotten. A declaration echoes, promising entry into the Ikaros clan. The speaker warns that entering as a C-class member would result in being looked down upon, as everyone else is at least B-class. Gregory Martinez crosses his arms, musing that he might be looked down upon as a martial arts user despite being a B-class. The man reassures Gregory Martinez, stating that he'll be able to handle them, because he is who he is. Gregory asks if he can beat them. The man reveals he's brought up a pretty decent weapon from his collection, stating it's a gift for Choi Yansung. Choi Yansung is surprised, questioning why he's suddenly giving that to him. Choi Yansung asks if it's because Gregory Martinez is worried that he'd get looked down upon as a martial arts user. Gregory Martinez denies it, saying he just thought he'd look good with it. Gregory Martinez presents the sword, stating, here, this is it. The lunar heavenly sword gleams, its power palpable. The stats of the lunar heavenly sword are displayed. Stamina 450/450, attack power 400. It has the skills perseverance and bitter enemies in the same boat, and recovers magic power when you kill an enemy. Level restriction 350. Choi Yansung exclaims that this is a sword that's much better than he had expected. Gregory Martinez asks if it isn't an A-rank artifact from China. He adds that it's alright since they were the ones who gave it to him. Gregory Martinez states that's what everyone says when they steal something, but insists it's the truth, and that the Chinese government gave it to him as a gift. A voice declares the A-rank sword unbelievable, while another insists they didn't steal it and should be believed. China was heading towards a state of pandemonium as a demon god constellation occupied the northern part of the country. A large number of powerful dungeons appeared. Among those dungeons, there were 3 A-rank monsters, including Ubium. Another of the great sages was Bai Zhe. One of the monsters explains that he got this because he went to help them out. Another voice expresses surprise that he is someone who helps other people out. The monster replies that he has a factory there, so? A voice declares that they have a factory in China. Meanwhile, a man states that he doesn't need a manager and that she'll be following the other man around. He adds not to worry about her abilities, as she's his daughter. The other man asks if she's like his niece, to which the first man replies that what she is up to him, and then says goodbye. The knife flashes as it slices through a pile of onions. Thick slabs of meat sizzle in a yellow pan, steam rising in fragrant waves. Yansung Choi stands at the counter, preparing ingredients. Another man watches him. The finished dish, glistening with sauce, is carefully placed on the table. A voice echoes, filled with nervous hope. I did my best in cooking this, try it. Thank. Ain Lawrence sits expectantly, fork and knife poised above the meal. A voice wonders, are you someone who's contracted with a meat constellation? The speaker adds, I didn't expect. A voice thinks, I'll still eat it, but I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Ain Lawrence closes her eyes, inhaling the aroma of the dish. Her eyes snap open, wide with shock. Ain enjoyed Texas-style barbecue brisket. A thick piece of meat would be marinated with various marinades and then smoked over a long period of time. But these marinated short ribs are way more delicious. Even more delicious than the food that Dad makes with magic power. The secret to the taste is magic power. There's a taste that magic can produce which is sweeter and encompasses much more taste. The meat Ain was given was filled with much more magic power than the ingredients that Huang Jiangliang used. This is the difference between the ingredients here and the ones in the abyss. Yansung asks, Master, why is she acting like that? Is the meat rotten? That's the best constellation meat though. I hope. You'll become a chef. I'll invest in you. Do you have any thoughts of opening a restaurant? I cook mainly Korean food though. So what if it's Korean food? Don't you know how popular Korean food is? Oh, and I cooked some rice just in case you wanted some. Do you want to have it? She holds her chopsticks, a small flower resting between them. The rice is so good, each grain perfectly cooked, she thinks. And there's that strong magic power taste. Ain exclaims that she doesn't usually eat carbohydrates. Yansung chuckles, telling her it's okay, that much is fine. Yansung tells her she's so skinny, she should eat more, and he'll cook more for her. Ain replies that she'll get fat, but he dismisses her concern, noting she's eating everything up. The remnants of their meal sit on the table. Yansung says it all. Ain wipes her mouth with a cloth. Yansung declares that they are back to the main topic, and that he is now her manager. He asks if she knows what a manager is. Ain replies that it's someone who's in charge of getting her around. Yansung confirms that's correct, but a first-rate manager is a little different. A vision appears, showing a hunter. The question is posed. How strong is this hunter? What does he need in order to become stronger? Those are the things that a first-rate manager should take care of. Ain understands, so that means he's first-rate. Ain points her finger, emphasizing her point. The words hang in the air, a declaration of intent. The father and she believe a real raid team is needed. Yansung questions if that is for the raid team. Yansung explains that they would get incredible rewards from raids. Ain states that he might not know it yet, but the government has tasked the dragon industry to be in charge of this city. Ain continues, explaining that this is the kind of world they live in, where guilds and governments are working together. Even though the Ikaros clan has a lot of crazy guys, they are still treated well. A close-up of Ain's eyes reveals her serious intent. She thinks that in order to get in there, Yansung needs to prepare himself to be strong like them. A hand extends, offering a business card. The card reads, "This is my number. Just contact me if you need anything." Ain sighs, holding a file. She wonders what's with his bazaar. Ain resolves that, for starters, she needs to teach him how to fight against magic users. She walks down the hallway, thinking that he'll start facing monsters in the B-class league soon. At the gym, Ain watches as Yansung lifts weights. He is asked if there are crazy guys in that clan. Yansung declares that he'll go and crush all of them right now, reminding her to call him Hyungnim. Ain exclaims in surprise at his statement. Ain tells him that it's alright to do what he's comfortable with, and that she doesn't think they can change that habit. Yansung responds with an okay. Yansung thinks back, stating that there are a lot of crazy hunters out there anyway, so he doesn't think him calling her master would attract much attention. He adds that she must ask him for permission before she kills anyone. Yansung states that goes without saying. Yansung continues to lift weights. Yansung asks if they should give it a go, then. Yansung closes his eyes and focuses on meditation. He meditates so that he could connect to the constellation's broadcast, Game of Stars. Stylized text fills the panel. More stylized text appears, stating that it was to snoop around and find out in advance about the numerous constellations that he might eventually fight. The warrior of madness and blood is complaining that there are too many constellations on Earth, and that those that aren't a part of the treaty should get lost. The constellation, Cat of Lava and Magma, ridicules the warrior by saying that he's all talk. The constellation, Warrior, calls for constellation battle. The constellation, Cat, ignores him. The warrior says that the cat is a despicable constellation kiddo, while the cat says that he can't hear him. The cat thinks to himself, what a mess. Let's see. The constellation, the undefeated avatar of training, is looking for a constellation that wants to fight. Stylized text fills the panel. The cat asks if they are ignoring him. The cat says, do you think that constellations that are decent would let you fight them? Constellation battles are for two constellations to fight and gain family. The loser would have to give the victor what they have bet upon. But of course, they have to be on the same level before they'd even fight you. The avatar of training is a name that has just been seen for the first time. There's no reason for anyone to accept a fight from a constellation that doesn't look like he has much. Yansung wonders if he can really only gain more family through increasing his existential power, and that it looks like he's still lacking in many ways. By the way, there's no news of the goddess of balance who walks ahead here as well, right? Yansung thinks to himself that this is worrying and wonders if something happened to her. The next day, at the Ikaros clan training ground, a man in a suit explains that this will be the private training center and accommodation that they will be using from now on. He is asked if there are private training centers. It seems there are a lot of private training grounds here. It's because everyone grows their strength and agility at different rates. In any case, if you need anything, please let him know. Yansung tells Odagon that he's thinking of going to the private training center right now, and asks what he is. Aang exclaims that she's going to play this. She says that's the Gold Run game, and asks if he likes it that much. She replies that she's not really, she's just using it to pass time. Aang thinks that he's totally addicted to it. She wonders if she should just go to the strength training center. Then, strength training center. Yansung enters a door. A man is lifting weights. A woman is lifting weights. The sound of heavy weights echoes through the gym. Yansung observes a woman lifting. He muses to himself that she looks like a close combat power-based hunter, wondering if she is a tank. The weight bar groans under the strain. The woman wipes sweat from her brow. She calls out to Yansung, noting that she has not seen him around before and asking if he is a new hunter. She stands firm, her stance wide. She asks what business he has with her. Yansung stammers, admitting he was just amazed by how she trained. She laughs, stating that he will not get anything from flattering her. The woman extends her hand, introducing herself as Elizabeth Gutierrez. She suggests that they get along well. Elizabeth Gutierrez extends her hand, a confident smile playing on her lips. She introduced herself. A voice offered a friendly sentiment. Choi Yansung clasped her hand in a firm shake, introducing himself with a polite smile. Yansung's expression was serious, but held a hint of warmth. The air crackled with unseen energy. A nearby man watched the handshake with wide eyes, a silent exclamation escaping him. The handshake was firm and genuine. A subtle shift in the atmosphere accompanied the gesture. The handshake between Elizabeth Gutierrez and Yansung seemed to resonate with power. An unseen observer marveled at the display of strength. Elizabeth asks if Yansung is also a close combat magician. Yansung responds, seemingly surprised by the question. Yansung asks why Elizabeth is so surprised, stating it as a matter of course. Elizabeth admits her surprise at meeting a B-class martial arts user and asks how he started fighting with just martial arts. Yansung, with a thoughtful expression, explains that he wandered around in the abyss, implying that's why his martial arts are as they are. He doesn't believe it so. Elizabeth thinks to herself that martial arts is more useful than it seems, stating that she is the kind that learns everything that's useful. Elizabeth throws a punch. Yansung explains that he learned boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and Muay Thai, everything he needed. It would be troublesome if monsters got too close. Elizabeth throws another punch. Yansung notes that she can fight well against both monsters and people. How nice. Elizabeth asks if Yansung knows who she is, stating that she is in the UHC B-class league, ranked 19. Yansung wonders if that is supposed to be impressive. Elizabeth states that they should see if martial arts really is good. The scene is set at the Hunter Training Center. A man with blonde hair stands near a punching bag. One of the figures remarks that the man is a newbie and a martial arts user. The blonde man introduces himself as Anthony, assuming they already know him. A text bubble asks if they really don't know who he is. Anthony recalls clearing a dungeon and setting a new record for closing a gate, claiming to be the hunter that rose to B class in the shortest time. Anthony clicks his tongue, seemingly annoyed. Anthony declares that he will explain everything before they leave. Anthony proclaims himself the ace of aces in his clan, stating that the clan's rules are very simple. Anthony says that they just need to follow him and everything will be alright. Someone wonders what's wrong with Anthony, questioning if he's crazy. Another person says he's always been like that, and it's better not to get involved. She suggests they start fighting, and Yansung agrees. She had agreed to fight, and Yansung steps forward, initiating the first move. The two stand ready in the arena, the word Karis emblazoned beneath their feet. Elizabeth adjusts her stance, a predatory glint in her eyes. Yansung says, "You're very curious about martial arts. For your first lesson." Yansung warns, "Don't stick too close to a martial arts user." Blurring into motion, Yansung closes the distance with blinding speed. His attack lands with a resounding cook. Elizabeth barely manages to raise her sword in time, her eyes widening at the force of the blow. Martial arts. Yansung remarks, "Nice reaction." Deflecting the attack, Elizabeth stands her ground. No matter how fast one can use magic, it'll still be slower than a martial arts user's attacks. Elizabeth thinks, what if I just infuse magic power and attack? She moves with incredible speed, her leg blurring as she prepares to strike. Yansung watches Elizabeth's movements, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Elizabeth unleashes a celestial kick, her leg arcing through the air with magical energy crackling around it. Yansung thinks to himself, For a magic user, her attack speed is quite decent. Yansung thinks to himself, she might be a good candidate to join my family. The celestial kick connects with Yansung, a burst of energy erupting on impact. Yansung's face contorts in pain as the force of the blow throws him back. Yansung grits his teeth, thinking, I need to use defense magic. Magical energy gathers around Yansung's fist, forming a protective barrier. Yansung is sent flying backwards from the force of the kick, grunting in pain. Elizabeth wonders, how did your attack get to me? I'm sure that my magic activated though? I'm using something different to attack. Elizabeth thinks, it's different from just strengthening muscles with magic. She stumbles back, the force of the blow sending a jolt through her body. Yansung grits his teeth, the impact of his strike echoing in the training room. Cook. Yansung watches Elizabeth recover, a thought forming in his mind. I'll recruit her into my family after I teach her about what martial arts is. It feels like, I'm doing a pyramid scheme or something. Elizabeth steadies herself, her breathing heavy but her resolve unbroken. Yansung wonders, was I too hard on her? Sweat beads on Yansung's brow as he watches Elizabeth. Elizabeth grits her teeth, muttering, 1. Her muscles tense, ready to unleash another attack. A burst of energy explodes as Elizabeth strikes. The air crackles with residual energy. She is sent sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt. Yansung observes, noting that it is indeed different. He questions if she's not going to keep trying until she wins. Rising to her feet, Elizabeth apologizes, but Yansung states that he really loves this type of persistence. 2 men watch the training. The observers appear shocked. Elizabeth shifts her stance. She raises her sword, ready to continue. Someone excuses themselves. She wonders if they can stop here for today. Yansung insists that Elizabeth stop saying weak things like that. Yansung declares that this is just the start, and he'll give her great training today. A voice cries out to be allowed to live, calling someone a crazy bastard. Someone takes a long drink from a water bottle. Elizabeth Gutierrez, lying on a bench, says it's been a while since she had such a tough spar. She wanted to train for a little while longer though. Anthony asks how it was, and if it piqued her interest in martial arts. Elizabeth states that she is going to defeat his martial arts with her own strength. Anthony says he's going to train more and fight her again. Just you wait. Elizabeth says if you learn martial arts, you can get rid of your weaknesses. It's a matter of pride. Someone says that pride doesn't allow them to learn from their enemy. They are now their enemy. They'll still say hello when they see them, but they won't receive help from them. Understand? Anthony says not really. He's out of here. The cat of lava and magma says that you should put yourself in your opponent's shoes more. Anthony thinks it's not like he can force himself to lose to her though. He wonders if she is looking for family, such a hard thing to do. Anthony wonders if they are here too early. 2 men stand side by side, one wearing a visor. A woman stands next to a muscular man with gray hair and sunglasses. Ernest greets Choi Yansung and O'Dagan. He asks if they joined Ikaros as well. Ernest asks if everyone is here. Ernest stands with a group of people. Ernest introduces himself as the Ikaros clan's instructor. He notes that he sees some new faces. Ernest hopes that they'll become good hunters. Ernest asks what they think is the strongest weapon that a hunter has when they fight against monsters. Choi Yansung says that's right. The reason that Choi Yansung was able to spend all that time in the abyss was also because he believed that he could get stronger. He gave the wrong answer so confidently. Choi Yansung repeats that's right. Ernest asks what is different from what he said previously. He continues, if one believes in. A woman says that, then it's true for them. That person truly believes in what he just said. She wonders about the remaining 2 newcomers and what they think. Ernest thinks about a strong existence that can help him. Teamwork, he thinks, is the answer. Ernest states that what helps a hunter face monsters isn't their magic or items. The biggest weapon is unity. Even S-class hunters can't enter dungeons themselves. No one will ever know what would happen in a dungeon for sure, which is why they need to be prepared for all kinds of situations. Whether they're awakened or have a high class, humans. Today's training will be done in pairs. O'Dagan thinks it's a good thing that he is everything with his fancy magic. Ernest asks if they are nervous and tells them not to worry. He'll take care of. The constellation thinks he's also a constellation and wonders why he needs to deal with such a strange guy. He listens to Ernest, who says that he looks like he understood what he said, and that it was very good. Ernest declares that if they have found their partners, then let's start, as he uses a high-class hallucination secret technique, purple lightning crackling around him. The purple lightning crackles as the wyvern appears. The wyvern roars. It is announced that the wyvern is a strong monster that's ranked as a B-class and above monster. An unnamed character wonders just how many of them are coming out, and if the newcomers aren't shaken. He guesses that the chairman wouldn't make lousy recommendations. The wyvern prepares to attack. Ernest declares that in that case, it's time for them to dodge them. Ain Lawrence states that attack pattern, he's going to use breath, and that they need to set up their barriers. Another unnamed character asks if she is kidding, and that it's too late to set them up, and that they need to run away from it. Ain Lawrence says that they don't even know the range of the breath, and that they need to set up their barriers, and that she'll use support magic. Even if the range of its breath is wide, he can easily dodge it with his magic, as Choi Yeon-sung prepares 3-circle magic, Hashance's acceleration. An unnamed character thinks that this punk, if he gets caught in the magic, he'll get caught up too, and that he is reckless. Ernest prepares to fight, as Choi Yeon-sung prepares his magic. The wyvern prepares to unleash its breath attack. The speaker observes that both his skill, power, and rank are impressive. Another voice chimes in, stating they can see why the chairman has taken a liking to him. Someone questions if martial arts are usually that fast, noting that moving and dodging are sometimes better than magic. A man with crossed arms declares that the guy is the most exceptional lightness arts user he's seen among martial arts users, speculating that he's an abyss returner. The voice from before states that kind of hunter is bound to be strong in battles. Someone asks what the others are doing and why they didn't follow his lead, adding that they were pretty slow though. Another voice retorts, questioning what nonsense the first is talking about and denying being slow. The first voice responds that in that case, they just need to move even faster next time, telling the newcomer to listen to him and what he says, adding that he'll use magic and they just need to follow his lead and move accordingly. Someone asks what the others are doing. A man declares that all right, this is all for now, and those who failed should get out. Someone states that they'll continue with the next attack. Someone wonders if it'll come from below. The blonde-haired man states that someone is too slow. Someone yells, calling another an arrogant newcomer rascal. A monster attacks, causing screams of terror. The narration describes the monster as an enormous sand insect-type monster, a rock eater, that hides within the ground and pops out upon sensing vibration, eating its enemies. It is a fearsome predator that belongs in dungeons that are B-class and above. Someone questions if a rock eater after a wyvern isn't too much, stating that even B-class dungeons aren't this hard. The blonde-haired man states that if they have time to complain, they should use that time to focus on training instead, and that if they can't handle this much, they don't have the right to call themselves a hunter. A foot steps forward. Someone looks up at the monster, noting that this is what the level of training should be like for a clan like the Ikaros clan. Someone states that the instructor is very much to their liking. The clan's training continues. By sound, martial arts wonders if they heard something. He asks if he can ask something. Smallwood High Mountain asks how he knew the monsters would come from below. It is revealed that Smallwood High Mountain is a B-rank hunter. Martial arts wonders why the other man is so interested and offers to help him out. He says it's nothing and tells them to get ready. The clan's training continues. Next evasion while 3 of them are tied together. Magic counter training. Subduing your partner while there. The group finds themselves under the influence of illusion magic. The prospect of a dungeon raid elicits visible reactions of surprise and concern. It seems they're done with warm-ups, and after a break, they're going on a dungeon raid. Someone calls the idea crazy, exclaiming, "You damn crazy bastard." One of them questions if they are really going into a dungeon. The other explains that recently, they've been able to create dungeons in the other world. The man asks if it's like hunter sports. The other agrees, adding that since he's come back, he must have seen all sorts of things. He says that it's his first time hearing of them, and that they're talking about Dungeon Run, a 6-player hunter sport. Dragon Huang explained that in this era, baseball and soccer aren't popular at all. Currently, hunter sports are occupying all the top spots. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders if he is also a proximity type, prying into the target's very nature. Smallwood High Mountain stats are displayed, noting that he's stronger than he thought. The man with the dark hair states that you really can't judge a person by their looks. He adds that if he wants a servant, he'll need their skill info, so not being able to see that is a pain. The other man asks Odagon if he can really teach him martial arts, noting that there's no hunter out there that'd share their wealth. He wonders if even if he taught him. Someone suggests that Odagon go get a drink. He wonders if that's so, thinking that if he wants to get to the top, it'd probably take 100 years. Oham de cabello escuro exclama, que levantanto tempo, e que você nem consegue aumentar suas estatísticas, artes marciais tão rapidamente, como magica. Ele admite que era feita artes marciais quando era mais jovem. The man with the dark hair asks Odagon why he didn't learn it. Odagon asks if he is seriously asking him that. Even then, the first generation of martial artists had all retired, so there was no way to learn it. Odagon says that if he really wants to learn, he'll teach him. He'll show off his skills and slowly raise the status of martial arts. The cat of lava and magma says that such wicked laughter is good to see. The man with the dark hair calls Odagon B-buddy. Odagon asks if he is going to keep hitting him like this. The man with the dark hair tells Odagon to shut it and start feeling the strength in his body. Odagon says no, I mean. Yansung tells Odagon to keep still, holding his face in both hands. Odagon asks if mages don't use magic when they do physical reinforcements too. Yansung replies that he's not pulling that out of his body, though. Odagon explains that he uses his magic to pull in the magic around him. Yansung thinks that sounds like a pain, suggesting that Odagon could just move his own magic. Yansung thinks Odagon's method sounds way harder. Odagon says that if Yansung fails to regulate it, he'll use his inner strength to take hold of it. Yansung asks if that's possible. Odagon replies that it is, though Yansung's veins could burst and his organs could fall apart. Odagon tells Yansung to have faith in him as Yansung closes his eyes and focuses. A silhouette of Yansung is shown with blue energy surrounding him. A system message appears, stating that instead of Yansung's inner strength, he can realize martial arts with magic, and as his understanding grows, the penalty will decrease. The skill is Mana Cultivation, rank C. Yansung thinks that he figured mana and inner strength were similar, so he tried it out, but he's glad it works. Odagon remarks that the mana consumption is really bad, asking if there isn't any other method. He states that for a mage who's learning martial arts, this method is the best. Odagon says it's fine if the consumption is a bit high, as it's more important to be able to land a proper hit. A surge of power emanates. Skill, Magic Charged Hit, has been learned. Magic Charged Hit, rank D, launching a hit with magic instead of inner strength. As one's understanding increases, the penalty will decrease. He exclaims, I did it, right? This sure is amazing. It feels way, Yansung thinks, different from just punching with your fists, using magic like martial arts. I'm glad I figured it out, but the skill rank is way too low. He continues to think, well, it's not like it's completely worthless just because it has a low rank. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the instructor's training room. A voice calls out, now pay attention. Since your break's over, we'll be getting ready for more training. A man states, I'll give a brief explanation of what we'll be doing. The rules are simple. You'll go into the dungeon in teams of 6, and you just have to quickly and safely clear it. I'll definitely do great and get. One of the men thinks, into the first team. To think a hunter like me wasn't on the first team, I'll make you regret it. Another man observes, they sure look bloodthirsty. In our clan, only the. A voice declares that the first team goes into battle, and if one does well in the training session, they could get into the first team. Another voice responds, stating that it's not decided, but they do go out into battle every now and then. A third voice chimes in, saying that it's fine and that being weak is nothing to be ashamed of. One of the men retorts that he is not particularly weak and is not exactly ashamed of anything. Another voice agrees, saying it's fine and that he's working hard to get over it. A voice says, no, you see, and another responds, yeah, I get it. A man announces that they will start picking teams. The man continues, stating that everyone should take a look at their team members and get ready for training. A woman wonders if she wasn't teamed up with Odagon on purpose. One of the men questions if he seriously got assigned to this group, lamenting that he's screwed in this dungeon raid. Another asks what's with the long face, stating that he's hurt. It's Yansung Choi, the first Abyss returner in 30 years, who hasn't even adapted fully. There's a newbie hunter, Richard Parker, the Parker clan's third son. A voice says, MHM, let's get along. And there's the guy with no sense of teamwork, Anthony Schneider. He thinks it's just that everyone else refuses to work with him. Few-taker Moneymaker remarks that there's a sneak and a relatively sane guy. Smallwood High Mountain wonders where one would find a talent like him. Elizabeth Gutierrez says that she's never gotten pushed out from the first team, but this is getting her worried. She tells someone, presumably Anthony Schneider, that she'll knock them all down, so just believe in her. Smallwood High Mountain notes that Schneider wants to be the team leader and asks if everyone is okay with that. Elizabeth Gutierrez responds that if he wants it that badly, then. Few-taker Moneymaker says that as expected of the newbie, he's got a good eye. That's it. Elizabeth Gutierrez asks how good that guy is. Few-taker Moneymaker responds that he's an all-rounder and that he enjoys long dash. A narration box states that he range fights, but he's good at close-range combat too. It continues that, of course, he's really weird, but he's also got a lot of rare skills. Someone says that his personality is a bit. Another person tells him that they get it, so cut it out. A narration box states that he had no intention of forming a contract with him, so he wasn't going to bother, but taking a look would be a good idea. It continues that prying into the target's very nature, as you polish your constellation's eye, your existential power will increase. Someone says that first, it'd be nice if you could refer to him as the team leader. A screen displays Anthony Schneider's stats, level 288, stamina 316, strength 351, magic 361, agility 347, intelligence 334. He possesses the B+ rank skill mental protection and the B rank skill narcissism. Anthony thinks that this is. He can see his skills. The cat says that the constellation's eye has improved. Someone says that everyone should just put their faith in him. Someone says to forget that, he's a completely crazy bastard, isn't he? They wonder about mental protection and narcissism. As a hunter, being able to use your abilities is also a kind of training. The more you use them, the better you get at them. A man with short blonde hair stands with his hand raised to his forehead. The two skills that Anthony has, mental protection and narcissism, are both above B rank. These could actually be the skills that help him maintain his mental strength. A shoe steps onto the grass. Whitaker extends his hands, saying, I'm Whitaker. You're looking for friends, right? I hope we work well together. One of the men responds, go away. Don't think of sticking your nose here, get. One of the men asks, why are they acting like that? It is all about money. He's someone who judges people based on profits and losses. Whitaker says, I'm not a bad person. It's all about give and take, you know? It's just that people can't accept it. I give based on how much I receive. One of the men says, sounds reasonable. Another man warns, buddy, don't be deceived by him. The black-haired man, wearing a green jersey, complains about being blocked on Facebook. The brown-haired man tells him not to get so worked up. The brown-haired man continues to try and calm the black-haired man down. The purple-haired man declares that although he is a B-class hunter, he is a highly sought-after healer. He adds that if someone works with him, They will be able to receive all kinds of support when they train. The gray-haired man states that he doesn't really need it, prompting the purple-haired man to ask what he said. The gray-haired man insists that he is perfectly fine even without all those things. The black-haired man interjects, saying that the gray-haired man shouldn't say something so ridiculous because he hasn't experienced the kind of support. The purple-haired man tells the gray-haired man that even if he is a martial arts user, he should try using some magic that works for him. The gray-haired man apologizes but says he really doesn't need it, adding that in the future, he'll need to pay. The purple-haired man says that it will be twice as much to get something like this, to which the gray-haired man responds with a sarcastic, "Sure, sure." A close-up reveals the purple-haired man's eyes are blacked out. The gray-haired man observes that the purple-haired man still hasn't gotten used to Earth after wandering the abyss, adding that he'll soon realize what he's missing out on. A view of a dungeon entrance. The group enters the dungeon, a forked road trial. A forked road trial dungeon, one that Yansung Choi has never heard of. The rule is to clear it as fast as possible without confronting the opposing team. Choi Yansung states that they have 2 weeks of supplies and rations, then they should split up and enter. Elizabeth Gutierrez says that she needs to be able to focus on magic. Yansung Choi says if she doesn't like the idea of it, then just leave. He then states that he will stand at the front. Elizabeth Gutierrez asks if he thinks she can't handle that. She states that she is a close-range combat expert and should be standing in front instead. She says that she is just obeying his orders. Choi Yansung says that she should only obey his orders when it makes sense. He states that she is obviously not as good at close-range combat as he is. Elizabeth Gutierrez is embarrassed about being compared to him because he is already an amazing hunter. Elizabeth Gutierrez says that she wants to send him flying, as purple energy emanates from her hand. Choi Yansung states that he will go in front and the others can support him from the back. Another team member thinks that it is a perfect solution. Elizabeth Gutierrez thinks that he is totally ignoring her and going ahead. She is surprised. Someone yells asking what he is doing and to be careful of the rock chameleon. A rock chameleon lunges forward, jaws agape. Choi Yansung is surrounded by red energy and impact lines, indicating he is being attacked. The group continues forward, deeper into the dungeon. He calls out to the others, urging them to join him. The blonde-haired man shouts for everyone to stop, declaring that he will be in the front. Someone exclaims that they have found it. A surge of speed. A middle-grade life force is detected, triggering anger and confusion. He thinks to himself that the sword works well. The sword is revealed to be China's national treasure, the Lunar Heavenly Sword. Choi Yansung has changed the looks of the spatial storage device that he received from the stone serpent and is wearing it on his waist. And so, he's able to take out anything he needs at any point in time. He wonders if he should try this with a faster sword. Someone exclaims that it was theirs, a monster that they found. Elizabeth Gutierrez tells Yansung Choi not to waste his strength on weaker monsters, since he is the ace. Yansung Choi's logic is perfect. Elizabeth asks if that means he will let her fight the strong monster when it appears. Yansung Choi says that depends on the situation. Elizabeth Gutierrez yells in frustration. Choi Yansung points forward, energy crackling around his hand. Yansung Choi prepares to fight. Yansung Choi is sweating. Choi Yansung faces the monsters. Yansung Choi declares that he is strong and will not lose. Yansung Choi tells Elizabeth Gutierrez that he is going to get serious from now on and will show her what he is capable of. Elizabeth responds with a skeptical, sure. Elizabeth Gutierrez exclaims that they are crazy bastards and asks how they can just do as they please. Elizabeth Gutierrez thinks that she only had to be worried about Anthony, but there are 2 crazy bastards. Inside the situation room, Ernest Nim stands with his arms crossed, observing the monitors. Another man asks what's the matter, wondering if they're considering placing Anthony Schneider in the first-team decision. The man continues, objectively speaking, Anthony Schneider is pretty good in combat, isn't he? The man notes that whenever he's involved, team play flies out the window. On top of that, his growth has been slow recently, and it's obvious that he's not interested in training properly. Ernest Nim thinks that he's a hunter that would do worse when placed in the second team. He decides to observe him a little longer, and if things continue to remain as they are, then he'll make that decision. Ernest Nim is told that this is. A woman asks what's the matter, wondering if any of the teams got wiped out. She is told that it'll be best if she takes a look at this herself. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, one of the team members remarks that it looks like a small fry and asks if they should just get past it quickly. Another member agrees, since Whitaker has an antidote magic. It's coming from the front. The team prepares to engage the monsters. One of the team members states that he'll take the 3 monsters coming from the front, and Guti will take the ones at the side. He asks Anthony if he's able to help attack, right? A voice declares that they will handle the enemies and share the kill count if they cooperate. Another voice responds, agreeing to the terms. They are coming again. Focus. Anthony fires an energy blast at the approaching monsters. A voice demands to know who is giving orders, stating they know what to do without being told. A voice states what they are seeing now. Ernest tells Elizabeth that another monster is coming and to take care of it quickly. A voice asks if they are working together, right? The blonde-haired man calls out, look. The dark-haired man responds, what? The blonde-haired man continues, boasting of what he's capable of and telling him not to be disheartened, because he's still pretty good. The dark-haired man reacts with surprise. A magical attack is launched, energy crackling in the air. The blonde-haired man declares, I'll show. The narration describes a rock gargoyle, a rock chameleon monster in the shape of a devil, possessing strong endurance and attack power, able to disguise itself as a rock, and quite a pain in the ass to deal with. They've already retreated. One of the figures watching the screen remarks that the guy is pretty amazing and wonders who he is. Another figure wonders how he's able to control Schneider. The man thinks to himself that he has qualities. No wonder the chairman strongly recommended him. It's a pity that he's a martial arts user. Ernest is informed that the relevant team is heading in quickly, and the speaker wonders if it's dangerous. Ernest replies that they'll know what to do, and if they get annihilated, that'll serve as a lesson for them, but it's too disadvantageous. Luck is a type of ability too. The Forked Road Trial is one of the dungeons where information isn't released to the public. Although the monsters that appear are only at B class, the combination of monsters inside it are difficult to deal with, and are very vicious, which is why its difficulty is A class. Whitaker wonders if the trap would be too hard for Anthony Schneider and Elizabeth Gutierrez. Smallwood is there, but Ernest watches the team's progress on a monitor. It'll appear soon, he thinks. Anthony prepares himself for the coming battle. Here it comes, he thinks. A monstrous roar echoes through the dungeon. Anthony stares down the monster, his expression grim. Energy crackles around Anthony's hand, ready to be unleashed. Anthony unleashes his power, a blinding flash erupting from his hand. Whitaker and Elizabeth are surprised by the display of power. Whitaker exclaims, "My goodness, he blocked that." Someone thinks that Anthony knows what a gargoyle is and wonders if he fought one in the abyss. Ernest wonders just how long Anthony was in the abyss for. He observes, what just happened seems to be a trap. Elizabeth Gutierrez suggests they camp here to take a look around, instead of moving forward recklessly. Elizabeth Gutierrez thinks that's a good idea. While they're exposed in all directions, if the situation becomes really bad for them, they could just retreat through the road. She asks what about the rock gargoyle? Would it attack them if they don't make any movements? Anthony is not sure. He thinks it's 50-50 at this point, but he doesn't think they need to be too worried because he'll know if it approaches them. Smallwood High Mountain asks why is that so? Ernest and Elizabeth Gutierrez exchange a look. Anthony asks why are they surprised? It's a monster that they can handle as long as they react to it calmly. In terms of class, it's around B-. He thinks getting annihilated is also a type of training. Elizabeth Gutierrez thinks this difficulty feels like they're trying to get them annihilated. It's not possible with them after all. The sound of a tent being set up echoes through the cave. Ernest thinks that tent, in the past, he used to do it manually with his hands. Now it sets itself up automatically. Anthony asks why are they guys looking at him like that? Elizabeth Gutierrez says he probably doesn't know this either then. Of course she does. It's a drone. Ernest says they'll set this up and use it as a sentry. It won't work against the rock gargoyles though. Even so, it's better than having none. Ignis approach detection magic is activated. A magical barrier shimmers with an eerie green glow. A man with spiky purple hair remarks, a magic to detect approaching living organisms. Aren't I quite useful? He continues, I can heal, I can buff, and I can also set up alarms while camping. There's really no hunter that's as good as me when it comes to non-combat situations. Another man responds, getting out of sentry duties even if you say all that. The sentries would be the three of you in the back row. One of the men asks, who do I think you are? Another man calls Yansung trash. Yansung says, these guys are way too harsh with their words. Don't you think so? Yansung continues, these guys are way too harsh with their words. They are mean bastards who insult their own comrades. Another man asks, why is he suddenly acting like that? A man says, it's probably because he realized that guy's worth during the hunt today. Another man agrees, true. A man states, everyone in the raid today would have realized the person that has played the biggest role. The one who played the biggest role would be Choi Yansung, who led the team at the forefront, the Abyss returner and martial arts user. Another man says, don't act so cold. Is there nothing that you like? Yansung replies, things that I like. Yansung is shown bench pressing. He thinks, I like bench press. Anything other than. Another man is shown doing side lateral raises. He thinks, side lateral raise? He hears Ernest say that he sees they should do those together next time, and then Ernest says to eat. Since they've set up the tent, the team prepares to eat. The team sits around the campsite. Yansung holds up a Dragon God ration pack, wondering why he feels embarrassed instead of him. Someone exclaims that this is the world's most delicious dungeon rations, and that they are looking forward to eating it. Ernest holds up a ration pack, saying that this is food that doesn't fit well with a perfect hunter like himself. Someone says that the taste might not be great, but if they don't eat, then they wouldn't have the strength to raid, adding that at least this one has beef. Someone says that it's alright, and then Yansung says that if this really isn't edible, then he'll cook for them. Smallwood wonders if he's cooking in a dungeon, and Anthony says that's impossible because they don't have the necessary ingredients. Yansung asks if they have no ingredients, pointing out that they obtained a lot of those just now. Someone says they're referring to this, rock chameleon. He is asked if he wants to eat a rock chameleon. The man with the blonde hair says he knows Yansung was in the abyss for a long time, but this is kinda weird. A voice responds that it can be eaten, and he'll take care of it. Someone wonders what is going on. Meanwhile, in the instructor situation room, Ernest is informed that another team is now heading towards the center, and the gargoyles will start moving soon. He wonders if. The text says, will the other teams be able to fend them off too? All of Sysit's team has been annihilated. Half of Agnes' team has also been annihilated. The rest of them are retreating. Was it too hard for them? Yes, it was too harsh. Because there are hunters that have run away, the remaining ones would have a hard time now. Especially that team. Wait up, what's that team doing now? The food sizzles. Doesn't that look pretty good? Calm down. I'm sure it only looks nice on the outside. Are you not going to eat it then? That's not what I'm saying. It's not just meat. Is that a risotto? Or paella? Rice is a main staple food in Asia, as you. The group peers down at the food being prepared. One of them comments that it looks just like the dishes they've seen in movies, and that it looks really good. Another thinks that meat alone would have been enough. The food sits in a bowl, steaming and ready to be eaten. A voice asks if it's done and if they can eat it. Choi Yansung asks if he said he'd give it to them. The group is surprised, and one of them asks what he means. He explains that they said the monster meat didn't look good, so he just wanted to show them how good it can be. One of the group members tells him to wait up, saying he didn't say that. He thinks that Yansung is a trash bastard. Choi Yansung thinks to himself that he has the right to eat it. He reflects that although he didn't say it out loud, he held their abilities in pretty high regards. Since they're a hunter who's as strong as he is, he's sure their cooking would be special too. Choi Yansung says that if they say it like that, then he wouldn't mind giving them some. He thanks them. Someone eats the food. Choi Yansung tells them to enjoy it. A text box explains that they've recovered their magic power because they've eaten food that contains strong magic power. A character reacts to the food, seemingly surprised that it even recovers their magic power, and wonders what it is. One of the group members thinks that since the alternate world is a virtual world, even if he uses these ingredients, they'll just come back. He wonders if he should try using some more ingredients and stir-frying them with the rice and beef. The food is being cooked. Someone tells them to hold it. One of the group members reacts to the food. Another says that Smallwood was the one who said it, not him. He adds that he removed him from his Facebook friends list a long time ago, and asks if he minds if he has some. Another calls them damn you bastards. The constellation offers the food, urging everyone to come over and eat, adding that Smallwood just looks pitiful and they should stop picking on him. Smallwood Highmountain retorts that he's the only one on Yansung's side, and that the others are just backstabbing trash. Another voice chimes in, suggesting that Smallwood is being too harsh. Yansung, holding the bowl, declares he doesn't want to hear that from them. One of the observers wonders what they are doing, questioning if they are doing a mukbang in a dungeon. Ernest exclaims that it's incredible, and asks if they shouldn't stop them. The other observer suggests that it could be poisoned. One of the group eating the food says that if there was any poison in it, they would have spit it right out. It's clear that he. One of the observers suggests that Yansung must have a rare skill that allows him to cook monsters, wondering if it could be a skill that he acquired while in the abyss since there's nothing to eat. One of the observers says that they don't really have to eat anything in the abyss, considering the fact that the air is full of mana, suggesting that maybe it's because he got bored after spending so much time there. A fire crackles. One of the observers exhales smoke, a pensive expression on his face. One of the observers asks what's wrong, an exclamation mark emphasizing his concern. One of the figures asks if the others weren't sleeping. Someone replies that it's not that, just. Whitaker asks if Yansung is feeling down because he's surrounded by stronger hunters. Yansung asks how he knew. Yansung states that every hunter has those feelings, so he shouldn't bother thinking about something so pointless and just train. He asks if it doesn't look like he's training. Yansung asks if Whitaker is saying that going out on a day off and firing off his magic a couple times, and then going, this much is enough, is training. He adds that he doesn't know why Whitaker came here, but if he wants to go to the front lines, that won't be enough. Whitaker thinks that he's never had anyone tell him this, and that his family always said he was a prodigy. Whitaker tells everyone to wake up. Ernest asks what it is. A voice booms that it's an ambush, and everyone should wake up. Ernest asks what's going on, stating that an ambush won't work on him. Whitaker exclaims that there aren't just stone gargoyles. A voice warns that something much bigger is coming. A voice announces that the stone gargoyles are surrounding the dungeon's boss. Someone exclaims, what? Ernest observes that the stone gargoyles are intelligent monsters, and with just them, the team. Yansung Choi especially must have realized he'd have a hard time facing them. The stone gargoyle's diet consists of stone, but it's a fierce monster that will ruthlessly hunt down hunters as well. Is this it for them as well? What a pity for this training session to end like this, and whatever the gargoyles did. Smallwood shouts that it's here. A stone gargoyle roars. Celestial footwork. A blue aura surrounds a figure as they use celestial footwork. Another stone gargoyle attacks. Someone shouts about Argelos's high-speed ice bullet. A figure uses celestial footwork from below. A figure is attacked, looking surprised. The serpentine creature lunges, its jaws wide and lined with teeth that could crush stone. The beast, identified as Onyx, fills the space with its menacing presence. Onyx unleashes a deafening roar, a shockwave of green energy rippling outwards. Someone shouts a warning, urging Yansung Choi to retreat. Get back. It's the boss. Green energy crackles, a sign that someone is preparing a counterattack. Argelos contemplates whether he has to fight without using his blade. The sword glows with an intense blue light, the weapon humming with power. He doesn't care if it gets his sword. The blade slams into Onyx, a burst of energy erupting on impact. The ground cracks and shatters from the sheer force of the blow. Blue energy surrounds Argelos, crackling with raw power. The others watch in disbelief. Are you telling me this is a B-rank hunter's skill? No way. Argelos prepares to strike again, his sword glowing with renewed intensity. A voice declares that the fight will end with a single strike. A figure is struck by a powerful, blue energy attack. Ernest begins to comment on the previous event, stating what he just witnessed. Another person interjects, saying they also saw it, adding that Hunter Yansung Choi is more than just a diamond in the rough. A voice states that they will have to view him as already having reached his full potential. A voice wonders how the chairman brought in a hunter like him. The story is to be continued. Dragon Huang's building looms in the distance. Heavy boots approach. A man opens a door, stepping into the room. A man with spiky blonde hair sits in front of a computer, a mug in his hand. He greets the newcomer. "Ah, you're here? So how's?" The man wonders about the guy he recommended. He continues, stating that he should have been told that they recruited an A-class hunter. The man lies back, listening to the response. The man takes a sip from his mug, asking if he would have believed him if he told him he becomes an A-class hunter. The gray-haired man responds that it's true, but he thinks the government will complain about this later on, though. He continues, stating that they didn't inform them of the A-class hunter that's with them. He thinks they're the ones who made the mistake. What are they going to say? He concludes that humans need to feel like they've lost something before they realize its importance. The gray-haired man thinks that getting him to be recognized as an A-class would be troublesome, but it would only be a matter of time. He thinks they just have to make sure he shows actual results. He wonders whether he would be interested in continuing to work under him even after. The blonde-haired man responds that he doesn't need to worry about that. The gray-haired man apologizes. A close-up of the blonde-haired man's face, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. The man with the blonde hair responds. The clan building lobby bustles with activity. A list displays the names of Team 1. Choi Yansung, Anthony Schneider, Elizabeth Gutierrez, Smallwood High Mountain, Whitaker Moneymaker, and Richard Parker. The men discuss the martial arts user being on Team 1, questioning how well he performed. Anthony is called weak, just because he is weak. How can a hunter be so narrow-minded? An aerial view shows a man gazing at the clan building, thinking of Choi Yansung as a worthy opponent. Choi Yansung reflects on needing to help out more as a commemoration for joining Team 1. A sleek, modern car speeds down the road. Inside the car, one of the men admits he was checking out the other's abilities, mentioning that the chairman of Frost Dust approached him for help. Someone laments being put in a difficult spot after modeling for someone, needing to raid but unable to reject the request, as a game over screen appears on their phone. A figure with white hair and a crown looks displeased. Choi Yansung, sitting in a car, apologizes. He reminds himself to maintain a good relationship with Choi Yansung no matter what. A flashback shows a gym scene. Someone asks if Choi Yansung is present. A man in a white jacket gestures, saying, "Oh, you're here to train?" Choi Yansung lifts weights, disagreeing with the idea that exercising is enjoyable. He suggests starting with leg presses. Choi Yansung's companion expresses his discomfort with the training regimen. He asks what is all right. The companion complains that Choi Yansung should have suggested deadlifts instead. He then suggests starting with 30 sets as a light warm-up. Choi Yansung screams in pain. The companion suggests taking a look around the city instead, as Choi Yansung hasn't been back from the abyss for very long. Choi Yansung declines. The companion tries to persuade Choi Yansung to take a look around the city, but Choi Yansung remains silent. Choi Yansung looks out at a city street, thinking that this is the... He remarks that Hunter City has everything related to a hunter. Yansung Choi thinks to himself that being a hunter isn't about receiving privileges. Richard Parker asks what he means, questioning if they are the nobles of the current era. Dragon Huang suggests they beat up the master, but Richard tells him to leave him alone, stating he'll die eventually. Richard asks if they are too mean. The car pulls to a stop. Yansung Choi exits the car, announcing that they have arrived in Chinatown, famous for its black markets. The Chinatown gate looms, emblazoned with the words, Fortune City. Richard Parker observes that the government is allowing illegal trading to take place. Dragon Huang explains that they don't export to other countries, so the government doesn't bother them. He adds that those organizations doing businesses in the black markets are doing it legally. A merchant stands in his stall, surrounded by suspicious items. In a dark alley, a figure asks if that is him. A hooded figure declares that there is no mistake, adding that the lowly man dared to humiliate their master. A hooded figure declares that they will wash away the humiliation with blood. The figure states that it is for the constellation, the warrior of madness and blood. Choi Yansung looks on with a slight frown. Dragon Huang asks why they bought so many ingredients, wondering if they went to the mart or something. Choi Yansung replies that Richard Parker is able to cook with monster meat. Choi Yansung confirms that they have everything they need and asks if they should go to the auction. Meanwhile, a voice states that they just need to go to the basement, noting the magic is pretty. Another voice comments that the magic used there is quite powerful. A man in a suit asks if they are Whitaker from the Ikaros clan, stating that he will guide them inside. Whitaker tells them to change into the clothes provided. Richard Parker questions the need for clothes. A voice states that they need to follow basic etiquette, adding that there are a few other rules too. They must not tell anyone outside about this, tell anyone if they get caught, and must not cause any trouble. The scene shows a glimpse of the interior, revealing ornate chandeliers. The interior of the auction house bustled with activity, a grand fountain serving as its centerpiece. Gamblers laughed as they played cards, the stakes undoubtedly high. Attendees mingled, glasses clinking as deals were made and secrets exchanged. A man with brown hair suggested playing some roulette while waiting for the auction to start, boasting of his expertise. You probably already know this, but I'm an expert in roulette. I have never lost before. Another man wondered aloud if they were letting him win because he's a hunter from the Ikaros clan. Are they letting him win since he's a hunter from the Ikaros clan? The smell of money is calling me. The roulette will spun, fortunes hanging in the balance. A man with dark hair informed others that 3 hunters from the Ikaros clan were present. 3 hunters from the Ikaros clan are here. Pay attention when serving them. Make sure there aren't any issues. He added that 2 of them were probably new members. Yes, and 2 of them are probably new members. The man with brown hair wondered who they were, resolving to find out more information. Who are they? I would have to find out more information. He noted that one of them debuted as a pro hunter after winning the recent UHC preliminary fights and was also a martial arts user. But one of them debuted as a pro hunter after winning the recent UHC preliminary fights. And he's also. A label identified one of the individuals as a martial arts user. The Manhwa sect was revealed to be the organization currently running the illegal auction site. The martial arts clan, representing China's martial arts, has maintained a hidden identity as martial arts has weakened over the years. At this point, they can't help but be fascinated to see Ikaros Hunter, who is a martial arts user. One of the men asks if the other wants people to find out that they're the ones running this auction site. He tells him to just go and prepare for the auction. One of the attendees asks when the auction is starting. Another responds that it should be starting soon enough. It started. Take a good look at what's going to come up. Choi Yansung. A man stands on the stage, ready to announce the start of the auction to the audience. The spear is sold for $50,000. The man comments that the spear looks nice, but its performance is poor, and something like that is $50,000. Now then, here's our next item. After seeing that spear, something like this is. The Blazing Thunder Dagger has a durability of 100 out of 100, an attack of 150, and skills that allow subspace storage and summoning. Level 250 is required to use it. These skills are really good, they're incredibly useful. He wants to buy it, but he doesn't know if he has enough money. Dragon Huanghyung did give him this card a little while back, but, here, take this. What's this? An unlimited black card. Yansung doesn't think he'll be buying anything. Hey Yansung, your Hyung is trying to look cool here. Do you have to shut me down to feel good about yourself, or something? A hand offers $7,000. The auctioneer asks if there are any more bids, wondering if the item should be fine. The auction attendees comment that the item is not very good, and only people with perception or related skills come to the auction. Someone raises their paddle to bid. The auctioneer asks what the bidder will do by spoiling the auction house, as he announces a bid for $8,000. The auctioneer announces that the item is sold for $8,000, as the attendees wonder what is nice about the item and where it would be used. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure reaches out a hand. The cloaked figure, eyes glowing red, wonders if they thought they could live in peace after insulting the warrior of madness and blood. A man screams as he is attacked by an unseen force. 2 men yell to stop right there. Another man is impaled by a gift of blood. A man comments that he has gone up to B rank, and that the warrior isn't completely thoughtless, wondering if he is trying to take revenge for what happened before. He ridicules those daring to survive this. He's acting so arrogant with that thing hiding behind him. Let's not make a move. Isn't this an opportunity for me as well? Choi Yansung requests a constellation battle in the name of the undefeated avatar of training. As his kin, he shall deal with him. To think he'd make a bluff like this. As the warrior has never heard of the name avatar of training, he is ignoring him. So, are you scared? Of a duel? I guess you're just a chicken who sends out his minions. If you manage to survive, the warrior has said that he will accept your constellation battle. Huh, is it a blackout? Someone get me out of here. It looks like I'll have to move away first. He has now sealed this place off. Now his festival of blood shall begin. You're the one who's trapped. You'll have to take me on first. The constellation thanks the martial arts user, but the martial artist tells him to save his strength for now. The martial arts user prepares to use the celestial finger technique. Surrounded by a blue aura, the martial arts user prepares to strike. A red explosion erupts. Choi Yansung reacts in surprise. The martial arts user executes a kick. Choi Yansung is sent flying. Choi Yansung is injured. Choi Yansung declares he will be taking blood. The martial arts user prepares to use the fundamentals of absorption technique. The martial arts user uses the technique in reverse, as Choi Yansung asks if that's all he's got. Choi Yansung is surrounded by a purple aura. Surrounded by a purple aura, he faces his opponent. One of the henchmen shouts to stop him. Dodging the incoming attack, Choi Yansung moves with incredible speed. The henchmen, poised to strike, are commanded to finish him off. One of the henchmen lunges forward, a blade of pure energy crackling in his hand. A disembodied voice declares that the inferior warrior has rescinded his authority, and the warrior has unified his authority. The warrior has come down to directly possess a henchman, the transformation warping his features. The warrior has gathered the spilt blood and amplified his authority. Choi Yansung observes, realizing that the warrior is hopping between his henchmen and controlling them. He mutters that it's a little cheap. A voice muses that if they just look at the amount of magic power he has right now, he might even surpass an A-rank hunter. If they leave him alone, he'll just destroy himself, so the smartest thing to do is dodge, But then all the people here would likely die. The skill subdue the strong, assist the weak, has been activated. A voice declares that by avoiding him, their strength will rise. Choi Yansung prepares to face his opponent, a blue energy emanating from his sword. A beam of energy hurtles forward, poised to strike. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The light grows blinding, a concentrated force of destruction. The energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of light and force. A figure stands amidst the chaos, enveloped in a swirling aura of energy. A guttural scream echoes through the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The figure plummets, defeated by the overwhelming force. The warrior has acknowledged your strength. You will now enter a constellation battle. Yansung Choi stands over the fallen figure, the warrior having designated him as one of his kin to participate in the constellation battle. The cat of lava and magma declares that things are going according to plan. The cat of lava and magma reassures, it's fine and take heart. Two men in suits stand on a balcony, overlooking a scene of destruction. A man in a suit observes that letting someone in without proper identification was a blunder on the auction house's part. Another man, carrying a jacket, replies that it's fine and asks if they can be let go. The man in sunglasses responds, well. The man with the jacket slung over his shoulder states that he'd like to ask something regarding martial arts. The man in the suit asks if the other would give him some of his time. The scene ends with to be continued. Two men in suits stand in a modern, well-lit room. The men sit on plush couches, facing each other. The man with auburn hair holds a cup, remarking on the rarity of seeing martial arts used these days. He then asks how the other man started learning martial arts. The man in the suit apologizes, wondering if his question was insensitive. He admits he was just happy to meet another martial arts user. But how did you know? A foot steps forward. The man in traditional clothing asks if he has perhaps heard of the Manhwa sect before. The man with auburn hair recalls that the Manhwa sect was famous in China around 30 years ago, and that Li Xiaowan was from there too. The man in the suit says that he looks familiar. He pauses, then asks if he is Li Xiaowan. The other man confirms that he is, and is grateful that he remembers him. The man in the suit is surprised. A man in a suit asks for a signature. Another man questions why he is not supposed to get a signature. The man with the bowl cut states that he is not someone whose signature is worth anything, as he signs the document. The man in the suit asks if the clan hunters are part of the Manhwa sect. The man with the bowl cut confirms that is correct. The man in the suit asks if they have something to ask of him. The man with the bowl cut states that he would like to learn martial arts from Choi Yansung. And then, Choi Yansung appeared. One of the men asks if he is that strong. The other man tells him to bring him here now. The man with the bowl cut states that Choi Yansung is the strongest martial arts user that they know of. The men discuss how the number of martial arts users has decreased greatly. They ask if the authority that the constellation bestowed upon him is the undefeated avatar of training. They then inquire what they need to do to reach his level. The avatar of training doesn't really help with training in martial arts, he thinks. The cat of lava and magma is yelling at him, asking what he is doing. One of the men tells the others to tell them that it's true even if it isn't, as that's how they can recruit them. He continues, saying something like an avatar is good enough to be considered relevant to martial arts. He thinks to himself that the man is right, and he needs to increase the number of his servants. The man continues, saying that it indeed helped him. The amount of faith that's directed towards the avatar of training has increased. Choi Yansung's existential power has increased. The cat comforts him by saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A man says that he's not going to be learning for free. The men offer their full loyalty in return for learning from Choi Yansung. He thinks to himself that he doesn't really need anything like that, though. Choi Yansung tells them that their proposal is a little too abrupt and asks if he can take some time to think about it before he gives them a reply. The men reply that they will be waiting for his reply, Choi Yansung Nim. The camera pans to a shot of a tall building. Ain Lawrence stands waiting, a professional air about her. Choi Yansung is asked if he has adapted well to the Ikaros clan. He responds that he has, in a way. Li Xiaowan remarks that it isn't strange. Li Xiaowan, agitated, tells Yansung that he is not normal, and asks if he thinks he is not normal too, before quickly retracting his statement. Li Xiaowan asks if Yansung used his constellation power to read his mind, then dismisses the idea, saying that Yansung wears his emotions on his sleeve. Li Xiaowan asks Yansung if he remembers the Manhwa sect. Li Xiaowan recalls that the Manhwa sect was a martial arts clan in China from a long time ago, and that they were probably destroyed in the first wave of chaos after the Great Invasion. Li Xiaowan continues, saying that the Manhwa sect was destroyed a second time when Li Xiaowan manipulated his rankings, and that the rank manipulation was probably ordered by the government. He then asks why Yansung is asking about them, and if he is trying to look for Li Xiaowan. Yansung expresses surprise. The panel shows a bookshelf. Li Xiaowan says that he thought they had disbanded or died since there was no news of them, and that he thinks that they're actually here. Li Xiaowan tells Yansung that as the owner of this city, his information-gathering skills aren't that great. Yansung replies that he doesn't keep track. He gestures emphatically, a stack of reports dwarfing his hand. Choi Yansung is clearly not impressed. Yansung, look, that's the amount of reports I receive every single day. Important American political problems, situation reports of other large clans, and urgent problems of the city. Li Xiaowan continues, oblivious. I'm talking. He adds, I'm sorry. It was so boring. Did you know that I had a meal with the American president, and we went to the sauna together? The scene shifts to a mental image of the sauna. Li Shaowen continues his story. Li Shaowen points a finger, emphasizing his point. Hyung, I admit that you're incredible, so please stop telling such lame lies. I'm not lying. Choi Yansung relents. No need to worry so much about them. You're right. Li Shaowen leans forward, questioning Choi Yansung's preparedness. What? Already? You only have me as your servant. Aren't you a little too unprepared? Choi Yansung rises to the challenge. I'm alright. That guy doesn't know that I'm a constellation, and I'm going to fight in that battle myself. What a cheap and smart rascal. Li Shaowen expresses confidence. Well, I'm a little worried, but since you're personally fighting, I guess it's. They already knew what they were getting into when they asked you for that favor. There's almost a guaranteed victory. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a stylized interface. The next day, the Game of Stars is set to begin. The interface confirms that the avatar of training has accepted the constellation battle that the warrior has requested. The event of the constellation is visualized. The interface declares that the battle will be a fair one, guaranteed by all the constellations. The avatar of training has suggested a 1:1 battle. The avatar of training declares that Choi Yansung will be the one sent out for the upcoming battle. The warrior announces the constellation battle to the other constellations, who cheer in response. The warrior bets the Fortress of Blood for the constellation battle. The Fortress of Blood is offered as the prize for the victor. Orcs charge forward, their guttural roars echoing through the abyss. Blood is offered to the warrior in a solemn toast. The cat constellation exclaims that the land of orcs is so gross that it doesn't want to win it. It adds that the place should be quite expensive, a territory that only high-ranked constellations and above are able to possess. Choi Yansung realizes that he doesn't have anything to put as his bet. If he wants to balance the bet out, he'd need to bet everything he has. The Voiltai lulls from the abyss call for the constellation battle. Both constellations have agreed, and the contract has been made. In the case that one loses in the constellation battle, their existential power would greatly weaken. The cat says that all Yansung Choi needs to do is win. Yansung agrees, stating that's what he intends to do. The avatar of training has bet the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, the being that reverses time, and the Voiltai lulls from the abyss. The Voiltai lulls from the abyss call for the constellation battle. A blinding beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating a small, rocky platform. A voice echoes, questioning who will be fighting. The servant that the warrior has sent out is Agrada. The light fades to reveal Choi Yansung standing before a towering figure. The warrior is Agrada. Yansung Choi considered the avatar of training. Was he a berserker type? If he was strong in magic defense, then he must also be able to defend well against sword chi. He'll never be able to win against Agrada. Outside the abyss, in the territory of the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, the landscape is barren, marked by skeletal remains jutting from the ground. Floating orbs drift through the air as a skeletal figure observes from a high vantage point. The avatar of training muses, it's actually not that bad, despite the circumstances. The avatar of training continues, realizing, maybe I misunderstood the avatar of training. A narration box explains that the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, the being that reverses time, the voice that calls from the abyss, and the rampant seeker are betting in a constellation battle. It warns that if the avatar of training loses, he will become the servant of the warrior of madness and blood. The avatar of training exclaims in disbelief, what? As he witnesses the battle. Someone asks, what is happening right now? The avatar of training is shown with Choi Yansung. Yansung says, if you need to fight, you should call for us to fight for you. I can lend you my servants too. Choi Yansung continues, and I wouldn't have been able to borrow your servants because I don't trust them. The avatar of training responds, I forgot that you guys exist. Someone thinks, I'll definitely suffer if I become that bastard's subordinate. Someone pleads, please, avatar of training, please win. A chorus of voices rises, pleading for intervention. The announcement booms, the constellation battle has begun. The combatants will fight until one admits defeat or dies. The collector of stolen crowns heard what was going on and came here. The demon of contract and order is looking at the battle with great interest. A foot slams down, kicking up dust and debris. A sneak attack. Choi Yansung is caught off guard. Reacting instantly, Yansung Choi swings his sword in a counterattack. The blade clashes against an unseen force, sparks flying. A figure is engulfed in a blinding explosion. The collector of stolen crowns slashes his sword again, aiming for another strike. The sword finds its mark, drawing blood. Yansung Choi thinks, he's thinking of making it so that I can't counterattack at all. Agrada unleashes a guttural scream. The scream intensifies, vibrating with raw power. He dodges the incoming attack with practiced ease. Constellation Choi Yansung prepares to retaliate, his stance coiled and ready. Agrada wonders aloud, questioning if he truly dodged the attack. Agrada roars, while Choi Yansung prepares to strike, a determined glint in his eyes. Here he comes. Blue energy crackles around Choi Yansung's hands as he prepares to unleash the full counter. The full counter erupts, a blinding surge of power. The energy intensifies, a vortex of pure force. Agrada's scream is cut short as the full counter slams into him. The cat of lava and magma cheers at the technique. The constellations praise his actions, while the warrior laughs at his efforts. A pointless struggle. Agrada is recovering at a fast rate after using Crimson Regeneration. Agrada has fallen into the curse of madness after using the Crimson Regeneration. The power of the skill, Crimson Regeneration, has increased through the curse of madness. If he was a hunter, he'd be around S-class. Taking into consideration how troublesome he is, he could even be higher than an S-class. Agrada unleashes a surge of power. Agrada casts 6th circle magic skill, Crimson Strike. Crimson Strike hurtles towards Yansung Choi. The air crackles with anticipation. Yansung Choi prepares his counter. Celestial Finger. Agrada continues his assault, the Crimson Strike closing in. The Crimson Strike looms, a deadly barrage of magical energy. A beam of pure blue energy erupts from Yansung Choi's fingertip. Raw power surges, crackling with unseen energy. Agrada's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The constellation stands firm, bathed in a swirling vortex of purple energy. The text declares, Art of Absorption. Pure internal energy is absorbing Agrada's magic power as it is. The energy intensifies, coalescing around Yansung Choi's hands. A system message appears. You've started to absorb Agrada's magic power with the skill, Art of Absorption. The storyteller says that you're so reckless. The collector observes quietly. The warrior smirks, saying that you'll die from an overflow of power. You have the skill 3 Flowers Peak Bloom. Choi Yansung grits his teeth, enduring the influx of power. Madness was not able to affect you. Agrada struggles, his face contorted in rage. Human bastard, let go of me. Yansung Choi's hands clamp down on Agrada's wrists, the energy transfer intensifying. Power surges from Agrada, flowing into the constellation. Agrada screams in agony. A system message appears. You are absorbing the warrior's magic power exponentially. You've obtained the skill Blood of Madness. The Blood of Madness skill, ranked B, grants an outburst of blood and a state of berserk, sacrificing the user's mind for a great increase in battle power. He stood ready, facing the hulking figure of Agrada. The warrior raised his hands, a surge of power emanating from him. Agrada was sent flying backward, the force of the blow staggering him. Choi Yansung stood over the fallen warrior, the battle seemingly concluded. Agrada, battered and bruised, challenged, Kill me if you want, human. The gladiator of the warrior roared. I, Agrada, will not surrender. Yansung wondered to himself, what should I do now? Do I have to kill him to end this fight? A chorus of voices echoed in his mind. Demo agreed with Choi Yansung, declaring the fight already over. The fighter of sweat and fists agreed as well, requesting the fight end honorably. The collector agreed, too. Agrada's face contorted in a silent scream of frustration. The system announced that the warrior had surrendered. The constellation battle had come to an end. The storyteller applauded him for his bravery and sent soul stones as a present. The fighter was in awe of his fight. The collector was asking if Yansung would like to become his servant.